What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak. Back at it again. Back at it again. We already had half a gaming in chat. We got Prince of Dogs in chat. You know what I'm saying? Then Saturday morning, I left Terry out by himself on Wheel of Madness. I got drunk and passed out, and I missed my opportunity to get up on VK. Maybe next Friday, maybe tomorrow. I'll find my way to VK. You know, but yeah, 100%. They do apologize. You know, everyone's like, what the fuck's going on, Terry? You're late. I know I'm late. I woke up late. Okay, I probably need to get that Mr. Bean meme and add that into it, like where he's there all panicking and shit. But yes, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whatever time zone you're in. Welcome to the film room. This is where we dissect certain things that are going on. And Base says, what the fuck is going on, boys? You know what I mean? Now, this one is a special one because at least 4 different people either messaged me about it, like literally on Discord messaged me about it. Like, oh my god, Tarek, did you not see this shit? Like at least 2 people done that. And then I'd seen like at least another 2 people in chat. 2 other people in chat who were like, are you doing this on film room? Are you reviewing this? You know what I mean? Because this is your boy. And again, like I said, I do not agree with neither Jason Reza Giorgiani or Amin Hillman 100%. I'm just saying they deserve to be heard. That's all I'm saying. As I slowly get the coffee into me, boys, I literally just woke up. So please bear with me. Like, not only did my mom take Tylenols, but like I said, I'm a bit sleepy as well. Yeah, Danny Jones. Our boy Danny Jones has got Bonnie was able to get in someone who's not a like, I think they're a linguist, but they're not a philologist. So they're not exactly what Amin Hillman is, but they do know the ancient Greek. You know what I'm saying? Is this coffee and hey, what? Hey, guys, hey, what's going on here? What's going on here? Okay, I feel I'm getting called out in chat. Well, to be honest, chat always calls me out, so it wouldn't be chat if they weren't calling me out. So he's got me there, boys. He's got me there. Teriak, make the minimum 2. Oh shit, did I fuck that up? I told you, boys. Oh no! Oh, it caused it just as it came in. Oh my god. Oh, boys. You know what? Right, for that half hood, I will give you a premium name for that one. Because again, I fucked up. My mom took Tylenol. Okay. I just woke up. My mom just took Tylenol. It's crazy. It's crazy. But half hood already saying the starter. So, let me hit you with a little Joey Diaz. Okay, let me hit you with a little Joey Diaz.
Get up, cocksuckers, it's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico. You know, the White House, whoever the fuck is going on. But it don't matter. They want to shoot, it's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty, don't forget who the fuck we are, you understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean, he's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Stay black, folks. Stay black. But yeah, like I said, apologies that they didn't count in the YouTube download. I'm pretty sure I said that before the second one came in, and it's 2. It's the minimum is 2. So I don't know why Dogs one didn't count, but I appreciate you both. Thank you, very kindly, boys. Like I said, we're already 20% of the way there to open the panel up. But like I said, this one was very Very contentious because this is the one where it's like Amon's been saying a lot of shit. You know what I mean? And like I said, let's get into it. Let's start the motherfucking show.
Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is gonna be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
A damn good show. Okay. I would say this and the Andrew one is like a national anthem every time I come to work and get on your show. What can I say, bro? What can I say? I even have another one that I need to do, as well as an emoji for a special someone. And then, like I said, there's another two kind of like non-premium memes, one or two premiums. I'm surprised I haven't put in yet. And then also, I need to get a Griff song for the little leprechauns. You know what I'm saying? Because you guys been absolutely pumping the donos, I gotta say. A dog saying, I have my eyes on you, boy. I have my eyes on you. But yeah, like the dono goal is working. So I think it's just I didn't get the dono goal in on time. Again, that's me a couple my side. I do apologize, chat. But like I said, hopefully I made up for forgetting you the Joey clip to start off. But folks, this is the Danny Jones podcast, and Amon Hillman returned. He had what some would call an adequate opponent, but I'm more so curious in terms of your reaction. So there will come a time in this, because I think the first 30 minutes or so is just basically this dude explaining what is philology, what is linguist, what's the difference between them, his expertise, why he's justified to say what he's saying, and all this kind of shit, right? So the first 30, 40 minutes is not even about Amon Hillman. It's about this dude. Well, typically it's never about Amon Hillman. So I'm going to put it to 125 just to be safe. But let's get into it, folks, because there's a lot in this.
First of all, just to start this whole thing off, I want to have both of you guys introduce yourselves and your academic backgrounds. Luke, we'll start with you.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Luke Gordon. I have been fascinated by the ancient world, by ancient languages for most of my life at this point. I was very fortunate to take Latin in 8th and 9th grade. I had no idea what I was getting myself into when I did so. Everyone had always told me, languages are hard, Latin is hard. Why are you taking that? And then I took it and it just clicked. I just love this stuff. I had no idea that I was going to love it this much, but I did. I ended up taking Spanish later in high school. And of course, as we know, Spanish is descended from Latin. It's one of the Romance languages. And that got me hooked on connections between languages. How are languages related to each other? How do languages evolve from, an older language to a younger language or whatever? I went to college. I majored in Spanish. I also majored in religion, especially early Christianity, Second Temple Judaism, Mediterranean religions. That's when I first took Greek, was in college. I took 3 years of Greek in college. And I didn't think I could love anything more than Latin, but I did. I found that Greek was just the most amazing language that, of course, at this point, I'd only taken 3 languages, Latin, Spanish, and then Greek, but it was the most amazing language that I had ever been fortunate enough to take. And I still feel that way today, now that I've taken many, many other ancient languages, especially when I went on to grad school. I decided to do my master's degree in linguistics, specifically historical linguistics, which is, again, the study of how languages are connected to each other. It's really the study of old dead languages. That's essentially what historical linguistics is. So as part of that program, I learned the general principles of linguistics, which I think are very important, and I'm sure those will come up more in our discussion. But I also learned, I was also able to take many other old dead languages. I took 3 semesters of Sanskrit, which is essentially the Latin of India. It's what it's what the Rig Veda and the ancient Hindu texts are written in, which is super cool stuff. I took Avestan, which is the ancient language of Iran, and there's various ancient religious texts that are written in that as well. I was able to take Old Irish. I was able to take Gothic, which is the oldest Germanic language. I also took Hebrew, which of course we'll get into that as well. And I was able to take a little bit of Old Egyptian, which is what the hieroglyphs are writing. Essentially, they're writing this Old Egyptian language. Akkadian, which is the old Babylonian or Assyrian language. Hittite, which is a language from what we today call Turkey. and several other ancient languages as well. So I was able to really fill out my ancient language portfolio, if you want to call it that. But my heart always remained with Greek and Latin. And between Greek and Latin, my heart is more on the Greek side. I love Latin. I tell all my students this. And my students at the University of New Mexico, they're classicists for the most part, at least in the upper level Latin and Greek language classes that I get to teach. And within classics, as Amma knows, there are different opinions about Latin versus Greek. There's people who like Latin better. There's people who like Greek better. And sometimes it's just a vibe thing. You know, you take these two languages, and if you're a classicist, you have to take both of them. It's kind of part of the job description. But some people vibe more with Latin. Some people vibe more with Greek. I was always on the Greek side. I love Latin, but Greek is really where my heart is. It's a fascinating, wonderful language. And honestly, I wish everybody could learn it. All of you. Amma and I could probably help you
And
with
so
that.
you have a PhD in classics?
That's correct.
And what about linguistics?
My master's degree is in linguistics.
Got it.
And so let me finish the story.
Yeah.
So I kind of interrupted myself because I'm so excited about ancient languages. So I did my master's degree in linguistics, and then I was deciding what to go on for my PhD. And I could have gone on and stayed with linguistics, and some people said I should have, but I decided that I wanted to specifically focus on the ancient Mediterranean world, which is essentially what classics is. And I know that you and Amin have had some discussions about what this word called classics is, because a lot of people don't know. Like they hear classics and they think Shakespeare, like we're Shakespeare scholars, which we're not.
I had no idea what that word meant before I met Amin.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are in that boat.
Yeah.
So that's a PR issue that I think in classics we have to kind of deal with. I don't know how we're going to deal with it.
And then only Greek experts wear sunglasses.
That's correct.
Inside cathedrals.
Yeah, that's the rule that we just made.
Okay.
Are we taking these off? Are we keeping them on? I'm just.
No, I feel good.
And like, just to point out, and again, this is not official. I can't prove any of this shit. But if you notice, like Danny last time, Danny Jones' podcast, it looked like a spaceship and all this kind of thing. Now it looks like a cathedral. You know what I mean? So I genuinely think that Danny Jones done the remodel of the set with this in mind, with this showdown in mind. And half was saying, "Come here, trying to throw her back out, walking funny for a year." What can I say?
So let's treat this as a brand new podcast and assume a lot of the viewers here have never been exposed to you, Amin.
Yes.
Why don't you give a brief summary of your background and what your experience with academia and what you're doing?
Oh
Okay,
God!
I'm also
Hit him again, Chewy. Oh God!
a PhD in classics. I went the whole way through bachelor's, master's, and PhD in classics. My field of expertise was medicine. I had the privilege of studying with John Scarborough, who's, the authority. And during this time, I was exposed to texts that are pharmacological, stuff that we don't translate. And, oh, God, all of a sudden, a world of evidence came forward, just bubbling out of the surface. So I spent a ton of time getting those degrees and a master's in bacteriology because I wanted to keep my both feet, one foot on this side of the fence and the humanities and science divide. And that's what turned on John Scarborough, right? And by the way, John Scarborough worked with a professor, Graf, who
Fritz Graf.
you're
Yeah,
associated with, and this is all ancient magic. So
Fritz Graf was ancient. He's specialized in ancient magic.
Yeah, so I worked with two professors during my PhD program at Ohio State who are two of the preeminent scholars in the field of ancient magic. Fritz Graf and actually his wife, Sarah Iles Johnson, both of whom are amazing professors and scholars who have been in the field for a long time, who have published an incredible amount of stuff, who have done a lot of translations of these ancient magical texts.
Wow.
And they've made some of the most authoritative translations that are available to the English-speaking market. I was able to work with both of them. Sarah Iles Johnston, she's done a lot of work on ancient witches and witchcraft.
Wow.
She used to tell us, because I had classes with both of them, so I know them both personally. I remember she told us once in one class that she gets phone calls from random people online, or just random people who are trying to become witches, because she knows all the ancient texts.
That's
and she's
amazing.
translated a lot of them. So she has some notoriety in that sense.
That's amazing. So they knew John Scarborough and him were close. They worked together. So we found like a little cosmic connection between you two. That's fun.
Plus,
yes, and
it's not a big field. Yeah,
translating the PGM and whatnot, the Greek magical papyri.
Oh shit, we already hit a dono goal, boys. What's going on? We're pumping. We're absolutely pumping. And Prince of Dog saying it's all ancient magic, lol. Yeah, when they're saying like the magic, they're deciphering the magic text. It's like what the ancients would have called magic text. Like it's literally called the book of magic, but it's literally like in modern times it'd be called science. So like what they're replacing, what they're calling magic, just replace that with science, essentially. You know what I mean? Or alchemy or whatever, like chemistry or whatever. Well, folks, we already reached a domino goal on YouTube, which means We're gonna hit him with a little bit of a premium meme. Let's hit him with the Let's hit him with the Black Preacher.
This black preacher.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
It's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy.
That's right. Go ahead.
President Biden joining in on the conversation.
We didn't know what a woman. We didn't know what a woman is.
A woman is your mama.
That's right.
You mean to tell me you past 80 and you don't know your mama and your wife is a woman? They keep trying to shove this trash on Africa. And African presidents, one by one, is standing up against it.
That's what the black church used to be. These niggas done went woke over here. Gender and sex are synonymous, always have been. But they say this new gender identity. But then they conflate gender identity with gender. They say your genitals don't determine your sex, your gender. So why are you chopping your dick off? If this determines your woman, why are you chopping your cock off? Just call it a vagina. You're calling yourself a woman.
Shout out to you guys as well. And we got Due Diligence in chat. My man. And then we also have Are You Crazy? Just saying, oh shit. Why is he on your screen? Because like I said, we gotta be able, if we stand for the truth, we can fight against any lies, my friends. You know what I mean? Like I said, I want to put the facts on the table and see, what way do we think about this? What way do we feel about this? Prince of Dogs well say, you're correct. They saw the unknown and didn't know how to explain it, so they called it magic. Exactly. Alfred's saying every time in that video when he does the Biden stutter, it reminds me of Adam Ray when he played him on Kill Tony. My man. And we have Premonition saying, good evening, gentlemen. Thanks for letting me view. Hey, pleasure. You're more than welcome, Premonition. More than welcome. But yeah, let's get into it.
And all of that information that's in there, that's all locked into the pharmacology.
So you were a professor at one point
Yes.
at University of Madison,
Yes.
Wisconsin, Madison?
Yes, at the extended university. So I used to teach medical terms.
Yeah, I taught a class on that too, and that's a pretty common
different.
class we classicists teach for I assume it was a class that had a lot of biology majors and
Oh,
things
it was
like
all
that.
science
Yeah,
people.
yeah, because they want to learn the terms because they're all Greek and
Right.
Latin, but mostly Greek. Yeah.
And then
Shout out to you, dogs.
for context, for people that don't know, you were eventually ejected by the university.
Then I went to.
There was some controversy with a play you were doing about Medea, right?
Yeah, then after that, I went to the to St. Mary's University in Minnesota and was classics there and taught Greek to all the seminarians. And after 2 years, we started getting calls back about how good the priests were doing in their Greek. You know, that it was a big deal. So I mean, you know as well as I know that biblical studies is not the sharpest when it comes to Greek.
I would love it if they focused on it more. It would help them.
If they
let's
read
get
something
to it.
outside of the New Testament, maybe, and didn't just interlinear translate, right?
Yeah, and from what I understand, a lot of seminaries are moving away from language instruction altogether.
Right.
And again, I'm not like in the seminary field. This is what I hear from people I know who are, which I think is a crime. Like you have to be able to read any of these texts in the original language, which of course, if you're a New Testament scholar, I think you absolutely need to be able to work with the Greek. Working with the New Testament is a good start, but like you said, the New Testament is part of a wider linguistic world.
Right.
It's not an island unto itself, which I think, a lot of times we have these false barriers within academia, which are very frustrating for interdisciplinary scholars. And I think we both are. So, people who work on the New Testament kind of have their own little academic bubble. And then people like us who are classicists who work on the wider Greek world that might be interested in stuff in the New Testament.
Right.
We have our own bubble. And a lot of times it's difficult for us to talk to each other across those lines because we work in different buildings and we work in different departments, and sometimes we don't even know each other, and sometimes they don't want to talk to us, and sometimes some of us, not us, but some of us classicists might not want to talk to them, which is unfortunate. I want to be trying to build bridges. I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm here. Is to try to build bridges and talk to people and talk to a wider audience, because I think that's our mission. I think a lot of academics are closeted in their own little silos, in their own little fields, and they're like, well, we know stuff, and it doesn't really matter if we tell other people or not, or talk to other people who are different than us, or who might disagree with us. And I don't see it that way. I think that we should be reaching out. I think we should be talking to people who are different than us, who maybe disagree with us, and there can be productive disagreement.
Yes.
So to answer your question, it ties in. I was at St. Mary's at a seminary teaching, right? And we did a play. We produced the Medea, Seneca's Medea, not Euripides.
Sure.
And I was decommissioned. I was let go for what?
Opening portals or something.
Opening portals.
Accused of demon possession and opening portals.
Demon possession. There was an inquiry. Bishop had to oversee it.
It was a Catholic college?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Right. Okay. He gets it though, right? You see me as a classicist, right?
That boy's channeling demons, boy. He's channeling demons. Get him, boys.
In the middle of this, And in the beginning of the play, I marched down an 8-foot phallus. Right now, is that
Which was
typical?
normal for Roman times, yeah.
Oh, do you see? Do you see what
I see.
happened?
Yeah.
Offensive to a modern.
So when Ammon, like when they said, Ammon, we want you to make this play as historically accurate as possible, Ammon was like, are you sure? And they were like, yeah, bruh. And he was like, okay, bruh. So then he done the whole thing of like the 10-foot dildos and like all the cast had the dildos and pointed at the audience. This is what they done in Roman times. You know what I mean? This wasn't like Ammon saying, oh, I'm gonna start trolling everybody else and shit. Like this is Ammon saying, right? This is historically accurate, right?
And in the beginning of the play, I marched down an 8-foot phallus. Right now, is that
Which was
typical?
normal for Roman times, yeah.
Oh,
Which was normal for Roman times.
do you see? Do you see what
I see.
happened?
Yeah.
Offensive to a modern audience, normal for Roman times, which is one of the things,
Exactly.
you know, as we're trying to explain the ancient world to people.
If you're in a Catholic school,
Yeah.
that might be frowned upon.
Sure.
Correct, but they contracted with me
Yeah.
to do it as historically accurate as possible. So everybody in the chorus had a dildo,
Hmm.
right?
Right.
You can see how this would
It's
lead
a
to problems.
cultural disconnect is what it is, right?
It is, right? I cannot teach this, even though it's the reality.
And the disconnect is in many ways between the modern world and the ancient world. The ancient world was a very different place.
Yeah.
They had very different morals, customs,
Right.
standards.
Yes.
Back then, you know, phalluses were not considered lewd.
Right.
They weren't considered problematic to just be out in public. And today, whether it's a Catholic college or not, I mean, if you go walking down the street out here, it's still going to be
One of the
weird,
things
right?
that blew my mind with the first time I talked to Ammon, he showed me about the god Priapus,
Sure. Yeah.
who walked around with this gigantic erection.
That was his whole thing. He, didn't- he wasn't famous for anything else. That wasn't a pun, by the way. Yeah. So that's what he was known for. Yeah.
So you should also lay out for folks who haven't heard what happened to you when you were doing your dissertation.
Oh, right. So I'm writing this dissertation about it's Roman pharmacy, and one of the meeting. The long story short, I defended, and afterwards the meeting was just long. The professors were taking forever. I was like, oh God, what's going on? And the head professor pulled me aside. The head of the department pulled me aside, and said, "What makes you think that the Romans would use drugs?"
So they didn't bring this up with you before your defense.
Correct.
That's odd.
Interesting, isn't
Because
it?
it's normal for, you know, we go through this whole process when we write a dissertation. It's a years long process. We're working with an advisor and at least 2 committee members, and they send us critiques, and it's normal throughout the process for them to tell us to take stuff out during the process leading up to the defense.
Right.
I got told to take stuff out multiple times, and then I had to, because that's just how it works. You know, you bow to the powers that be, so they, you know,
Right.
knight you or whatever. So we all had to do that, but what you're describing is a little odd, because it sounds like what happened with you is after you defended, they told you to take something out.
Right.
That's less normal. I had to make some changes to my dissertation after I defended, and they voted thumbs up as long as I made the changes. So that's
They
not,
were typical changes,
Typical-
though,
not
right?
anything drastic.
I was
Typical
told you have to
changes,
go
yeah.
delete any references to recreational drug use.
So was
Take
this,
out the chapter on recreational and sacramental drug use. Take
Yeah,
that out
dogs.
and don't mention any of these
So-
recreational drugs throughout the. It was clearly just censorship. It was not, and we know that for a fact now because the press came in and invaded, and the department said, "Oh no, he never had a chapter on recreational drugs."
interesting. Yeah.
So they went and looked it up. It was already deposited, right?
Sure.
They went and looked it up in the library and it did. Right? Oh, I'm sorry. It's backwards. It was removed. It was removed in the deposit. No. Which way did it
Usually
go?
it's not deposited until you have your final version. It sounds like for your final version, they made you take it out. Is that right?
Right. It was taken out. And when they went to, that's what it was. When they went to them, they said to Patricia Rosenmeyer, they said, is there a problem here? And is it true what he's saying that you made him take out a chapter on recreational drugs?
Shout out
You
to
know what I mean?
Harford.
And she said, no, we had no problem with that. So they went and looked it up in the deposit.
So like basically the whole thing is that like the this shit went down. This was like I think like a decade or 2 decades ago or something crazy like that. This was a long time ago. And they basically the media came in, or the journalists, and they were like, look, what the fuck's going on? Also all this kind of shit. And Ammon Bay said that, like, was telling them like, yeah, like they told me to take out this stuff on the recreation drugs and all this kind of shit. And then they said they went to the head admin. They said, oh, like did you say this to Ammon that like that there wouldn't be like there wouldn't be any or that wasn't a Roman thing, like this whole recreational drugs and all this kind of stuff. They said, oh no, we didn't have any issue with that. We never told them to take it out. And then they went back and they looked in the repository and they seen that it was removed. So then they knew that they were lying. You know what I mean? Also, shout out to due diligence. Apologies, folks. I did forget to set the Donegal. So 1 sec. Put that there. Start that up again. I do apologize. And folks, we are going to get a premium meme. Let's hear a little bit from Andrew Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Shout out to yous, absolute legends. And you put a new super chat goal. And Ori Crazy saying, Ammon may be translating 100% correct, but he chooses to try and humiliate Jesus, in my opinion. We're going to get into this, but like, this is like the back pocket. Like if anyone's kind of like watched me closely, they would have heard me say anytime I bring this up, that there is a counter to what Ammon's argument is, particularly if he's trying to make an argument against Christians. Do you know what I mean? Like, that argument is, let's say the ancient Greek is what Ammon Hillman says it is. Is that the stuff that the church is preaching? Those are two distinct things. Do you know what I mean? Both what the actual ancient Greek says and what the actual church teaches. Those are two completely different things. And that's something that Ammon refuses to engage with. So, like I said, just to be good faith to everybody, there is a weakness to Ammon Hillman's argument here, or the perceived argument that he has, hence why he got investigated for a portal opening, all this kind of stuff. And we got Prince of Dog as well. To your pot of gold, sir. Thank you very kindly for helping this wee little leprechaun fill this big pot of gold. But yes, let's get back into it, folks, because there's a lot in this video. This is 3 hours, 44 minutes long.
Right, and they're like, there is no chapter on recreational drugs, and there's no reference. They can see that it was basically Epstein filed, right? Redacted.
Wow.
Right. And the press blew that up and went back to the department. And the department after that point said, we have no more comment. Right. So it was obvious that my advisor did not communicate with the other members of the department about the existence of the recreational drugs. Right.
Was it your advisor who asked you to take it out?
And they got tripped up. No, it was the head of the department.
And the head of the department was not on your
The head of the department said, you will not get your degree warrant signed until you have removed all references to recreational drugs. Right.
Why do you think I had a problem with it?
Because, as she said, quote, the Romans just wouldn't do such a thing.
What were her sources?
It's nothing. Right, exactly. You see, where were you, Luke? If you'd have been there, this wouldn't have happened, right?
That's a shame.
It is.
And that's sort of what led you in the path that you've taken.
I took the information that was redacted and I put it into the form of a book and
The Chemical Muse.
Published it with St. Martin's Press. And that was a fantastic experience because it allowed people to then see in a broader audience that, oh God, they use drugs in the ancient world and using them for all sorts of things.
Ever sit around feeling super confident how a game is going to end? Or if we're going to finally see UFO disclosure this year? Well, that's exactly why I use Kalshi. It's the largest prediction platform in the US, so you can trade on the outcome of real world events, from sports to politics, and legally in all 50 states. It's bigger than fantasy football. You're trading yes or no on anything. If the Cowboys will win on Christmas Day, will Trump be allowed to have a third term? Will there be a recession this year? Contracts move with news, injuries, and public opinion, just like the markets. So if you've got your finger on the pulse in this world, you can express it directly, and the numbers get big. I check Kalshi after a podcast so I can weigh in on my thoughts. Will Ghislaine Maxwell be released from government custody? Let's hope not, but it's great fun for me because I get to trade on it. The best part, Kalshi is regulated by the CFTC and available across the country. Whether you think the aliens are coming this year or that the Cowboys will lose, you can trade your prediction and cash out whenever you want if the price moves in your favor. Download the Kalshi app using the link in the description and use the promo code Danny when you sign up to get $20 when you trade $100. Again, use the link in the description and code DANNY to get started today. Also, I think it's important to lay out the fact how you originally got interested in this stuff. You came from a religious background, right?
I had to, until about 21, I was Christian, evangelical. I taught as I was getting my undergraduate in classics, I taught in the mission, preached in a mission, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I had a particular interest in that. And classics just liberated my fucking mind. And I was reading Aristotle and got it suddenly talking about nature, and the metaphysics, the purpose and everything. And I went out that night and got laid. You know what I mean? And just forsook
So Aristotle got you laid.
Yeah, exactly. See, it works.
You were holding it off till marriage.
Right. And
Okay.
so I just laid aside Christianity. But then I came back later, Luke, and looked at this stuff. I started using the text and looking at them. And my God, there is so much drug use, especially all the Christ thing,
So the first time Amin was on the podcast, it just completely blew my mind. I discovered that I'm absolutely fascinated with this stuff, but I simply lack the personal expertise to make an informed assessment on anything that he is saying. He's obviously taken a lot of arrows from people on the internet, poison arrows, if you will. And that's why you're here. So you are the first accredited high-level Greek expert, classicist, and linguist that has ever who actually specializes in some of this same stuff. You specialize in magic, ancient magic and ancient religions, and then like sex and gender in ancient religions. Is that right?
That's right. So
Okay.
at UNM, I teach a class called Magic and Ancient Religion, which is exactly what it sounds like. We read parts of the PGM, as you would imagine, Amin. I teach a class called Sex and Gender in Ancient Religion. Actually, both of those are going on in spring, so everyone can come. Feel free to register and hang out, or just come hang out. I don't know.
I'm going.
Yeah. No, they're both. I mean, they're both fascinating topics. I tell everyone I get to teach some of the coolest stuff in the world. Honestly, at UNM, the students regularly, love these classes and feel like they get a lot out of them.
So, first of all, I would like to stay kind of high level on this podcast for the first half of it, and then before we really dive into the weeds, because I feel like that's going to lose a lot of folks. But Luke, in your view, what is the difference between classicists, linguists, and like Bible scholars?
Okay, this is a great question because, I was just talking maybe 10 minutes ago that oftentimes those of us in academia are kind of in our silos, and you've just discussed 3 different silos, none of which talk to each other very often, which is really too bad. I am a trained classicist. I am a trained linguist. I'm not a trained Bible theologian, but I've read a lot of the Bible in the original languages and can comment on it from what I hope is a neutral, textual, historical, linguistic perspective. I'm not trying to grind any axe.
You didn't come at this from a religious background.
I'm not trying to. Yeah,
Right,
that's not my goal. So I'm as an academic, I'm trying to read these texts and understand them again, historically, linguistically, textually, all
Scientifically.
these things. Scientifically, sure, yeah. I don't have an agenda either way on that.
And just to shout out William, Derek, I'm assuming we're going to hit the goal to open the panel 100%. 100%. That's what we got it right here. We got the old open panel, you know what I'm saying? Gotta get this done. Our goals working for it. But one thing I want to kind of like stress in terms of the importance here, right? Basically, we got Prince of Doc saying my second first on new goal. My man. But like this whole thing of like what happened to Andrew. We got Prince of Dogs with $11. One sec, let me play you the clip. Are we having fun yet? So the link should be pinned on the Twitch, on the Kick, and most importantly on the YouTube as well. We are officially open panel, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get it. Let's get into it. But I had a feeling this one was going to be popping off because, like I said, Amin Hillman. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people going for him. But like I was saying, wait, one sec. Tarek, I don't think I was saying the reason I modified the title. Oh, shit, yeah. One sec. Yes, correct. Thank you very kindly, William. Thanking you very kindly. But yeah, like this is the whole thing with like Amin Hillman. Like what happened with him with this whole thing with the with his paper and all this kind of stuff, and like why it's such a big thing because like when you're doing a PhD, you have to do a paper and all this kind of shit. How they acted, right? This is a phenomenon that's like throughout like the academia. and in terms of the higher ups and all this kind of shit, and we've seen this, if anyone follow like Graham Hancock, we've seen like he's the one that's been saying like in terms of archaeology and all this kind of shit, a lot of the higher ups will like use and abuse the people that are like lower down on the pyramid of hierarchy, just so they can kind of like add more kind of like prestige to their own career and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So in terms of what was going on with Amon Hillman, was the reason why this bitch came up and said, "Oh, the Romans just wouldn't do a thing," is because she was quote unquote the expert. She was the dean of the college or whatever, and she's saying that we're not doing that. Do you know what I mean? Rather than here's the actual evidence, and this is what it was. How can you stand against this? It's because power. You know what I mean? This even happened to me with the whole WoW fucking shenanigans as well. There's people who are like higher up or they have more connections, whatever, and they don't like you for whatever reason, or they don't like what you're doing, even though what you're doing works, and they'll go after you. They'll attack you. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But folks, we have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Dogs, welcome to the show.
I'm not no gay rights activist, you motherfucker. You know that, you fucking son of a gun.
What? You're not what?
I'm not none of that. You couldn't ask.
Why are you gay?
No.
It had to be done. It had to be done, Dogs. It
Yeah,
had
you
to be
did
done.
it. You had to do that. Yeah, fair. Yeah. Anyways,
Also, shout out to Chop.
guys.
My man. So yeah, we're at 3 out of 5 as well. But Dogs, have you watched this, or have you got any thoughts on Amon Hillman?
This is interesting. I that's why I'm kind of like, okay, I'd like to join so we could have open discussion about it.
And
like I was saying earlier, when they called like the things they saw magic, it's like no, they just saw things they couldn't realize. So all the best descriptive term they could use was magical.
And have you and William would like to also add on to this as well.
And well, guys, if I could still show you around, here is the biggest, gayest man in the world.
Oh shit! No, not me. I meant Dogs. Oh fuck! It is what it is. Yep. It is what it is.
You saw that, right? Caught him.
Hey.
You caught him.
you dick. Okay. This thing's a lot harder to manage than you think, right? But yeah, like, have you heard anything about Amon Hillman before, or like any of the shenanigans went down?
A little bit, not like too crazy amount, but I have heard little bits of it. So.
And like the whole kind of like if you know his arguments, or if you've only heard a little bit, then it's okay. But like what would be your like general thoughts on Amon Hillman?
He's, how would I say it?
Stop stalling, nigga!
Okay, all right.
Fair. I'm not trying to stall. I'm just trying to find my words to try to describe what I would best.
Yeah, let me break down, because there's basically two camps, right? On the one hand, there's the camp where Amon Hillman is 100% correct. Everything he says is absolute gospel, true, etc., etc., etc. And then on the complete opposite end, you have Amon Hillman literally is the Antichrist incarnate. He's opening portals, he's summoning demons, etc., etc. Now, in terms of the, like, if we're to, like, those are the extremes. There's the people that follow him because he's a cult leader, versus there's people who are against him because they think he's like the Antichrist, right? Which is basically the cult versus the polar opposite of a cult.
I think what he's doing is playing off a mindset and knows how to play off the mindset verbally and mentally wise. Like, I don't think he's like, I think he's an extremist in his own way, for sure. I don't think he's an occult leader in that way. I think, but at the same time, I do think he is smart enough to play off these terms other people use, not in that like, you know, not in a Christian way, to play this occultist mindset to get people drawn to it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're kind of like leaning more so, and it's like, yeah, it's kind of like a cult more so than actual like facts or evidence being presented. Are you down that line?
To a point, yeah.
Because, like, for example, I think like, Are You Crazy was saying earlier on in chat, it's like he's
I
literally
think,
just.
I think he's playing on the people themselves and doing it as an occultist figure himself. I don't actually think he believes any of these views. I think he's just using the mentality and mindset he can play to get people aligned with him. I think he's a total player on that part.
Yeah, so like that would be like a grifter or a charlatan kind of like thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're kind of lining up and you're not kind of like going full hook, line, and sinker and saying it's like, yeah, he was actually opening portals and all this kind of shit. You're not saying that, but you are saying it's like, yeah, he's kind of stretching the truth because he has a chip against the shoulder against Christianity because of the way he was treated in academia and all this kind of shit.
Yeah,
That'd be correct.
He's a charismatic person and knows how to play the charismatic game and draw people towards him. Yeah. There you go.
100%. We have Chop Chop coming in to hit the goal. We get 5 out of 5. We might need to push up to $5, William. I'm telling you, like these people are absolutely smashing it. But let's rhythm with the tism.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, for a big girl, you pretty, yo. Real shit. And I find big bitches ugly. Ogres. You get what I'm saying? Like, they just big and stink and nasty. They don't take care of themselves. Just big fat noses on them and shit. They try to put makeup on to look pretty, but whole time they just ugly in disguise. You get what I'm saying? That's how I feel about ugly fat bitches. You get what I'm saying? But you're fucking different. You get what I'm saying? Yes, yeah, your hands are like sausages. Hell yeah, but you probably got a good ass heart. And it's not about what's on the outside, it's about what's on the inside of the hippo. You get what I'm saying?
I got layers, baby, like an onion. Yes. Chop chop. A great one.
And we got another guest backstage.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Due Diligence, welcome to the show.
I can't hear shit if you talking.
I'm gonna call you Doodle.
Test 1 2. Can you hear me, Do?
I'm gonna go out and come back in. I can't hear shit.
I hear you.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, I'm just checking. And how does my mic sound? Just double.
Yeah,
checking.
you're crystal clear, baby.
Sometimes it does fuck up, so I'm just verifying it's good.
100%. Let's get into the video though.
So like I'm not trying to say something specific about the Bible from a religious perspective. I'm also not trying to attack it from like an anti-religious perspective, right?
Sure.
So I want to make that clear as well.
Right.
Like I'm actually trying to read what's in there, read what the words say, right? And what the words mean.
We got Due Diligence back. Welcome to the show, Due Diligence. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Perfect.
Doodle?
Yeah.
Back, Doodle?
What up?
So,
What's up, bro?
what are your thoughts on the whole Amon Hillman situation?
I think it's a matter of cultural context. I think people are cherry picking, and I think this dude is riding the fence. I think Almond is keeping it in the context of the story, and the doctor is like saying like, "Oh, it could mean this. It could mean that," but in the context of the story, that's what it means, right? So we don't got to speculate. Like Almond said, it is a science to it, and this dude is not. He says that he's taking in consideration the cultural context and the context of the story itself, but when in practice he's not. He's saying, yeah, it could. Well, either it goes within the context of the story or not, and within the context of the story, Amon is right. That's what I believe.
Yeah, like because I think that there's a key point that comes out. It's in around here, so it's in around the 1 hour mark, right, where they get into the greater questions of Mary. So it's about 30 minutes away, and like that's what I'm very curious to see what people think when we get to there. But we have another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Halfwood Gaming, welcome to the show.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Wagwan. Just curious about where the fuck we used last Saturday when I was doing Wheel of Madness. I had the whole show fucking solo, and we're not even an hour into the show, and we base have half a fucking panel, boys. Talk to me here.
Fuck.
I was super drunk.
I'm
I
just
forgot
playing
Wheel
on
of Madness.
That does surprise.
This is the thing, because I was saying from the get go that like Wheel of Madness is designed to be done solo if needs be. Do you know what I mean? Like that's why like I don't want to hear any shit where it's like you just copied VK and all this kind of shit. Because like I said, like it can be done solo, so it is a different design. But anyway, Halfwood, what are your thoughts in terms of like the whole Amon Hillman thing?
I've only just started watching stuff with him involved in it, so I don't know too much about him. But I have heard some outlandish things, but then I've also heard some like not so outlandish things, and kind of just two different points of views from other people that talk about him.
That's where I'm saying him himself is playing the culture. You can just sense it by his like when you hear him speak and how he speaks. That's what he's doing. Past that, I don't know his goals or what he speaks is right or wrong. He is playing on the culture to draw people in. That's his mindset.
I think that's true. I think that he is a satirist or a great orator. He's a teacher, so he is teaching. What's the science?
He has good charisma. He has
what's the science of teaching? What is that called?
Brings people to you, like
pedagogy. He's a great pedagogist. I would assume.
I think I get where you're going with it. I think I get where I don't know if that's right, but
yeah, that's a science of teaching, like your style of teaching. So regardless though of his charisma or the way that he teaches, hold on. Let me say
one sec, dogs. Let do Lana explain.
So regardless of his style of expressing himself, the fact of the matter is he speaking facts according to the text or not, right? And he says over and over again, I'm being true to the text. This is what the text say. It doesn't matter what I believe. And that's what Teriak was bringing out. And he said that was the counter argument. But I think that argument is besides the point. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant if he believes it or not. You want to be true to the text. Whether or not the people believed it, that's a different argument, right? And you don't want to go into that because then you go into like religious, right? And that's why he was saying that, oh, this dude is really, a zealot. He's religious, and he showed a picture of him, in his, religious postures and things of that nature. And that imposes your belief you're projecting onto the text in that way, right? Because he's a believer. Amen. It's not that he's a believer or not. He's just being true to the text, right? And you got to have the cultural context, and they both agree on the cultural context. But one dude wants to say what it could be, and the other dude is saying, according to the cultural context, this is what it is. We ain't got to speculate.
Yeah, and like this is why I say that with Amon Hillman, like Amon Hillman could be 100% right with everything he's saying, but that would still not impact Christianity. It would not, quote unquote, take down Christianity. And why am I saying that? Because even if that's what the original texts are, what has now developed into like the ethical framework of Christianity is clearly shown its value in terms of the global stage. You know what I mean? So like the reason why I'm saying Christianity in particular, not Islam or Judaism, is because when you look at Christianity in particular, the fact that Protestantism is a thing, it basically it's like the solution to the problem of the unchanging aspect. You know what I mean? Because you can protest it, break off and do your own church, and like that you're not going to be chased off with like the pitchforks and all this kind of shit.
There can be multi understandings and determinations of what you conclude off the book itself. We see this through different cultural means in Christianity itself. There's Protestantism, there's so many different sects that determine the Bible for its words in a certain way. And yes, he does state, but that's where I'm saying, like, I think to a point he's using this as a cultural viewpoint versus actually like digging down to it. Like, that's where I was getting. Like, maybe I'm wrong. You can call me wrong all you want. But anyways, we can keep going. Run it.
You know, like, because like I said, I just want to make sure we kind of like get everyone's kind of initial thoughts and all that stuff. Because when we get to, like I said, like that certain point, which is just about like 30 minutes of clip time, like I will be kind of like, I'll be shutting up and I'll be saying to you like what do you think is going down here, and then also with chat as well, let me know as well. But if there's any parts that come up now between then, just let me know to say pause, and I'll pause video and we can discuss. Okay.
Both within their own biblical context and within the wider cultural context. Okay, so back to your question. Classics is the study of, it's a huge, insanely huge field. It's the study of everything that happened in the ancient world of the Mediterranean and Near East, which is basically what we would today call the Middle East. So everything we would today call the Middle East is pretty much ancient Near East.
Okay.
There was no major cultural divide between Europe and the Middle East back then, like there has been for the past 1400 years, when it's been like a Christianity versus Islam thing, you know, with Europe being mostly Christian, North Africa and the Middle East being mostly Islam, but that's new. And by new, of course, I mean from our ancient standards, it's new. It's 1500 years old. That distinction post-dates the era that we are talking about when we're doing classics. So I think that's one thing we have to remember didn't exist. There wasn't this giant cultural gap between, say, Greece and Syria, like there might be today, right? Because of the different religions that historically inhere in those two places today. So classics is the study of everything from what's now Spain to what's now Iran. That entire area, that entire geographic area, and then all the way up to Germany, all the way down to Sudan, up the Nile River.
Wow. Okay.
You know, there are peripheral locations like England and Arabia, and India. Honestly, like there's connections with India, of course, because we know that people were going back and forth. Alexander the Great marched all the way from Greece to India, right?
Drugs,
wow. Sure, and drugs, ideas, words, concepts. All of these things are flowing back and forth in that corridor. So classics is the study of everything that happened in that whole area up until about the year 500. Of our era.
Okay, can I
That's
say
a lot
something?
Of stuff. Yeah,
500 AD?
AD, yeah.
Okay.
That's classics, big picture. If you want to state it differently, if I may.
Yep.
State it simply for people, right? Like me. The evidence that we have for that is going to be in Greek and Latin.
Most of it.
So a classical philologist.
That's why you got to know Greek and Latin.
Is supposed to be a master of Greek and Latin. Because all of the evidence for anything you can determine from the civilization, it's going to all be in Greek and Latin. I mean, if you don't like that, go be an archaeologist.
And they have important things to say too, because they're digging up important evidence as well. And some of that evidence has Greek and Latin written on it.
Right.
Yeah. So they're our allies. That's another silly wall that often.
Well, here's a really interesting anecdote I'll bring up is the guy who peer reviewed your book in the Bryn Mawr Classical Review. I had him on the podcast. He's a forensic pathologist who did the only peer review on his book, The Chemical Muse. I had him in here. He was a great guy. He did all kinds of amazing work on like the remains of Picasso, Napoleon, Hitler, all these huge figures. And I asked him what his ancient Greek, what his level was for translating these ancient languages in Greek and all this stuff. And he says like little to none. And I said, well, I'm like, you did this. I asked him like, you did a pretty extraordinary criticism of this book, The Chemical Muse, about which the premise of his book was that drugs were ubiquitous in antiquity because plague and famine and hand-to-hand combat were happening all the time. So people were constantly trying to use remedies to cure this pain. And his review was basically saying, no, this is wrong. This is like painting the world as being a world of drug addicts. And he's like, I'm like, well, what Greek do you know? And what have you read? Have you read the sources? And he's like, no, this is not my area of expertise. That was his answer. And I thought that blew my mind. I was like, how do you do a peer review of something based on classical Greek when it's not your expertise? Like, wouldn't you instead?
This, to me, at least, is far more important than pretty much anything that Ammon's actually said individually. Has been their reaction to it. Do you know what I mean? Because look at like Ammon's like face there, where he's just like going, that's all true. This is all true and recorded. Do you know what I mean? And even the other dude, who's like, he's basically saying the other dude is coming in now. Again, Ammon has his critique saying he's religious skewed and all this kind of shit. But in terms of like this dude, he's here saying, I want to be a referee, I want to be impartial and call balls and strikes here. You know what I mean? But even this dude is like nodding along saying, like, yeah, of course he took drugs and all that stuff. Like, if you had like a war gash that wasn't able to get sewn up and all this kind of shit, and you're going to live the rest of your life with this basically fucking like open wound kind of thing, you're going to need fucking drugs to get through the day. Do you know what I mean? And like, this like, when you're to look at, let's say, like a hospital, you know what I mean? a patient getting given morphine, like that's the same chemical compound as well, near enough to heroin. It's from the same plant. You know what I mean? So to say that like, oh, like these people in hospital are like who are taking morphine are a bunch of drug addicts, like the people taking heroin on the streets. Those are not these two things are not the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, two different circumstances, two different people. Yeah.
And I think he's going to get him on another point too later on in the video. The doctor is going to come to these conclusions, and Amin is going to ask him based on what, right? And he's not going to have no answer for it, right? He's just saying speculation. And Amin is like, no, I'm not speculating. There's a science to us. There's a science to this, and we have this word being used in these contexts 100 different times right here, and you're going with the opposite. You know what I'm saying? You saying that, yeah, it means that though it means that in these instances, in that proper context, but you're saying that it can be used another way too, and you would rather go with that, but it's not in the context of what the story is talking about. So I think that point is coming up too, and it's going to be a big point because, yeah, the guy doesn't have nothing to base his position on, and Amin is saying, you have not read the medical text, right? I have read the medical text. I have a reference. What are you referencing? He's just saying, no, it could mean something else. That's not good enough, right?
100%. And I don't want to give the gamut away too early with that. But like to for this main point here, is like the dude that done the quote unquote peer review, that was nominated to the peer review, doesn't even know ancient Greek.
Wasn't qualified.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. The critique that that Danny Jones is pointing out with Ammon right now was
not qualified.
Yeah, no, yeah, 100%. He was not qualified at all. He doesn't even know. One sec, dogs. The dude that done the peer review, like this is supposed to be the institutions, the ones that we hold, like the keepers of knowledge would be another way to talk about academia and all this kind of shit. The adjudicators of knowledge and education, all this kind of shit. They're doing sneaky shit like this. They're doing a dude for a peer review who doesn't even speak. So all these like peer reviews of, let's say, the trans experiments and all this kind of shit. Do they have any experience in the trans, or are they just doing the hit piece for the institutions? That's what I'm pointing out here, where it's like, it's very important to listen to Ammon Hillman, because if this is happening at the top echelons of our institutions, my ladies and gentlemen, there's something rotten in the state of Denmark.
Indeed. Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah. Oh, I could have told you that already. But anyways.
Of wanting to do peer review to just dismiss shit, wouldn't you want to like actually engage with the person who wrote it and try to collaborate on ideas?
The whole thing about
that.
Peer
Anyways, that was
like essentially when they say peer review, wouldn't it be reviewed by any peer that could look at the information? So it could be just reviewed by anybody. A review of your peers doesn't actually mean that it's a biased fact. But
no, a peer review.
A lot of them do.
This came up in the Joe Rogan, Eric Weinstein, and what the fuck's his name? He was in Empire.
Terrence.
Yes, Terrence Howard. Yeah. And like Eric Weinstein literally took like half an hour to explain, like in terms of like what a peer review is. It's not just like some dude off the street can quote unquote peer review, let's say a PhD, all this kind of shit in mathematics. It's probably, you have to have a PhD. You have to have like all the like there's a certain bar that you have to meet. I mean, in terms of the institution.
Convention.
I think there is a lot of peer reviews that don't hold up to the standards they should be held up to.
So that's what Teriyaki is trying to explain, right? Like, you're right in a colloquial sense, right? You're saying peer as in anybody, but that's not really what peer review means. Peer review means people in academia, PhD, disqualified. Hold on. And published. You're not peer reviewing somebody if you're not publishing. So you can say anybody, right? And that's just anybody just talking like us, right? We're doing a peer review. But in academia, you have to actually read somebody's work and publish and be qualified to talk on it. That's a proper peer review. That's what it is.
Okay. So that would be the disconnect we're having here. And I acknowledge that point. I know that point. I agree with that point. Obviously, I was stating that point even. I think the problem is that with social media and everything else, it's hard to gather who is an actual peer report.
You know, that's why they have like these journals, like they have like medical journals, and like if things get published in the medical journal, where,
No,
like, whatever.
I know there's facts, but like for general populace, they don't understand how to pull those and know those, right?
Yeah,
so
they don't know.
That's
So not
where
in
I'm
the
getting on that part of things.
yeah. But what we're saying is that even within these groups, these elites and these cliques and all that stuff, and the elites and all that stuff, and like these particular journals, and like, so if you were to know that like all these like XYZ journal, the Wall Street Journal, for example, is an example of one of these. Like, this is a prestigious journal, but what's getting published in those journals are these peer reviews that are of people that don't even have the expertise to make the peer review. That's what we're saying in terms of the Amon Hillman. So even in terms of this, like, this is supposed to be like a red pill to those that are in the elite circles that think that that all this shit is like actually being up to like top standard or top quality. You get what I'm saying, dogs?
Excellent. Excellent.
All right.
100%. So let's get into it.
Something that really kind of like warped blew my perspective out of the water.
It was a hack job.
Yeah.
Right. It was a hack job.
Mhm.
It was meant to take down the book. That's all.
Yes.
But unfortunately, the guy hadn't been exposed to the sources. So
Right.
he doesn't know what he's doing. He just
Right.
Yeah.
But it does make me wonder though, how much do forensic pathologists or archaeologists actually do communicate and swap notes with classicists and linguists?
Not much. Like I said, there are these walls.
Yeah.
And if there's walls between classicists and linguists, which are closely allied fields, then you can imagine there's even higher walls between classicists and forensic pathologists. And oftentimes there's a sense of superiority that each group has within their own field. Like, we know enough, we don't really need to talk to other people. And that's even true with classicists and linguists a lot of times. As someone who is a hybrid scholar, because I am a classicist and a linguist and I have a graduate degree in both of those, I have a fairly unusual perspective on that because obviously I don't think linguistics is worthless and I don't think classics is worthless. I think they're both very valuable and have a lot to communicate to each other. But I'm unusual in the sense that I have degrees in both fields and expertise in both fields. And most of my classics friends, even when I was going through the PhD in classics, I would try to talk to them about Greek linguistics.
Yeah.
Because we're learning Greek.
Right.
And Greek linguistics, maybe this will help loop back around to your question a few minutes ago. What is linguistics?
Right.
Linguistics is the scientific study of language. So how do languages work? How are they structured? How do they evolve? All of this kind of stuff. How do humans communicate with each other via language? So linguistics is kind of an overview that applies to what we're doing right now. We're using language right now, the English language of the 21st century in the United States, that particular dialect, to communicate with each other. So if you get a degree in linguistics, like I did, just a 2-year degree, just a master's, your mind will be blown, honestly, because you learn about stuff that you know, but you don't know because you're speaking a language. So you suddenly find out that you're doing all these things with your teeth and your tongue and your mouth to make these sounds that you've never thought about before. But we're all doing it very competently right now.
Right.
But until you learn linguistics, you don't think about it. So linguistics is a subject that blows people's minds every time they're exposed to it. Anyways, so linguistics can apply to modern English. It can apply to any language, but I'm particularly interested in it when it comes to ancient languages, with Greek and Latin and the other ancient languages. So as a linguist studying ancient Greek, I have a richer perspective.
Yeah, no, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, and this is what he's kind of a thing to know for as well. What this dude is saying, it's like this whole thing of like, I'm saying stuff, but I'm not really saying anything. You know what I mean? I'm just like, I'm kind of confirming what they're saying, but I'm not really kind of giving like, I'm not putting a foot in the pool kind of thing. You know what I mean? And this is not the only time it happens and all that stuff. There's multiple examples I can give, like in just like a various different debates. I'm probably guilty of doing it myself at times as well. It's like a natural kind of defense mechanism that you just kind of like do. You know what I mean?
Just go. Yeah, that's what I feel. That's why I'm asking. It's like, is this 1.5 times or 2 times speed?
Oh, it's just 1.25. Do you want it faster or do you want it slower?
Only 1.25. Oh wow.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. I thought it was faster than that. No, it's fine. I get why you're doing it. Like that's fine. I'm like, dude, man, this guy is.
Like he's a natural kind of like fast talker, anyways. You know what I mean?
On it than someone who's not a linguist studying ancient Greek, in the sense that I can appreciate the sounds that they're making. And of course, they didn't have tape recorders. That we have to try to reconstruct them based on the writing system. So then we have to understand the alphabet and the letters and the words they're using, right? So that's what linguistics is. That's how it kind of does a Venn diagram with classics.
Yeah.
Most linguists are not classicists. Most classicists are not linguists, and so they can't really appreciate what's at the center of that Venn diagram when you kind of cross pollinate both those fields.
Every classicist in a degree program gets forced to do a couple of semesters of linguistics just to be exposed.
I wish that were true. That's not true in my experience. At Ohio State, at least,
They
nobody
didn't
had
make
to
you
do
take
it.
a semester.
No,
we
so
had to take two.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, we had to
I'm
take
glad to hear
two,
that.
and that's where I first encountered Noam Chomsky.
Sure, and he's a fascinating figure, of course, with his own theories. You know,
I didn't know. I didn't know he was a linguist.
Yeah, that's how he got his start. I know he's kind of into other stuff now. How old is he? I don't know. How is he? Yeah,
he's old.
He's super old.
Very
Yeah.
old. There's a picture of him that just came out in the Epstein files on the jet with Epstein.
Oh, I didn't know
See
that. That's interesting. Wow.
Find that picture.
Sorry, what were you saying, dude?
Are you guys familiar with Noam Chomsky and his linguistics? Excuse me.
No, it was linguistics. The main thing I first seen Noam Chomsky on was like this whole kind of push in terms of like the left or like any of the politics. Like a lot of these like socialists would like quote Noam Chomsky or saying that like the any kind of critiques to capitalism. He'd be one of the main advocates against capitalism, I'd say, in terms of the global stage. Like that's how I'd know him, at least.
Me too. I know him more in the political sphere. And I tried to read his book on motherfucking manufacturing consent, and this with dealing with like that's the one dealing with like political shit. But I tried to read one of his book on linguistics, and it was just too dense, man. It was just too hard to follow. But he's good on the political avenue.
Because like when you get into language, like this is the thing, like I've started asking like very like overly simple questions, like what does the word "is" mean?
Yeah, that's deep though. You know, to a lot of people, people don't. That's what they're talking about. Like linguistics is the study of language and grammar.
Though?
Because if you don't know what it means,
the word "is" deep?
So hold on. First, I'll explain.
Let me do it. So
go ahead. Go ahead.
What does the word "is" mean, dogs? Like, what's the definition of the word "is"?
Look at him. Look at him. You look stupid. You just asked how deep it was.
It's a two-letter word. Dogs. Why can't you define it?
Well, hold on here. I didn't.
No, come on.
I asked how deep the word was because you guys were talking about how deep.
And
this is why I done it. One second, let me clarify. The reason why I done that, dogs, is to show that
is a thing in place at a moment, or for a basic definition, I guess I would.
That's how folks looking ass boy.
But I can do the same thing. Yeah. Okay, dogs. What does the word "what" mean? What's the definition of the word "what"? See the way you have to think a lot about like a word that you use in common parlance, like so often. Like anytime you're asking the question, you have to use the word "what." Do you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's I paused because I was trying not to do that. Yeah, you're correct.
But like this is what I'm getting at. Like this is what Dude's main point is, that like with linguistics, there's so much shit that you take for granted that you presuppose even just in your common parlance. That like once you start thinking deeply of it, you're like, wait, what the fuck does the word "what" mean? What does "is" mean? Like, why do I keep using these words? But I don't have a definition.
Yeah, but there's certain things.
Teriyaki, they don't know what you cooking, bro. Keep on going. You cooking. Keep cooking. They gonna figure it out.
Yeah, but do you understand what I'm getting at, dogs?
Yes.
100%. But like that's what I'm saying. Like that when because there's a clip of on my channel and stuff where it's like, what does the word "is" mean? What is? And it's basically, it gets thrown to like First Amenders. Kieran comes on and he throws that, and because basically the previous time we were on panel, I chewed it at the thing. Kieran's like, "You're a fucking retard," and I was like, well, what does the word "is" mean? It's a very simple word. What does it "is" mean? And the closest thing I can get to is it denotes truth. Like anytime you evoke the word "is," you're pointing to existence. You're pointing to
one of those
truth.
tricky questions that fucks with people. Like it's the whole point. Yeah, I got it. Like
and now
I think it can also be used as like present tense. Anytime you say something "is," you're talking about like present in the now. I think that's the tense, though. You know what I'm saying? As far as what it is.
Yeah. is present, I would say.
I was about to say, I have only read tried to read some books on logistics. I don't think I've ever tried to read his on logistics, but it does get pretty complex when it comes to I can't remember who it was, the writer that it was, but it was what are words and what do they mean? Because the English language is derived from so many different brackets of different words and ways to pronounce them and stuff like that. And even in my college days, just sitting there and trying to do psychology and philosophy and all that stuff, started getting to that point where it's like you want to sit down and try and learn about the English language and where these fucking words come from. And
So for this
it does
instance,
fascinate you.
the super chat I just sent, the last word could refer to multiple pots I'm talking about. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, because for example, a common question would be, can we measure meaning?
So can I give an example?
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to take it a step further. You're making great points, and I can't answer what to the question that you just gave, but I want to give a further example on how quirky language is, right? So you have a person that escaped from North Korea, right? And I forget this young lady's name, but she came and she gave an interview, and she said that, you know what, I didn't never even know that I was in slavery. He said, how could you know that you are in slavery when there's no word for slavery in the dictionary, right? We have no word for slavery in our dictionary. Therefore, we don't even know the oppression that we under, because the propaganda that's fed to us, right, is that we're in a monarchy like paradise. I think that was what was the phrase. Because in North Korea, the dude is a king and he's also divine. So it was some type of religion mixed with, politics. But anyway, so she didn't understand that, because you got to think in North Korea, right? They don't get no outside propaganda. So whatever they tell them what they are in school, that's what they believe they are, right? And she had to step outside of North Korea to understand that she was in slavery and didn't even know it, and didn't even have the word to express it, and couldn't even feel it, right, until she escaped. And I want to give you another example of how quirky language is. I imagine in slavery times, and I'm not trying to get all weird, right? But slaves were bred to believe that God made them slaves. So a person can come to free them, right? And they'll look at the person like, what the fuck are you talking about? Where am I going? Who gonna treat me better than master? This is what we're supposed to be. Where am I gonna go? You know what I'm saying? Because they don't know nothing else. This is how they're raised. So, and that's how a language can keep you trapped in a certain paradigm, right? Mm-hmm. There can be whole other existences, right? And words you can't express. And this is how people that imagine being autistic, right? That you know what you want to say, but you can't express it. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I just want to throw those out there too, of how wonky language is, right?
Yeah,
I could go on and on too.
100%. And to tie it back in and to get back to the video, that's what I'm saying. Is can we measure meaning? What is meaning? You know what I mean? And in terms of that aspect, it ties back to the word. And this is why in the beginning was the word. It's pointing to this meaning. The definition of the word is a unit of meaning. You know what I mean? It's only technically a word if it has meaning to it. Do you know what I mean? And this is what due diligence is saying, is that before there was a word for slavery, that you not only had to stir the rebellion, but you also had to teach people that they're being oppressed, that this person is a tyrant. And the only way to do that is to give them the meaning behind those words, etc., etc. And I just want to play a clip for Dogs because of the $5. Shout out to Dogs. Think he's on a smoke break at the moment, but let's get back into the video because, like I said, in about 30 minutes,
Sure.
about to kick off.
Christing, I guess. Oh my God.
Okay, so here's the third thing. Yeah,
yes,
just to
Bible
circle back on
scholars.
Bible scholars. So Bible scholars are exactly what they sound like. They're specifically focusing on and specializing in the biblical texts, but the world of the Bible in general. But oftentimes, and there's all sorts of different Bible scholars and theologians. Some of them are secular, some of them are not.
Look at
that. There is. Yeah,
linguist.
If you told me that was
Yikes.
AI, I wouldn't even know.
Yikes.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Yeah, and that's already 15 years ago.
That's
And he
a
looks
tough
about
day.
100, right?
Right,
So,
right.
Yeah. This reminds me, of the quote from Herodotus. This is the great thing about classics. There's all these fascinating ancient quotes that are just full of all this wisdom. There's this quote from Herodotus, and it's this aphorism from the ancient Greek world that you shouldn't judge the happiness, and by that they mean the fortunateness of a person's life until they're dead, because you don't know what's going to happen to them. Yeah. So like you think that, this person's the luckiest person in the world, whatever, but then something bad happens to them before they die. Sorry, you're not fortunate after that. That just brought that to mind.
Yes, right.
I don't know.
Epstein Island.
Go to Epstein Island.
Bible scholars. Now,
Yeah,
Bible scholars, please be honest. The Greek, not so good.
Well, they're all over the place, right?
Yeah,
There's no consistent standard, okay? So even today, if you go to a seminary, some of them will make you learn Greek, which they all should, and some of them are moving away from it. So it depends on what denomination's seminary you go to today. Some of the more rigorous ones will make you learn Greek, which again is good, and some of them might not. And then some individuals are more personally dedicated to it than others, right? So there are individual Bible scholars whose Greek has become very good because maybe they went to a good seminary that actually did force them to do it.
Yeah, like the one that I taught at.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
great that they wanted you to teach people Greek, which is awesome.
Yeah.
It's better than the alternative of not teaching people Greek, right? And then some individuals have taken this farther on their own and have become quite good at it. But like we were talking about, they're probably going to be mostly focused on the biblical texts, with less of a relationship to the outside Greek world that these Bible texts are occurring in. Just like any text that we have in English today, whether it's religious or whatever, it's not existing in a vacuum, right? Those words exist outside of that religious text.
Right.
They have a context, which is literally context, which means the weaving together, the text that's with it, right? They have a context outside of whatever it is. And so I always tell people, if you want to understand the Bible better, you got to understand the context. The Bible was not written in a vacuum. It was written in a culture. That culture had norms and rules and standards, like we were talking about earlier, that are not always remotely similar to ours. So people who are understanding the Bible or trying to understand the Bible today do themselves a massive disservice if they don't learn about the culture that the Bible arose in.
If you really wanted to understand the Bible, you would read all the Greek from 200 years before until 200 years after.
Because that's the context, right?
Because it's going to give you a rich understanding of what those words mean. And remember, those words are our evidence.
Sure, yeah. As philologists, so this is
That's
another
the
word
main
worth
point right
studying.
there.
Talking
If you
about
keep that in
philologist
mind,
comes
then it's going to take you far. That's the main point. The cultural context and being true to what the words mean, and not that they could mean this, they could mean that. Because how you determine what the words mean is the context in the sentence, and how many other times the word come up in that same context determines the meaning. So we ain't got to speculate. If you keep that in mind, that's going to take you far.
Well, here's the problem, due diligence, right? Even in modern era, right? People are calling Andrew Wilson a Christian and Nala Ray a Christian. Do you not see the issue there?
No.
But then if
How
someone
that
is to
same as what Amin is saying.
this is the thing, the counter, or what would be the counter to Ammon's. It's like, yes, like you're right in terms of what you're saying. It's like in order to understand like what's actually being said in the Bible, like it's not just about being able to understand the Greek words being used in the Bible, but also being able to understand like 200 years before and 200 years after. Like you basically need like a 400-year time frame to make sure that the word that you're using is not having semantic drift. I think it's called like semantic drift, or it's basically where it's like it's the same word, but the meaning is changing throughout time, kind of thing. But that's why I'm bringing up like even in modern day, like there's people who will call Nala Ray a Christian and Andrew Wilson a Christian, whereas they would completely conflict in terms of both worldview and all this kind of shit. So this is why, like I said, it's important to have like that kind of thing.
Oh man. So yeah, you said a lot. That is absolutely true. But the minor difference that I would say, and this is not even to this is not to retort what you're saying, right? This is to add to what you're saying. The small difference that I would say is that like Amin, they critiquing text, right? Andrew, and I don't know about the other person, they just saying stuff and then just trying to prove it with just rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? They can go through like some biblical text, right? But biblical text can be translated in a theological context, right? And we're not talking about nothing
But
theological. We're talking about
again,
objective reality.
Yeah. But just
You know?
one sec, dogs. I just want to kind of, because like my counter to that counter that I just gave, in terms of like with the semantic drift and all this kind of shit, would be back in those days though we didn't have social media. Not everyone was able to read and write. So when you look at the stuff that's like actually being written on this parchment, in order to even get those words on the page, cost so much money that only the elites were able to actually read and write and have that education, etc., etc. Which is then we get back to, okay, it's not any Tom, Dick, or Harry who's using this word. These are the quote unquote educated people that are using these words. So in terms of slang and all this kind of shit, that stuff's not going down on paper kind of thing. But yeah, dogs, go ahead.
No, that's pretty much where I was heading with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like basically the counter, like what Ammon would be saying is like semantic drift is far less common in antiquity than it would be in modern day.
Yeah.
I would agree with that completely, because at this time the world is not literate. You're not dealing with a literate world. You have a scribal culture. You have an elitist culture. The common people are not reading, and then whenever things are being read, they're being like acted out. You know what I'm saying? You have the theater, you have the play, and then you have like orators, people who like read the stuff that's been written down. So yes, like, but it's still in the cultural context, right? Even if you put it in that context, we know that it's a different culture and a different time, and it's being consumed a different way, but it still has meaning, right, in its cultural context. So I agree with everything you said.
100%. Let's get to the meat. Like I said, it's about 20 minutes
From
away.
two Greek words, philo, which means love, and loge, which means word. Anything logi, logos, logic, whatever comes from this logos Greek word, which is a very complicated word, by the way. So as philologists, what we are is we are lovers of the word and the words, right? So like, what do these words mean? We're really trying to dig deep into these words. And that's what a philologist does.
Right. Yeah. So it does, and one of the things I learned from Ammon is that the Bible scholars typically like to stay in that vacuum of the Bible and ignore all the peripheral stuff that was happening.
You know, again, I'm not a Bible scholar. I can't speak for them. I think some of them do.
He doesn't want to fire any shots.
That's okay.
I'm honestly not here to. You can fire all the shots you want.
Let me do it. Let me be
That's
bad.
fine. So, and again, I think from my knowledge of Bible scholars, and I've known a few here and there, even though it's not my field per se, they're all over the place. Some of them are very meticulous and do genuinely want to reach out, and some of them really are just in their lane. So that's been my experience.
I've personally never thought about health insurance because A, I'm not old, and B, I don't feel like going through the complicated law was not available in certain states. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions.
This dude is religious and not trying to say so. I think he's trying to act like he's objective, but I think Ammon called him out on it. It's the same thing that Danny is calling him out on. This dude is religious, but he's not trying to let it get in the way of his profession, but he absolutely is. His arguments are on the religious side. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Doc.
I said this earlier. Like, he is playing a game. Regardless if the dude might be religious or not, he's playing the game. He's playing on the people's viewpoints, playing on a notion, playing on an action to get people on that side of things. And I don't say that's bad or wrong or anything.
No,
like
no,
that.
dogs.
I just say that's what he's
Which
doing.
guy are you referring to? Are you talking about Ammon or the other guy?
That was Dogs was saying that about Ammon. We're not talking about Ammon. We're talking about the other dude, the dude that Ammon's facing. We're saying that he has hidden religious. He has hidden religious biases, and like this is why when Jason Giorgiani says you cannot call yourself a philosopher and be committed to a religion, because in the raw essence of what a philosopher should be is that you take nothing for granted. You're like Sherlock Holmes. You were dealing, like, anytime you were being told anything, it's like, okay, this is perceived as a lie until proven true kind of thing. You know what I mean? Which is a very difficult mindset to have. A lot of people can't hack it. You know what I mean? Because there's no unchanging law that you can follow, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But to get back to this thing as well, to be fair to this other dude, like, it's not that he's against it, but like a lot of the stuff that we'll see in this can be perceived that he's going against it. But I would say that a lot of it can also be just a natural defense mechanism that like a lot of people do. Just like you see it in kind of like regular debate as well, due diligence. Like where like people will get called on whatever belief they have. It could be like they're pro Second Amendment or they're anti Second Amendment. They get confronted with a fact or a chain of logic, and like they understand the logic and all this kind of shit, but they just refuse to accept it. You know what I mean? And then they'll just like try to escape or obfuscate away from it, and like that's just like a natural kind of like defense mechanism when one of someone's beliefs gets countered, kind of thing.
Humans, yep. That's a snap.
Well, again, I haven't done my research into this dude. If he has any
you were
religious
talking
past.
about the other guy, not okay, my bad.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you completely, and it's just sad that when people do that, it can like misguide the audience, though. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't know, you know, so if you don't know, then you might just, believe that, and it was a bunch of nothing, just fluff. You know what I'm saying? A bunch of distraction. The thing is, it's either the text say it or it don't. It's in the context or it's not. It could mean something else, but we're talking about it in the context. And if we're not talking about that, we ain't talking about nothing. You know what I'm saying? We're not talking about what you believe. And this dude does have a undercover bias. He ain't putting it out there, but it's obvious. It's plain if you're paying attention. And I think he did a good job of disguising it. And I think he did a really good job, because I think more people think that Amun really lost this. You know what I'm saying? Like, my general temperament, whenever I seen like stuff after this, I feel like people think that he got Amun. I don't think so.
We'll get into it. Like I said, it's about 20 minutes away, so I'm just going to try power through in these next 20 minutes because, like I said, it's around the 1 hour mark that they get into the Bible.
Oh man, I think a lot of it comes down to what we were just talking about. These cultural gaps, right?
Yeah.
So a random person who might go to church every once in a while, considers themselves a Christian, probably has never read the Bible, like almost at all, right? I think the vast majority of Christians have either never read the Bible or maybe cracked it to a few verses here and there. And when you do that, you are missing the context. And if you crack it to a few verses here and there, you're actually missing the intra-biblical context. So you can't just pull a verse out of context and say, this is what it means. I mean, you can, if you're trying to make some spiritual argument for your life, that's whatever. But if you're trying to make an academic argument about what a verse meant, you have to get your methodology straight. I think one of the big things that I learned in grad school is methodology matters. What is methodology? It's the way that we get from point A to point B. So how do we arrive at what we think we know? How are we going to get there? So there are sloppy ways of doing methodology. There are more careful ways of doing methodology. The scientific method is a classic form of methodology in scientific fields, right? Where you can't, if you're doing science, you can't just throw a bunch of data up in the air and see how it falls. Like you have to organize it in a specific way and then go through that data in a specific way.
A few different times.
So that's important methodology.
Yeah, go ahead.
But Amun asked him a few different times, how do you know? And then his excuse was the libraries got burnt up. You know what I'm saying? So he's explaining how methodology works, but he don't apply that standard to himself, because Amun asked him on a few different circumstances of how did you come to that conclusion? And he didn't have no answers, right? Because the Hebrew is a limited text. It don't go beyond, I believe, like 600. You know what I'm saying? Like 600 BC. Like you have the Bible as far as literature is concerned. The only Hebrew text that we really have, like the oldest text, is the biblical canon. You know what I'm saying? And matter of fact, I shouldn't say canon, because canon is when it became a book, but we had scrolls before that. You know what I'm saying? But Hebrew is fairly new. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have nothing to compare it to do some contextual criticism. That's the point. You have a lot of Greek to compare words with to get the context of what it means. And Hebrew, you don't. And you just have to just go off of, they'll use like the Talmud, which is the oral tradition, right? And then you just have to believe people. And that's the reality that we're looking at. If you don't have the context from the past to say what word means what, then you speculate. That's just how that shit works.
Yeah, like basically what this dude does a lot of is like this whole thing of like, oh well, it could be this, and then Amun would say, well, how would you know that? And he's like, well, I don't know it. I'm just saying that this could be the thing. And then like Amun's saying, well, that's all speculation. I actually have like sources that I can pull from and all this kind of shit. And this is
Right.
why, like, when you look at like the reason why Hebrew is such an important thing is because when you look back to like what texts do we have of the Hebrew language or the ancient Hebrew language or whatever, you know what I mean? It's very few. It's like a handful of texts. Like we wouldn't even need a full room, you know what I mean, to contain it. Whereas with the ancient Greek, we'd need like vast libraries, like large databases, because like we haven't even read through all the ancient Greek has not even been translated. And even on top of that, there's situations like the burning of the Library of Alexandria, which like destroyed many of the older scripts as well. So it's like they're saying that
we
like there
lost
should be
so
10
many
times more of the
documentations.
ancient Greek. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like the Dead Sea Scrolls, but even with the Dead Sea Scrolls, like those are limited parchments compared to what we have in terms of the Greek, and we should have 10 times more. Let's get back into it, gentlemen.
And so pulling a verse out of context is bad methodology, because when you do that, you're not being careful to take a look at what's around that verse in the same book in the Bible, right? Like, so that's the first piece of context, is what does this book of the Bible say? Not just in this one verse that I like that speaks to me or whatever, but what does the whole chapter say? What does the whole book say? Why was this book written in the first place? Who was it written by? And then you kind of just go out from there, because there's these concentric circles of context, the chapter,
Right.
the book, the whole Hebrew Bible or New Testament or whatever it is, and then the culture that those works arose in, and then the other people who may have, agreed or disagreed with what's being written, their voices are sometimes found hidden in the Bible, because sometimes a lot of the Bible is arguments between people. Like they're arguing about the nature of God, or they're arguing about who Jesus really was, or things like that, right? So those arguments are oftentimes hidden in the Bible, and we do the Bible a disservice if we try to bury those arguments instead of bringing them to light and trying to understand what the original authors were living through, like what that cultural context was.
What is your view on? I know there's varying opinions, but when the Gospels were written?
Yeah, so I tend to take a pretty standard view on this, but I'm open to other ideas. I don't think anybody knows for sure. But the standard opinion, and I'm interested to hear what Amon thinks, but the standard opinion is that Mark is the earliest gospel. There are a couple of reasons for thinking this. It's the weirdest gospel. It's got some
Mark 14.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm sure we're gonna get into that. It's got some unexplained, like,
Only verse I've ever read in the Bible, by the way.
there you go. So you need some context. You need some context.
It's the only one you need.
So yeah, I'm sure we'll get to the context later,
Yeah.
since I just spent 5 minutes on a soapbox about context. So yeah, Mark is probably the earliest gospel. Again, we'll never know this for sure, but we're trying to build theories based on the data, which is what we do. By the way, those of us who work with the ancient world, we always live in a state of uncertainty, because we have a fairly limited amount of data about everything that happened in the ancient world. And so when we're trying to seek understanding, which is literally our job in our training, we have to have a certain amount of humility. And you're going to hear me probably say this several times today, that I don't know, Amon might say something and I might say, well, I'm not sure about that, but I can't disprove it either. It might be right. I don't know. Like, I'm going to be humble about it. And I'm going to say that maybe we don't have enough evidence either way to decide this, and let's just, look at the evidence we have. So I think there's that.
I'm going to resort to John Scarborough's training, and I'm just going to look at the primaries.
Well, that's
primary sources.
exactly right.
To me, it's all that matters.
Yeah.
If you ask me the same question of when Mark was dated or when the New Testament, I would answer from the perspective of reading it and say, what other texts have I read that are using similar vocabulary and style? And from that, you can put it straight first to second, late first, second centuries. And it's meshing perfectly with the apocryphal. It's using these texts are using the same vocabulary. It's gorgeous. So I would put it, look, these are second century texts.
That's consensus or what?
The consensus, and again, I'm humble about
Again,
this.
I hate it when people always fall back on consensus
Right.
for everything, because that's what most people in my experience have done when I ask them shit,
Sure, yeah. The consensus is it was probably written in the 60s, like around 65.
Oh, okay.
Which is last half of the first century, of course. The consensus, for whatever that's worth, is that it was written in the years leading up to the Jewish revolt against the Romans, which took place between 66 and 70, which is a watershed event in Jewish and Roman relations, as you can imagine. So
that would have been Mark.
That would have been Mark. And then again, we're talking the consensus here, is that Matthew and Luke were a little bit later. Again, the consensus is that Matthew and Luke use Mark as a source because they have a lot of the same material. The three of them, Mark, Matthew, and Luke, are called the Synoptic Gospels,
right.
which comes from two Greek words that mean to see together, synoptic. So they have a lot of the same material. The consensus is that Matthew and Luke already have Mark in front of them. So Mark had already been written by the time Matthew and Luke are writing their Gospels, which can help explain why they have so much similar material. Luke, right in his prologue, says, I wasn't there, but I've done my research and I'm using sources. So Luke tells us right up front that he is reading earlier material and talking to eyewitnesses, because Luke wasn't there. He didn't see Jesus. So So Luke tells us right up front he has earlier sources, and it seems like Mark was probably one of them. John is kind of off in his own world, doing his own thing. He has a lot of different material from the other three gospels. Most people date John as the latest one, maybe in the 90s, but some people would put it later. Matthew and Luke maybe being in the 70s or 80s. But again, I think these are all estimates. What Amon said about looking at the text is always good, but then of course, what's our methodology? How are we looking at the text? What kind of connections are we making? It's useful to do what you said. I absolutely agree. It's useful to do what you said, but it doesn't necessarily. It's not necessarily slam dunk either, because you can copy style. Right. So like, for instance, I can read a bunch of Shakespeare, which we know was written over 400 years ago, and I could write a Shakespearean play in Shakespearean style right now. If I bathe my mind in Shakespearean English.
If you're a weirdo, right?
Yeah, well, I am a weirdo. Yeah.
You guys are two weirdos wearing sunglasses.
No comment. No, I haven't, but I could, and that's the point, right? So you're right that we can look at similar styles and similar vocab, but that can be counterfeited.
Sure.
By me, I could write a lost Shakespeare play tomorrow, and I could make it look pretty realistic.
One of the best tools when you're looking at just the language is the use of quotes. So you know that Paul, for example, quotes Medea ultimately throughout.
Paul has a lot of classical quotes.
Yeah.
He seems to be a classically trained individual.
Those influences can
the Apostle Paul.
Apostle Paul.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those influences can be read in the language. Because, for example, just dialect-wise, you can tell that somebody's been reading the Ionian physicians by the dialect that they're referring to, if they're using technical terms. So ancient Greek is so gorgeous in so many ways. One of the ways is that you can trace the influences of the person who's writing that text through the language that they're using. And so that's how, for example, you can see people reading Nicander. I know we talked about Nicander a little, just mentioned him. Right, he is one of the most famous ancient writers. People are quoting him all over the place. Nicander. What we have, you probably never heard of Nicander. Who the hell is Nicander, right? But he's a priest of Apollo who is writing poetry that is wholly medical. It is pharmacologically wholly medicinal, right? It's polypharmacy. So it's a whole bunch of, if you get this problem, if you're bitten by this animal, give this antidote, which is a combination of these 8 different plants, and in the form of a song that would be transmitted by a priest, who is a priest of visionary experience. He's a priest of Apollo, Clarus, right? So these sources are sitting there all surrounding the Bible, these sources, and nobody reads it. It's hard enough to get a classicist to read Nicander. Have you ever read Philomenus? He writes on antidotes, and he writes about different.
Yeah, no, I haven't.
No, right? You don't know what the fuck is he, right? By the way, people, this is something special about Greek. There is so much material.
It's a big language.
There is so much material.
How much in antiquity? How much Greek was there compared to Latin or Hebrew?
It's hard to answer that question for sure because we've lost most of all of it. Like most of the Greek, most of the Latin, most of the Hebrew is gone. And almost all of the Persian is gone. And almost all of the Egyptian is gone. Like what we have of all the Egyptian is what they inscribe, in hieroglyphs that survive for thousands of years. But there was other stuff written on papyrus that is just gone. So this is something that I always impress upon my classes, that we are dealing with a lack of data. We're dealing with a serious lack of data when we are trying to understand the ancient world.
Yeah.
Because they just wrote so much stuff. We know they wrote so much stuff in all of those languages.
Right.
And almost all of it's gone.
Well, wait. And despite that, what we have remaining
it's still awesome.
From the libraries, from east to west, when archaeologists open up a new library, Rome. We're in Rome, right? What would you think would be written in these
Latin.
libraries?
Dwelling Romans, right?
Freaking Latin, right? Because they're Romans. No, it's majority Greek with some Latin. The amount that we have that survives is so much that I've been doing Greek for 35 plus years. You've been doing Greek for what?
Yeah, over 20.
Over 20. And between the two of us, we should both know all the authors then, if there's not,
But we never will.
No, but we never will. There's so much.
I mean, if we read Greek for the rest of our lives and all of our waking hours.
And just like I said, notice this guy's complete shift. He was there saying, no, we've lost so much. We've lost all the ancient Greek. We've also lost all the ancient Hebrew. We've lost all the ancient Persian, all this kind of shit, right? That's what was the thing. But then Amon was like, no, like in terms of the Greek, we have so many of it. And now this dude is saying, it's like, yeah, like we could literally start right now, translate for the rest of our lives, and we wouldn't even make a dent.
And still
in terms of translating what we have, what we have in terms of the Greek.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, right.
Backpedal.
Exactly. Just automatically his backpedal.
You know, we might make a dent, right? But
Well,
obviously-
now that Herculaneum is coming out,
Yeah.
and I don't know.
Yeah. So what we have left from the ancient world, you know, because again, another thing I remind my
I was about to
classes is
say
they
the
didn't have the
biggest
printing press
backpedal that
until,
he
you know,
did say. The biggest backpedal that he's been kind of getting through, and it's kind of when earlier when he said that, you know, he kind of comes off as he's religious, but he's kind of holding it back because of his profession. Is he keeps saying, you know, that one guy that pre-reviewed that information wasn't, you know, an expertise in that category, and then he's kind of in himself pre-reviewing the Bible, but he just admitted earlier that he's not a scholar in studying the Bible, but just what he particularly knows, and then kind of mixing that up with, you know, the same thing he was just critiquing the other guy about. That's pretty much the same category. So even though he knows Greek and all that stuff, that doesn't necessarily give him the complete standpoint on the Bible. At least that's how I see it.
100%. And like I said, we're about 20 minutes away, John. We're about 20 minutes away.
500-600 years ago. So everything that has survived because somebody cared enough to keep it and to copy it, right? So like things that were almost all this stuff was written on perishable material, papyrus, vellum, you know,
a very humid climate too, right?
Often. So more stuff survives in a place like Egypt, which is not humid at all. It's a dry desert. So
even near Alexandria.
So out in the desert. So there were a lot of our interesting finds, like the PGM from Egypt, have been found in ancient trash dumps that were out in the desert.
Oxyrhynchus.
Yeah. So they would dump their trash out in the desert, and sometimes that trash included manuscripts that had writing on it, such as this document that's really interesting, the Papyrus Graecae Magicae, which is Latin for the Greek magical papyrus, as you might guess. Whoa. And there's one copy that was thrown out, and that's the only reason we even have that book today. It wasn't handed down. The people who were in charge of handing these texts down didn't hand it down. It was probably supposed to be a semi-secret document in the first place.
Really?
But at some point, this one copy got thrown out, and it's such a dry climate that it didn't biodegrade. Some bugs ate holes in it, so we have some gaps.
Classicus translated it.
Yeah.
And they found purple in it, right?
And Scarborough was one of them. And Scarborough told me, this is the crappiest translation in existence because it is so completely difficult to step from that base level of reading to the higher magical reading. And what do these words actually mean? Are they using code here? What
they are. Well, they are. They come out right out and say they're using code. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
So wait. Hold on. So the Greek magical papyri is what you're discussing right now, and it's written in Greek.
Yes.
We found it was written in Greek
with magic
writing. Words that have codes that don't look like Greek. It might be from something else. Yeah.
Things that they're doing, directions for.
But the text
this is how you do the ceremony, and this is what this is the god you invoke, and this is these are the drugs that you use.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do we know, or is there an idea of when those were written?
Again, I think the consensus is maybe 2nd to 4th century of our era, but it's probably based in older material.
Right. Right. And it from the hymns, the invocations, it's heavily Orphic, and it has elements. I date the Orphic stuff earlier. I'm of that group, just because the Orphic hymns are so packed with technical terminology that meshes with everything else contemporary in an early time. So I'm talking 6th, 5th century BC is what I'd like to push. The ideas they're in the PGM,
not necessarily the text
coming out. No, but the language itself, the language itself. So yeah, I mean, it's got root. It's 2nd century is a nice place in Anno Domini. It's a good place to put it, right? But you've got to realize when you're looking at it, you're not dealing with just the 2nd century. You're dealing with hundreds of years before it.
Yeah. Right? And there's a lot of cross-cultural fusion that shows up in the PGM. So it's written in Greek, but there's a lot of cultural ideas from other cultures because the ancient Mediterranean world was a very diverse place. As I was talking about earlier today, we kind of think of these two major cultural traditions in the area of the Mediterranean, Christianity to the north and Islam to the south. But back then, neither of those religions existed yet, right? And so there was just a fantastic diversity of local religions all over the Mediterranean basin, local languages, local cultures, local gods, local ways of worship, local ways of doing magic. And so what you get in the PGM is a lot of that that material is kind of being brought together into one document. And you can see because they're writing in Greek, and the reason they're writing in Greek is because just like English today, it was the cosmopolitan global language of the day. So if you wanted your message to get out or just to be understood by as many people as possible, you'd write in Greek. Just like today, if you're on the internet, you're going to write in English to get the widest audience possible. Like we're recording this podcast in English, and obviously we're native English speakers, but we might be doing it in English anyways, even if we weren't. Right.
There's also a level of superiority to Greek, though.
Well, the Greeks thought so.
To the Greek, yeah,
They
and
called
the
everyone else
Romans.
barbarians. You're right. The Romans
The
agreed.
Romans
Yeah.
agreed. Lucretius
Sure they did.
is writing in Latin. He says, "I'm sorry, I have to write in Latin,
Yeah.
because it restricts me with what I can explain to you. If I could, I'd be doing this in Greek. But hey."
That's true. So the Romans looked up to the Greeks like a big brother. It was kind of a big brother, little brother relationship is kind of how I describe it, which is interesting because the Romans militarily conquered the Greeks. Right. The way that the Roman Empire expanded is they conquered Greece, they conquered Egypt, which was Greek speaking by then not the upper crust, like not the regular people, but the upper crust was Greek speaking as a result of Alexander the Great's conquest of the whole, what we would today call Middle East and over to India, right? The Romans militarily conquered all that and they had the military power if they'd wanted to impose Latin. They never did that. And the reason is that, as I was just saying,
Greek's better.
They looked up.
The Greek is simply better. Not only were the Romans speaking Greek, the elites in Rome were speaking Greek, and all their shit in their libraries were in Greek. Only a small portion of it was in Latin. But also ancient Egyptians, their elites were speaking Greek. That's why I keep pointing back to it's like when you read the likes of Aristotle, when you like Plato, all this kind of shit. The stuff that's being said, like these conversations that are had, like these dialogues, it's like they're not found in any other like no other civilization are having these conversations. No other, like in terms of like intellect, the Greeks were just like, what the fuck? It was literally like this is like it's assuming other societies purely because based on intellect, like the intellect in terms of the what you can actually explain, what you can actually perceive, and like in terms of like how important words are. When due diligence earlier on was talking about the slave, if you don't even have the concept of a slave or the word of a slave, then how can you tell people that they're a slave? You know what I mean?
Yeah, because
It's the
that's pretty
same
much
thing
how
in
they're
Greek.
like, having something do something, and they'll be all like, "Oh yeah, this is completely fine." Hold on, I don't even know where I was going with that. It was just what you just said too. Yeah, continue.
Well, this is what I'm saying. When we get into language and all this stuff, this is where it gets very difficult because we start talking about like the definition of word or the definition of what. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
All these kind of
and
things.
when one word can mean multiple things, like and there were different languages that didn't have those clauses, like it was what
Slave was in the Testament, I think. Yeah, no, but what I mean is like just like think of an abstract society. Are you crazy? If they don't even have a word for slave, like that,
Oh,
like,
yeah, that's what-
like how can you convince
I remember what I
someone
was
in that
saying.
society that they are a slave? They're
That's
being
what I'm
treated like
saying.
a slave.
or maybe
But they all
slave
got to
means
that
three
point. Oh, my
different
bad.
things in that society. That's where the word the bias
But they-
of the word comes in. Like maybe,
But notice how-
perhaps in a certain society, slave means three different things, and none of them, or only part of them, are bad, and one of them is wrong. I mean, we see it all the time in our culture with different words over different societies. Like words have multiple meanings. Even the same word can mean different things in different societies.
And
Well,
the
what I
Tower of
find
Babel.
unique, is where you were explaining how the Romans would end up using Greek because it sounded better and more logical to explain something, and then so did other civilizations and cultures. And I feel like that's today pretty much what's happening with the English language, because if you think about all the languages and how they all fall down and categorize, especially in the early 1900s and 1800s, like the way the English language has shaped itself, it almost breaks down to like the most basic form of communication, because it just, I don't know, speaking English just sounds like it just comes off the tongue to the ear so simple compared to most languages to me. I mean, a lot of people say the English language is difficult for other foreign people. I can get that, but that's probably why it's more difficult, because something so basic to us is complex to others.
No, like what? For example, like let's say if let's say the Spanish, right? There was a particular drug in Spanish called La Manera. Okay, I'm just thinking of like something that sounds Spanish. La Manera. Okay, like this is a particular drug. Okay, like what are we going to call that drug in English? La Manera.
Well,
We will
probably
have to call it the Spanish word. So it's
yeah, we'll either call it
Well,
call
for
it
English,
the
it'd
Spanish
probably be
word or
lamina.
abbreviate it.
Yeah, but
My
it,
bad,
like
dog.
essentially the meaning behind that word that's now going to be, because this is the beauty about English as a language, is to be able to just steal words from the languages, like restaurant. There was no concept of what a restaurant was in England. It was like a public house. Like that was basically what they treat as a restaurant or a pub or whatever. That's where we get the word pub from. It's short for public house, right? The concept of restaurant didn't exist in England until there was that intermingling with French, and then a restaurant or the restaurant. You know what I mean? It's the same kind of like adaptation. So before that concept even existed, there were no restaurants in Britain. There was in France. They had the concept, they defined it, and that's where they went. Do you know what I mean? But like this is what like Amon's trying to get to. It's like the reason why the Romans and the Egyptians like had to adopt with the Greek, because the Greek were talking about such sophisticated things, and they were able to find out all these scientific truths and all these like chemical recipes for like antidotes or like remedies, like medicinal, like medicine essentially. They were so sophisticated in medicine that like the Romans and the Egyptians had to adopt the Greek to understand what they meant in terms of the medicine, because these Greeks were doing shit that was literally magic. People that like were dying of snake bites, particular snakes. Like anytime they got bit by the snake, a couple hours later, they
Again, I'll go back
the
to
Greeks
my
were able to save
original point I made before we got an open panel. Was it magic or is it unknown that they labeled as magic? It was
that's what I'm getting at.
science and technology they didn't know, so they called it magic.
Yeah, and like that, and that concept, like what you're talking about there is why the likes of the Romans and the Egyptians had to bow down and to the ancient Greek and learn the ancient Greek, is because like this shit is magical. You know what I mean? These snakes that like one bite would kill a motherfucker, the ancient Greeks have some sort of antidote to prevent the death. This shit is like magic. We need to learn the Greek to understand, because this is such great value and all this kind of shit. And this is the thing where what gets brought up to tie it back to the podcast, where it's like the Romans militarily conquered Greek, but the elites were still carrying over the language, and that's because like the intellect outweighs the physical.
So yeah, we're as a culture or as a society, we're gonna overwhelm the culture, but we're gonna adapt their culture because they have so much knowledge and technology that we don't understand, and adapt that as our technology and science, and call it magic. Yes. And
No, we have to
when
adopt
they
the
win,
language.
we gotta we're gonna use this to our benefit, even though we're culturally conquering these people. Yes. Yeah.
You have to adopt the language. There's no other
Yeah.
way. Like with the drug reference sites, like when I made up that like Spanish drug, whatever, Menza or whatever the fuck I called it, like you have to adopt that word, or you have to like come up with an English way of saying that word. So rather than saying a restaurant, you just say restaurant kind of thing. But William's saying it's time for a griff break, okay? Because we're about to get into it as well. Like I said, it timed perfectly almost. So like I said, we'll be back when we get another couple of donations. We need 2 more. I'll see you in a bit, folks.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Madness!
Got Chop Chop coming in real quick. He's saying, get back to the show, Chop Chop. No, get back. I'm at work for 4 more hours, Teriyaki. Get your ass back on this show. Okay? So 1 sec, I gotta play the premium meme before we continue.
Down road when she comes, she be coming down road when she comes. She be coming down road, she be coming down road, she be coming down road when she comes. God damn, man, I ought to start my own country music album. Man, what you talking about, man? Coming down the road when she... It'll be a hit, man. I'm light-skinned, I'm black. I throw in some cowboy boots and a 10-gallon hat. Instant millionaires. And then when that dies down, I'll go straight into light-skinned cowboy porn. I have a cowboy hat, and it'll be attached to the porn, right? The catch is this: when I got the nuts hanging out of the females, only thing that will be wearing is the cowboy hat in my snakeskin boots. Call me Cowboy Gaines. The hell you talking about? Talking crazy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what you talking. You talking goddamn fucking psycho. Yeah, that's if I was single, man. That's if I was single.
That's if I was single, man. But yeah, like I said,
what I would
we
do
have
to
a
the
new
wife. She'd like it.
we have a new Donald Golden chat as well. And like I said, I'll skip forward just a little bit because there's the whole like, why is the Greek dominant? Then there's an ad in the middle of it. And then basically we're going to get onto the greater questions of Mary. Now, this is where shit starts to pop off. But I want to know you guys' opinion first before I give my perspective.
Used. And there it is in this jug that's in Tampa.
And that, it seems like that had something to do with some sort of magical drug rituals or something like that, right?
That's not my bailiwick.
Here it is, right here. Tampa Museum of Art once held psychotropic drugs, human blood, and bodily fluids, research reveals. The object was probably used in rituals by cult worshippers of the deity Bes, one of the most popular figures in ancient Egyptian pantheon.
Talks about vaginal.
Yeah, scroll down where it says the there you go, look right here. By analyzing proteins and metabolites using genetic techniques and whatever that word is, radiation-based Fourier transformed infrared microspectroscopy.
A lot of words.
The authors found that the mug contained residues of the psychotropic substances. These included Pergamum harmala, also known as harmal or Syrian rue, Nymphea nocalii, blue water lily, and a plant of the Cleome genus. They also found evidence of human blood, bodily fluids such as oral or vaginal mucus, and breast milk.
Yeah.
Fun stuff.
Fantastic. The polypharmacy of using...
This was University of Tampa, right down the street.
Using the human body as a means of making drugs. Look, there's one right there. That's what they're doing.
They were very creative.
Yeah.
And they didn't have a lot of boundaries.
Right. Right. They didn't have the cultural boundaries that we have today.
No, they didn't.
Right.
In many cases. Now, they had boundaries. Every culture has boundaries.
Right.
The question is, what were their boundaries and how did they differ from ours?
Why do you think Jesus offers Mary his semen in the greater questions of Mary?
I don't know about that text. Can you bring it up?
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah,
we
find
made
the,
a slide.
the,
it's
the
number,
greater questions of
it's
Mary.
right before
that's not a biblical
seven,
text.
Number
That's
7.
not a biblical
That
text.
one was taken out.
Right.
I don't think it was ever in there.
That was probably written way after the Bible, I think.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
No,
there's a lot of later mythology about Jesus, and that's one of the methodological questions.
Right.
We know that people were saying and writing things about Jesus that were very diverse. Even early Christians, like some of the stuff came from people who didn't like Jesus and weren't Christian, but some of the stuff comes from people who were Christian, like who did worship Jesus. But there's a lot of diversity, a ton of diversity. So the question is, what group do these texts come from, and what kind of historical accuracy would we assign?
Find the context for it, Steve.
One before that.
This is Amon's slide, but find like the definitions of the greater questions of Mary, so we can give the audience context of who wrote it, when it was written, and all that kind of stuff.
It is Epiphanius.
Okay.
Okay, and he is writing about the heresies in Christianity.
Do we want the English or the Greek?
Yeah, so the
Just
heresy.
find like a Google explanation of it.
Okay, good. It's good.
Yeah. So as I was just saying, there was a ton of diversity in early Christianity, and you might think that something like this that sounds off the wall was coming from someone outside of the faith, but it might not have been.
No,
might not have been right
from a bishop.
because there was no orthodoxy yet.
Right.
So
and
like
it's being established.
Early Christians are arguing with each other about who Jesus was, why he's important,
and why
what
we
he
have
did.
to eat his semen.
Well, that's what apparently some people thought.
These guys. Yeah.
I don't think that was ever orthodox. You don't think that was orthodox, right? You don't think that was normal.
It was one of the things.
It was one of the many things that somebody said at some
point. The Ophites from the beginning were doing it. So there's Simon Magus.
Crazy diversity.
And in the book of Jude, it says, hey, stop doing all that sexy sex.
Okay, early Christian writings. Epiphanius writes the following about the Gnostics and this is our only source for the contents. They published certain questions of Mary. So what year was this published, Ahmed?
It wasn't, well,
or written,
let's
rather?
see. Epiphanius is 4th, right?
Okay, so 4th century, so
Yeah.
400.
Right, confirm my friggin' dates.
I think that's right. Yeah,
But
we can look it up for
he's
sure.
right after Julian. Right after
And
Julian
the
dies.
4th century is really important to Christianity because that's exactly when Orthodoxy is being formed, right? Because Constantine converts to Christianity in 313.
Yes.
And for the first time, there's a top-down power structure where somebody at the top can say, and Constantine did say this, guys, get your act together.
Yeah.
What do we believe? Like, what is this religion anyways? Who was Jesus? What's the official story on him?
Right.
And so then you get a guy like this who's cataloging some of the diverse and maybe unusual stories
Yes.
about Jesus,
If
right?
that's the way
Yeah.
we can refer to it, exactly. That's perfect. And remember, this is Epiphanius. We're talking about after Julian tried to restore the pagan.
Yeah, 360s, yeah.
Yeah.
This is the hard
Right.
thing to me about trying to figure out. I think, and I also think that that's kind of like coming at it from the wrong perspective, trying to figure out exactly what was going on, because you're never going to do that. All you can really do is just sort of read it and then take it for face value. You can't really, because my question was like, how many people in antiquity that were writing stuff like this had an axe to grind against someone else?
Most of them.
Like, how do we know this wasn't the ancient National Enquirer? You know what I mean? Something like that.
And yeah, this guy is reporting on this thing that he's calling a heresy. He doesn't agree with it. The guy who's writing this doesn't think that's true, right?
No, he's saying
he's reporting
it's
that there's
not
another.
that, no,
he's reporting another guy.
he's not saying it's not true. He's saying this is what they do. The people who eat the semen. Right? This is how they justify it. Jesus said, eat my blood and flesh. That blood is his haima, his excrementa, his semen.
Well, haima and semen are two different words, right?
No, originally haima is what? An essence. It's a
blood.
bodily essence,
blood,
right?
Yeah. Little blood.
Right?
Yeah. Blood.
Okay. Not just blood. No, it's not just blood.
Now, I mean, let me tell you this. This will help you. The ancient Greek physicians, and you know this, thought that semen was a highly concocted form of blood.
Whoa.
They did. That's what they thought. They thought that
A
it
highly concocted
form of blood. So what they thought is that your blood if you produce semen, your blood goes through your brain and it picks up thought and air bubbles and spiritual essence, which is why it's white, by the way. And that's where it comes from.
It's a question of essence that you and I can sit and debate about. What the earliest references to Haima. Can this be?
So here's what I'm saying.
Here? But in what the Christian author here is saying is this is what these people.
Sure, he's reporting. Yeah, he's reporting.
He's reporting it,
and he's Orthodox, so he doesn't agree with it.
He's not
this
Christian.
Section,
I think he is Christian.
Okay,
he is a Christian. Yeah. And in this section, he's talking about eiskurgia, which is fellatio. Fellatio, and he says right up here. Watch. He says right. Let me just translate. And now Luke is, of course, here to make sure that I don't, pull any wool over anybody's eyes. But
not taking us into the back alley.
Yeah, I'm not taking you guys into the back alley, right? He says these people aren't ashamed to say that he himself, Jesus, revealed to her this eiskurgia, this terrible, shameful act. Right. And in the questions of Mary that are called the greater, because he says there's also, in the parentheses, he says there's also these lesser questions of Mary, right, that have been created. Right. He says they assert that he showed her this by taking her up into the hills, praying and positioning her at the level, throwing her down to the level of his groin.
Where are you getting groin from?
Began pleuros.
Where's that?
And his side.
That means side. Yeah,
his
side, not groin.
Right. But it's in the region of the side. Right?
Well, it's
the ekbalo.
The from the side, which means by his side.
Telling you positionally. We're talking about position. By his side. Okay, so her head's by his side.
Which is vague. Not necessarily groin.
Okay. She's on her fucking knees for some reason. Why? What?
Say that where?
Let's keep going and see if maybe as we translate it clears it up. Right. Okay. And they said that he began oxamenon to do what to her? To incata mignusthai. Now mignomy is involving the fluids once again.
Oftentimes it means sex.
And it's sexual. But mignomy means to mix the fluids.
Literally,
And what do we do with the compound form, the kata and the in? When you put kata, it has a sense of consumption, somebody consuming. This thing is being consumed. And it can also mean wasted, positionally down. It can also be wasted, like you used it up. And the in, positionally within. This is referencing fellatio, the act of sex that is that exchange of fluids, that life-giving fluid. Because what does Jesus say?
What is the word that's highlighted there?
Aiscordia, the shameful act.
What does that mean? The shameful act?
It's fellatio here. Watch.
Do you agree that means fellatio?
It does not mean fellatio. It literally means, so aisgros means shameful, as you said correctly. Org means act, work, deed, something like that. So aiscordia means some kind of shameful act. Now, the question is, what kind of shameful act? Now, Amin, you're taking a step further and putting your own interpretation
why am
of this
I
word.
doing that? No, why am I doing that?
Because,
because of my experience. No, I'm not.
Well,
yes, I'm doing it. But I'm doing that because of my experience with the Greek. Because
I have a lot of experience, I'm telling you that's not necessarily what that means.
Because do you know what an aiscrotes is?
We talked about this, yeah.
What is it? Look it up, Steve. Yeah. Look up aiscrotes. It's a person who performs fellatio.
Not necessarily. Okay.
Is it a person who performs fellatio or not? Not necessarily. It's not really a good answer.
Okay, so
can it be more than that?
Can it be other things?
Can it be? Is it possible that is that also somebody who performs fellatio as well as other things?
Okay, let me talk about this a little bit because I think it would help to kind of make an analogy so that we're all sort of on the same page methodologically. All right. So let's say that there's a scholar in 2,000 years, because I like to do these thought experiments about, let's say somebody's studying classical English in 2,000 years. And I think we are living in the era that will someday be called classical English because we're a global language. We've spread to every corner of the world. Everyone's speaking English. There's so much English literature being created. It's diverse though, right? So the English that's spoken in the United States is not the same as the English spoken in Britain or Australia or some place like India, right? It's colonized by the British. So let's say that there's a scholar in the future who notices that there's this particular word in 21st century American English, and I don't know if you're gonna have to bleep this or not, but I'm just making a scholarly point here. That is the word dick.
Okay.
All right. And those of us who live in and speak 21st century English, we understand that this word today primarily refers to male genitalia.
Right. Or it can be someone being an asshole.
Exactly. Okay. So this one word, it refers to male genitalia, but then we can use it colloquially to say like stop being a dick.
Right.
And when I say that, I'm not literally saying that you were male genitalia.
Right.
I'm making a reference, right? And we understand that, okay? Now, there's also another use of this word that's older. And so from my understanding, this use of the word dick as male genitalia is pretty recent, actually.
Is this idioms? Is this kind of like
idioms? Yeah. So every language has idioms and semantic references, right? So this use of the word that we kind of take for granted in English today is pretty recent. Up until fairly recently, dick was used as a name for Richard. Right? As we all know, right? So we had a president named Dick Nixon. We just had a vice president who just died named Dick Cheney. Right? And there's lots of other dicks in the world who are just guys named Richard, right? Okay. So we understand, because we speak English, that there are multiple meanings of the word dick, and they don't all mean male genitalia. Right? So we understand that Dick Nixon was not calling himself that because he was trying to say he's the penis guy, right? He's not. It's a totally different thing. And it actually predates our meaning of the word dick. Now, let's say that there's a scholar of classical English at some university in 2,000 years who correctly notices that this word dick in 21st century classical English, as I'm calling it, oftentimes occurs in dirty contexts. Okay. It refers to male genitalia, and then he has 100, 1,000, a million different examples of that, right? And so he hits you over the head and says, look, this word clearly means male genitalia, and he's right. That oftentimes it does mean male genitalia. But then let's say he takes a leap and he says, well, you know what this means about Dick Nixon, right? That means that Dick Nixon was calling himself that because he was a child. Like he just was obsessed with male genitalia. And I mean, like, why else would he use that as his first name? Like how dirty would he have to be to use the dick as his first name, right? And so this person 2,000 years down the road has this theory that Dick Nixon was I don't know, maybe he was gay, maybe who knows, like you can come up with some theory like that. Now, those of us who speak English today know that makes no sense and isn't true at all, right? Because we know that there are different contexts in which this word can exist, and it has different meanings in different contexts, and that's methodologically sound, is we have to pay attention to the text. So I want to come back to this. That word. No, because what I'm calling this is pulling a Dick Nixon. Okay. So from now on, when I say pulling a Dick Nixon, and I think I'm going to have to say it multiple times, what I'm referring to is pointing out a word that could be dirty or could mean a certain thing.
Yes.
But then, but it might not. It might mean something else.
It could mean fellatio here, right?
Is it possible it means fellatio in that context?
Okay. So since it means dirty deeds.
I see it.
Oh, by the way, can we bring that up?
Yeah, show that.
So this is actually methodological.
So far, gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the back and forth?
Yeah, no, I have to agree with his viewpoint. Like, it's, there's so many words that over society have changed their meaning for their phonemics. Or phononics. There we go. Fucking whatever. I'm getting tired. That's what I need.
Yeah, it's definitely a they are situation. For me, like, different words have different contexts, and we have different forms of them, different meanings. the bald guy. We've probably already said his name before, but he's like a Muslim, just perverting everything out of the Bible like it's literal, and you got the other guy arguing with him who is a linguistics and Greek, and he studies Greek, and he's sitting there arguing with them about, it has different meanings, and this guy over here is trying to say, nah, it means this specifically, and it's like he wants it to mean, and he wants it to be the grotesque part of the meaning, when I don't think it is. Now, I do believe in Jesus, but I'm also a philosopher, so I can't rule everything out. But when it comes to a lot of the evidence that the Bible gives us, I like to follow that based on, a lot of the biblical and scholar
really,
evidence.
terminology
that
would be
has.
defined by culturalism in the long run. That's where I'm getting, and I think that's where he's getting to, is like the terminology of your words and how you use your words is determined by the culture that uses the words.
Real quick, Jam, I just need to take a pee and grab some more, but keep going on this, like in terms of like the points that you're making. Be right back to 2 seconds.
You fucking not allowed to do that? The fuck? Kiss bucket, you fucker. No, no. Anyways, no. The terminology and the words you're using is designed by the culture that uses the terminology and the words you're using. There are words that were created beforehand, but culturally we change the definitions because we use them differently nowadays. Like, say, fuck, for instance, that was a whole different thing back in the day.
Yeah, oh yeah. Now
fornication
it's like
under the king, or without consent of the king, or however it goes. Like, so the whole concept of definitions and terminology and word usage, like that's a cultural thing. That's not a metaphysical thing.
No, I'm saying the way that the bald guy is portraying it is like I know it's not, but he makes it metaphysical in his interpretation, because it's like he wants it to be the most provocative thing based on the description that he knows it under. I know the words have different meanings, and it could possibly
if you're taking his viewpoint on, or you're that okay. If you're running with that his point on it, I could see where you're going with it. Okay.
Well, yeah, because his threw me off, especially sitting there. He's like, I don't know what she's doing on her knees. Well, what the fuck do you think most religious people do on their knees? They pray. The hell?
I don't know what.
But like when he says,
yeah, I mean, like when he's,
yeah, they're working. They're in the fields. They're pulling up rice or something like that. I don't know. Damn.
Fucking doing construction and concrete. They're working. All right, they're working. All right.
But that's one thing that frustrates me too about the whole thing about the peer review thing. Like it gets back to me on that, where it's like, if someone has a specific scholar in something, like being able to view literature regardless of knowing the language or not, they could peer review it and still study parts of the language to get a gist of what they're trying to explain in their book. And I mean, anyone could look and read maybe even the whole book or parts of the book to get a gist that what the guys trying to talk
not
about.
Anybody can do that. I have a couple brothers, and one of them is he is not the most literate, so I can't say anybody can do that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
well, yeah, not
so like
yeah.
it basically comes down to like balance of probability. So in terms of like speaking from that aspect, because in terms of certainty, all this kind of stuff, just to get rid of the whole certainty thing, would you be, if you were a betting man, would you put your money on Ammon, the bald dude, or the other dude, in terms of like who's actually like being honest in terms of the translation here?
I feel like the other guy's a little more sincere.
Or is there?
Well, I feel like he's the
moderator, the bald dude, and then the other guy, right?
Yeah. So like I said, to be more specific,
debaters, is that what you're talking about?
yeah, to be more specific, in terms of the paragraph that Ammon was translating there before we got down to this specific word, do you think that it like that paragraph is talking about like the fellatio and all this kind of shit, or do you think no, like this is just Ammon like trying to do some tricks to try and stretch the truth there?
I think he's trying to stretch the truth. Yeah.
Would you agree?
He's trying to make, well, not just stretch the truth, but he's trying to make people overthink something that they really shouldn't overthink.
That would be stretching the truth.
Yeah, stretching the truth. Yeah. He's definitely stretching the truth, because it's like, it's, to me, it's a little ridiculous that he wants to do that, but there's got to be a goal for it or something he's trying to achieve out of that.
Yeah, so like
that's how I said this to begin with. Like I've only listened to a little bit of these from this guy, and like that's what he's doing. It's like he wants people to culturally see him, and he's trying to drive culturally wise what he thinks he can get a good group about. Like, regardless of his viewpoints, like some of them are good. Don't get me wrong. But the deep down, that's what he's doing.
That's true. But I was about to say, I feel like when you get deep into viewpoints, I feel like if you don't have enough people to help you kind of go over those viewpoints, you kind of get lost in your own thoughts, though. So I feel like in certain key points, he's going to get a little bit lost in his thoughts and say something a little outlandish.
Nah, there's people that can totally have their own thought process without people.
Well, not really get lost in his thoughts, but like, just really developed in their thoughts.
Yeah, so like, and this is why like due diligence, when he was saying earlier on that it's like a lot of people thought that like Ammon lost this, and this is my great frustration with Danny Jones in particular. Danny probably not watching this, but if anyone was to send him a clip, this would be the part to send it to. Danny, why the fuck are you not formulating this properly? What should have happened was the dude with the hair, not Ammon, the other dude, Luke. Danny should have said to him, here's a paragraph in ancient Greek. Luke, can you translate this paragraph? Independent of like calling it whatever the book is, and say what is actually being discussed in this paragraph. And when you actually are to go back down through that paragraph, it is clear that it's talking about fellatio. Like what Luke is doing is this whole thing. He gave the whole analogy. His whole spiel up until this point is context matters, context matters, context matters. Why are you not translating the whole paragraph then yourself, Luke? And then let Ammon say, here's my interpretation. Here's my one. And then you compare and say, okay, what is the main differences that they have here? But this dude, like I said, I don't understand why Danny Jones didn't phrase it that way. But in terms of like what Luke, the not the bald guy, the guy with the hair, has done is he's basically just brought you out into the back alley, gave you an analogy in terms of the name Dick, and says, well, this is what could be going on here. But in terms of like, okay, well then what is actually going on? You should have went back to the text and say, translate it then, and what does it actually mean? Because even in terms of that thing was like where you threw her down on her knees and put it to the side, it's okay. Then why are they talking about mixing bodily fluids? Like what Luke is doing is he's saying it's like this word could mean this things, and these other things could make things, or this other word could mean this other thing. But when you add it all up in the context, there's only one meaning of what's actually going on here. You know what I mean? And bear in mind, this is a book that's not included as canon as well. So, like I said, this is just in terms of the aspect of like how disingenuous Luke's actually being without any of you motherfuckers realizing it.
And Luke is the moderator, correct?
Luke is the other dude. Technically, it's Danny Jones' podcast, the dude that's on the screen here. Like the with the black shirt and the hair and all this kind of shit. The dude facing him is Ammon's opponent, but he was the one saying, I'm going to be unbiased, And here he's clearly not, he's being biased. He's not being unbiased. Because he's saying technically those words could mean different things, but when you add it into the context of what's being spoken about in that particular paragraph, it's clear that it's fellatio.
That certain means exactly.
So what you're saying is
that's where I was. That's where I would go with word usage. Like, yes, that there's lots of different words. Like, yeah, the their situation. Like, yeah, there. There's so many different theirs. But when you use it in context, you know what the there represents. Sorry.
Yeah, but this is what Ammon's trying to drill down to is like when you actually look at the context of this paragraph, it's talking about Jesus getting a blowjob off Mary, right? Mary Magdalene, right? Which is okay, like that's what's actually being said, but this is not canon. So again, the Orthodox Christians say, yeah, that's not our canon, and just hand wave that and just go on about their day. Then you get people like Luke and all this kind of shit. You would say, no, Ammon's lying, but Ammon's not lying. You know what I mean? And like I said, in terms of this why Ammon, the retort that Ammon would give to the Orthodox Christians would be, well, this is what original Christians back in the day were saying about Jesus. So how can you do the whole apostolic succession and saying these were the only things that ever written when we have things like this that were technically written by Christians? But then, like, this is why I brought up the example of Nala Ray and Andrew Wilson. Is hang on a second, if this was Andrew Wilson writing the Greater Questions of Mary, then we have an issue. But if it's Nala Ray, then like I said, it gets hand waved and all this kind of shit. But let's get into the actual thing, because this is why I paused at this particular moment.
Yeah, so this was from your short. You sent this to me a few weeks ago, but since you brought it up, let's bring it up now.
Steve, LSJ.
Yeah, LSJ.
Okay.
It was Ischorgia, right? Yeah.
No. Ischrotes.
Ischrotes. Okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, can we bring up?
Wait, you said
hang on. Let's take I gotta take a leak. So you look it up. I'm gonna go peek. Steve, are you ready?
Go to the definition.
Yes. Let's go to the definition.
All right, we are back, and Steve just pulled up the definition of what's this word again?
Now this is iskrotes.
Iskrotes.
And all of this is using the beautiful, glorious Greek root alpha, iota, sigma, chi, right? That rho is hanging on there, can come off or not, but the iskron is that which is just awful, ugly, deformed. Oh, look, it's in his hand. The iskrotes.
So you see the main definition.
So again, this word that was highlighted in the text, it's like ugliness or deformity, and like they're talking about an act that is ugly, right? And then when you go down to the second line, it says filthy conduct, and this is in Ephesians, and then euphemism for fellatio. So it's like, this is not Ammon inventing a meaning or trying to push a particular narrative or whatever. This is like the official translations. So does this change your kind of perspective on what you were kind of saying before, where you're like, nah, it seems like Ammon's telling lies?
It's not that I don't feel like he's telling lies. I just don't feel like he's really telling the whole. Maybe, yeah, he's jumping to this is what it could truly mean, but I feel like he's throwing out like what else it could possibly mean. I mean, you got the ugliness and deformity, and then the second part is, filthy conduct. I mean, that kind of breaks down to like most definitions. When you look them up, they'll have like 3 or 4 different context versions of what they mean for different reasons and different things. I'm not saying he couldn't be wrong. Like I said, I study philosophy more than being a religious person myself, because you there's so many things you can't just throw out there that could be possibilities.
Yeah, I get that, but in terms of like the actual context, it's like throwing her down by his side and mixing bodily fluids. That was all accepted by Luke, as that was the actual. Like, he had no issue when Ammon was saying that. Like, he had the issue with he threw her down to his groin, and he's like, no, that doesn't say groin, that says side. But they threw her down to his side, and then they mixed bodily fluids. Like, if I told you that I had a woman and I put her down to my side, and then we mixed bodily fluids, what do you think happened?
Definitely something happened, but that's what I would be thinking out of that. But yeah, I guess I can see where you're coming from this, because it's like he's not focused on the main part of the context of what the guy explained first with bodily fluids, and then went to no, that word specifically means at her side, not groined. That does seem very in particular.
It's like pedantic, or like trying to be very kind of exact over like the like holding him to an impossible standard kind of thing. Whereas like when you his whole thing was, you're supposed to be actually I might as well play it in terms of the time, because I have a feeling we're going to get there anyway, because it goes perfect with the clip, because when we're talking about fellatio,
coming down road when she comes. She be coming down road when she comes. She be coming down road. She be coming down road. She be coming down road when she comes. God damn, man, I ought to start my own country music album. Man, what you talking about, man? Coming down the road when she comes. It'll be a hit, man. I'm light-skinned, I'm black. I throw in some cowboy boots and a 10-gallon hat. Instant millionaires. And then when that dies down, I'll go straight into light-skinned cowboy porn. I have a cowboy hat, and it'd be a catch to the porn, right? The catch is this: when I got the nuts hanging out of the females, only thing that will be wearing is the cowboy hat in my snakeskin boots. Call me Cowboy Gaines. The hell you talking about? Talking crazy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what you talking. You talking goddamn fucking psycho. Yeah, that's if I was single, man. That's if I was single.
That's if I was single, man. But like I said, like in terms of the because it's such a beautiful clip, like that is basically the context of like what the paragraph was, and for Luke to now like do the whole analogy game and not actually like ignore the context of what's actually on screen is showing you that like Luke's being the deceptive one. He's being biased. You know what I mean? Because in terms of like Ammon's not pulling like fellatio out of his ass. You know what I mean? And then like I said, when you put it into context thing, but let's see how Luke again dismisses this.
Aiskrurgia is the working of this shameful thing.
Committing
yes,
right?
Exactly.
It's filthy conduct.
And you
ugliness
notice,
deformity.
You notice it's a euphemism for fellatio, right?
Okay, yeah,
but why is it? So I'm curious. Why is it? So they're associating filthy conduct with fellatio.
Yeah, because these are Victorians, right?
Okay, so this is something now for the listeners. The three of us have had a text discussion or a text thread for the past few months.
Yes,
Amon sent this to the thread a few weeks ago, and I pointed out at the time that semicolon is very important. Right after Ephesians 5:4, there is a semicolon. Amon, what does that semicolon mean to you? What does it mean to you?
You surprised me. As a Greek reader, it means nothing to me.
Well, that's a problem. It means something very important.
It means it's an and as an English reader.
No,
and it's a euphemism, as you see from the Scholiast on Aristophanes,
right? Sorry, Aristophanes frogs.
Frogs, 1308.
Yep, we agree with that.
And then they refer to you the general term aiskrosune, right? Which is which Tzitzis is going to talk about, right? And his comment. Tzitzis is Byzantine.
All right, what to you? What does that colon mean?
It's separating two different things that are pretty different here. Okay, so specifically, it's separating two places in which this word aiskrotes has been used by two different authors at two different times and places. Before the semicolon, what we see is filthy conduct, epistle to the Ephesians, chapter 5, verse 4. Okay. And in that use, and we can go look at that if you want, but I don't think this is particularly controversial. The author of Ephesians is simply saying, don't engage in aiskrotes, right? He doesn't define it. I think because I think he's being vague.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't think he necessarily has one particular dirty thing in mind when he says that.
Right? I don't
think he does.
It's only the impiety
let him
finish.
It could be sexual.
Yes,
okay, so I think when he has dirty things in mind in Ephesians, sexual stuff is part of it. All right, but he's not narrowing down the sexual stuff. Do you agree with that? He doesn't just mean one particular sexual thing.
No, he does, because he calls it idolatria. It is the act itself of engaging in these dirty mysteries where they are eating.
Let me go back to the semicolon. All right.
Okay.
So then the next use of this is centuries later. I'm actually not sure what century the scholiast to Aristophanes' frogs is. I want to say like 11th or 12th century. It's over 1,000 years after Aristophanes.
Yes.
Or sorry, 1,000 years after the author of Ephesians. Right?
Yeah.
It's Byzantine, right? So hundreds, maybe over 1,000 years later, a scholiast, and let me tell everyone what a scholiast is. Amon and I both know. A scholiast is somebody who is a commentator on an older work. Okay, so like for instance, today you can buy a Shakespeare annotated volume because sometimes we don't know what Shakespeare means because it's been 400 years.
Right.
And so somebody will put notes in and say, this is what Shakespeare meant when he said this or whatever.
Okay.
That's what a scholiast is doing. He's a later writer who is a commentator on an earlier work.
Usually grammarians.
All sorts of nerdy people, as you can imagine, are scholiasts, right?
Yeah, linguists, ancient linguists.
Oh yeah, sure. Right. So this is a much later commentator on this classical Greek play. So Aristophanes, 5th century, late 5th century, early 4th century BC. Okay. So there is the use of this word aiskrotes in this play by Aristophanes. In the play by Aristophanes, the author doesn't explain what he means by aiskrotes. But this later commentator from literally a millennium and a half after Aristophanes wrote this, he says, I think it means fellatio.
Okay.
So that doesn't mean he's wrong, but that doesn't mean he's right. That's
Sure.
the opinion of someone from a millennium and a half later.
That's important to know.
That,
for sure.
that some later literally random dude who never was part of that culture at all
Right.
speaks and reads Greek, but from a much
I
later,
don't know.
much later period. That's what he thinks. That's his
I think
opinion.
you're
That's his
underemphasizing.
Is that
the
not-
fact
do you
that-
agree
No,
with
I think I think, Luke, you're underemphasizing.
What do you
the fact
disagree with about what I
that
said?
These scholiasts are so separated from these traditions. They're grammarians. John Tzitzis, the guy on the end there, he's a business.
See, and this is the flaw that I have with Ammon. What Ammon should have done is like, okay, let's go back to the context, bro. Like he should have like taken his argument, Luke's argument, and said, okay, let's go back to comment. What does that paragraph mean? Translate that paragraph for me, Luke. What are they talking about?
Yeah.
And like I said, then like this whole like the for lack of a better word, like the optics or like the perspective that comes, because like I said, like you guys like had the like majority, well over the majority of people had the exact same thing where it's like, yeah, Ammon's clear line, this was a mean fellatio, they're not talking about anything sexual in this thing, when really it's like, no, they're clearly talking about something sexual, and like the thing is like, was she giving him a blowjob or like what was going on kind of thing, you know what I mean? Like was it straight up sex or was it fellatio, etc, etc.
Guy, and he is right up there in preserving. I mean, he preserves stuff that we don't even have. He talks about in the Odyssey what's going on when Cersei goes back to visit Homer, and you're like, what? We didn't know that tradition was there. How the hell? It's the first time we see it. He preserves that from things he's read himself.
That's sometimes true. That could be true.
Like he has a
Sometimes,
commentary.
yeah.
That guy who's there talking about the Ais Krosune, which is the older form that they would have been using. He is saying, this source is telling us X, Y, and Z, and we don't have any other record of that. He's the one who's saying, look, this is euphemistically, right?
Yeah,
Ais
he's saying it's
Krosune.
a euphemism for fellatio. Now,
Right.
I'm not, to be clear, I'm not saying he's definitely wrong because he's writing 1500 years later.
Right.
And I 100% agree that these scholiasts are in a tradition where they are very well read. They're not dummies. Just like if you hire someone to write a commentary on Shakespeare, hopefully they've read all of Shakespeare and everything else from the period to even know what they're talking about, right? So I am not trying to discount that these scholiasts don't know anything. Otherwise, we wouldn't cite them in a dictionary. However, we have to cite them with a pretty large grain of salt. So we can't just say that's definitely right, because this is 1500 years later that somebody is coming along and saying, I, Mr. Scholiast from the Byzantine period, think that the use of this word in Aristophanes' play The Frogs means fellatio, right? That's its opinion. It's a learned opinion, okay? I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying we do have to take it with a grain of salt.
Sure.
We can't just say that's
1500
definitely
years,
what. Yeah. So also I want to make this point. He's only talking about the use of the word in Aristophanes' Frogs. He's not talking about it anywhere else. Okay. He's not talking about the use of the word in Ephesians. He had no comment about the use of the word in Ephesians. He's not talking about the use of the word in what we were discussing before.
Yeah,
we came
that's
to
the
this, right?
Victorians who were putting them next to each other and putting the semicolon.
Well, no, the semicolon
that's
is
a Bible.
no, it's not. No, it's not. The reason that the semicolon is there, it's very simple. It's dividing two different times that this word was used. You agreed. It was used in Ephesians. It was used in the Frogs.
Right.
Two different times, and that's all. That's all the
And
semicolon.
I would say it's used the same. I would say it's used the same.
You can
And
have
that
that opinion.
semicolon is an and.
You can have that opinion, but it's just your opinion, right? And I might have a different opinion. You might have a different
Correct.
opinion. We can both argue for it.
Correct,
That's
and
fine.
it's good. That's what university is for.
Yes, we
right?
argue for our
Museum.
particular.
You think the leaders of the museum didn't fight with each other and all
They
the
fought all the
underlings
time, and they
whatnot?
stormed
Of
off,
course
and they
did.
started new museums.
Exactly.
Of course they did. Right,
Exactly.
yeah.
Now, can we have the text now?
I'm just trying to start a new religion here today. That's all I'm here for.
To finish the text.
So I
now?
want to go back to we were debating actually what led us to this is what the word Hyskirgia means. And so what Ammon has done is he's pointed out that hundreds and hundreds of years later, one guy had an opinion that this meant fellatio in a different text. Not even here. He said
Not even in this text.
Not even in this text.
This was in an Aristotle.
And again, this is what they call a straw man. This is not what Ammon's saying. Ammon's saying this paragraph is clearly sexual. Like, we can disagree in terms of, like, does it actually mean fellatio or does it just mean sexual act or et cetera, et cetera. But then he has to explain why they mixing bodily fluids. Why are they talking about hymen? You know what I mean?
Often he's play.
Aristophanes'
won't go
play,
back
which
to
is
the
not what we're
text.
dealing with here.
Right.
So this is where methodology comes into play. On the no pun intended. On the one hand, Ammon is doing linguistic work here, which is important and valuable because he's saying, look, here's another time where somebody said that this word used in a different place, but still the same language, even if it's 1500 years apart or whatever, means this particular thing. However, it doesn't remotely prove in any way that that's what it means here. Are we pulling a Dick Nixon by saying that this means fellatio?
Okay.
And it's up to you.
Answer
You're
that.
the one who has to
Let's
kind of build your case.
Answer
Right.
that by just translating. I don't want to have any ideas, but I just want to translate it, right? So what does it then say after he entered into this act, the sexual act with her? What really happened? Dathan, he's really emphasizing that he took the metalavon to the aporoion. He took the off-runnings, right? What is that? His own offerings.
It could be.
His efflorescence.
Vague.
His efflorescence, right?
Yeah, sure. It's vague, though.
Right. It could be, except we know
Could be
also,
blood.
also contextually, though, he's been talking about semen eaters. So, right.
Context matters.
Right.
But then you got to build a case.
Spermatophages,
Build a case,
right. He's been talking about it. So it's a little bit of a cheat, but he's been talking about it already.
Who
And
has?
the author of this, Epiphanius, who's writing it. And he says he showed her that we do this in order that we live. Right? How are we going to live if we don't do this? And then it says, look, and it says Mary Taraktheses. She was taken aback and falls down
More than that,
all
she
the
was
way.
deeply troubled. That's what Taraktheses says. She's not happy about this.
Yeah, no, yeah.
She's like, what?
It's like she's stunned fundamentally. What the hell? She falls all the way to the ground.
Yeah.
And he picks her up and he says to her, why are you so freaking unfaithful, you faithless bitch? Right? Ollie go, piece
The Almond translation.
Right? I added the bitch part.
Yeah.
Right? I added the bitch part. Now tell me something. Where is the off-runnings? What is he doing? He's making her eat something like the Ophites that Epiphanius has already talked about, her eating the semen. It goes on. This passage goes on to explain what the people who were eating the semen believed about why he was doing this.
Okay.
And they use a half a dozen verses from the New Testament. So they're quoting when Jesus says X, he means this. When Jesus said, eat my flesh and blood, this is the offering. When he said, I'm going somewhere and I'm going to return from the origin is his semen.
Is that your
going
interpretation?
somewhere. I'm ascending to the place. It was his semen. That's how they explain it. There's all sorts of, half a dozen justifications.
This is how Epiphanius explains it.
Yeah, of why these people were doing what they did. And it's through Epiphanius's.
So do you believe that this is Epiphanius's theory on what was happening in the Bible? Or what
He's quoting somebody that he calls a.
Yeah, so Epiphanius is saying these Christians are doing this shit. They think this is what.
I know exactly what they're saying, but I'm going to troll for a second. I'm going to be like, that's right. My semen will bring you closer to God. That's right.
Well, what do you think they actually mean then?
No, they don't. But yeah, he's trying to point out there was some point in the verses on his side of the view of reading through them that said that the semen of Jesus and Saviors was sacred. But I don't know. I'm not a studier, like a hardcore studier of the Bible, so I don't really know the verses enough to dispute either.
You know, the reason why they were referencing, like, quoting off the Gospels and all that stuff is that like we know that these people that were doing these practices, or that Epiphanius is commenting on, are Christians because they are quoting the Gospels and all that sort of shit, and this is how they're justifying what they're doing. I mean, they're eating cum, bunch of cum eaters. It's like Papua New Guinea all over again. I mean, there's a lot of this shit going on.
Women should do that. Right?
Yeah, but again, in terms of like what's going on, all this kind of shit, like that's basically what like he's mentioned here, that this was like some of like what the early Christians were doing and all this kind of shit. And then the question to the Orthodox, why this is relevant to the Orthodox on the shit, is that why do you take your interpretation of it when we have like commentators that are commenting on Christians doing this shit, and like this is like texts that are written by supposed Christians and all this kind of shit, because Luke tried to do the whole thing of like, is this going to be a text where it's like there's someone who's just trying to talk shit on Jesus, or is this a text that was actually written by a Christian? So Ammon hits him with a text that was actually written by the early Christians, but it's against what the church is doing right now. So then the larger discussion goes that, but what Luke's trying to do now is say, no, actually that text that you're saying, Ammon, doesn't actually talk about fellatio or anything sexual at all. But Ammon's actually skilling him right now. But like I said, this is what people like. The majority of people thought that Ammon lost this. But yeah, go ahead.
No, just keep rolling.
Who wins? Halfwood, you got any comments?
No, I don't really have any comments. I feel like, I mean, it could be kind of either or. I kind of do see where he's kind of trying to go in the context based on, you know, the guy's writings about it, because I kind of see his point, but I also kind of see Luke's point as well. But yeah, just go ahead and play it and let it go on a little bit more.
Heresy that believes this.
Oh, I see.
Epiphanius is talking about people who are doing this, saying this is not good. Right? This is one of the heresies. And in this one, they justify the eating, this ischurgia. They justify it by saying Jesus specifically showed Mary how to do this and said, look, we have to do this to live. And they go on to quote, which is to me most important. They're going on to quote Jesus when he is saying things like, eat my flesh.
And that's right here?
It's what he means. It's following it below where
okay, what is your take on this, Luke?
Okay, I think context, as we've been talking about, and Amin and I both agree on this, context is paramount, right? So this is from a late document for Christian historical standards.
400s.
400. So this is 400 years after, 300 plus years after Jesus, right? So, and it's from a guy who is trying to catalog all the weird things that people think about Jesus. But this guy doesn't think they're true. Not that we would necessarily care what this guy thinks either way, but I don't think he thinks it's true. Even if he did think it's true, doesn't make it true, right? Lots of people are wrong about a lot of things.
Except for that Dathan. Except for that Dathan, which is, it's like he's saying, hey,
what is Dathan?
You literally, you have to snap your mind out of it and realize now that really what I'm telling you is.
Okay, wait. So you think the Epiphanius secretly thinks this is true, and he's trying to like.
No. He's telling his reader, don't be shocked here. But this is really the way that they're doing it.
Okay, so yeah, what I want to do is back up here.
Are we having fun? Yeah, folks. Absolutely smashed the goal. Thank you very kindly, Mr. Dogs. Oh shit! Wrong button. My bad.
and ask ourselves why this matters.
What can I say, man? What can I say?
Okay.
To Jesus, right? So we're trying to get back to Jesus here as historical scholars, like not doing biblical theology of like what Jesus means from a theological perspective, but we're trying to understand as historians, because classicists are historians, right? So who was this guy Jesus who walked the earth?
Right.
And most of us really, there's a minority mostly on the internet that thinks that Jesus is made up, and there never really was a guy named Jesus. But almost everybody in the academy that I've ever met would say that there really was a historical Jesus who did walk the earth. Amin, you think there was a historical Jesus who walked the earth?
My favorite part about the wintertime is I still get to wear my favorite it's
God
Ashbo
damn
and tell them we sent you.
I read texts that talk about him all the time.
Okay,
that's my only. I don't.
Yeah. Well,
all of the.
You don't want to watch their
debate?
gene or health efforts. You don't want to do that.
No, fuck that, man. Fuck that. Fuck that.
All the myth. Is this person a myth? Is this does it fucking matter? The Greek is what matters. That's what our.
Of course it matters. Of course it matters because they wrote a lot of made up stuff.
Okay.
About everything. Yeah. Not just about Jesus, about Zeus, so just because something is written in a historical text and we do want to be responsible linguists and philologians and try to dive down into the text, which is what we've been talking about here, right? And try to get a good idea of what it means. The next question to ask is, so what? So like, okay, maybe we're trying to see what this text means. Does this word specifically mean this or something else? Those are wonderful debates to have. But then the next step is, did Jesus really exist? Okay. And it sounds like, you're kind of not taking a position on that, which is fine.
No, I don't take any positions. This text says Jesus was making Mary blow him, and he tried to make the apostles do the same thing after this, and they didn't. And it says they didn't follow him after that point.
Okay. So do you believe that really happened?
I don't have to believe anything. That's the text I'm talking about.
No. Okay. We're having a disconnect
here.
It's
science. It's not. This is science.
No, it's a text.
I don't have to believe.
Science, it's a text.
I don't have to believe in chlorine.
Now notice, like his whole critique was like, Amin, you should not be adding on to it. Like I don't want to hear your opinion. I want to hear like what is the translations and all this kind of shit. But now he's asking Amin directly for his opinions, and this is what I'm saying. It's like unless someone's able to stop the clip and actually point this out, or if I was in the studio, I would have been able to counter with this. I would have been like, just what does that paragraph mean, bro? And I just would have kept repeating that until he actually translates the full paragraph and says, okay, now that we translated it, is this it? You know what I mean? William as well saying, play the clip, god damn it.
Down road when she comes, she be coming down road when she comes. She be coming down road, she be coming down road, she be coming down road when she comes. God damn, man, I ought to start my own country music album. Man, what you talking about, man? Coming down the road. It'll be a hit, man. I'm light-skinned, I'm black. I throw in some cowboy boots and a 10-gallon hat. Instant millionaires. And then when that dies down, I'll go straight into light-skinned cowboy porn. I have a cowboy hat, and it'd be attached to the porn, right? The catch is this: when I got the nuts hanging out of the females, only thing that will be wearing is the cowboy hat in my snakeskin boots. Call me Cowboy Gaines. The hell you talking about? Talking crazy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what you talking. You talking goddamn fucking psycho. Yeah, that's if I was single, man. That's if I was single.
That's if I was single, man.
Yeah, right. That's if I was single, man. Well, shit, I guess.
And the chatterer is saying he usually refuses to give an opinion. He always goes back to Greek, and like that's what I'm saying. Like that's why Amma keeps saying it's like, let's go with the Scarborough. Let's go with that. But like I said, it's just something to point out that Luke ain't being unbiased here.
No chlorine.
Text lie. I don't know if you know this, but sometimes text lie. Actually, usually text lie.
No, you can be. This guy could be lying out his butt.
Okay.
Epiphany, the church bishop, he can be lying out his back.
Sure.
Plato's the biggest fucking liar on the planet.
He's quoting people, so he's not lying.
Is the biggest liar on the planet.
Oh, sure. Plato admits to it right up
So
front.
no, that's
Sure.
a part of the text.
Yeah.
But I'm still going to tell you what Plato wrote.
Sure, I 100% agree with that. But then
Right.
I don't agree that it's not worthwhile or that we can just wave our hands and say, well, so what? Like, did this really happen? And what you're saying right now is that
You don't necessarily
know.
believe this happened.
You don't necessarily believe this
It
happened.
doesn't matter
Or it doesn't matter to you because you're more
Right. Yeah.
text-based, which I respect text-based.
It matters
I'm
that
text-based.
somebody
matter.
wrote this down, and that's our evidence.
So let me tell you how I see this. Again, it's a 4th century text from a Christian guy who is trying to explain what he calls heretical Christians believe.
Okay.
This is not coming from outside the church. This is coming from inside the church. And he's saying these are some Christians with what we would today kindly call diverse beliefs, but that sounds too positive for what he's trying to do here, I think. He's saying these are weirdos.
Yeah.
These are heretics. These are people who don't know who Jesus is, but they think they know who Jesus is. And they tell stories. Okay. They tell stories about Jesus doing some weird stuff with Mary. All right. That most other Christians, including this guy Epiphanius, are not going to believe. And so we can kind of back away from that. Now, this is where biblical theologians would say, well, we know what Jesus did and he did this and he didn't do that. But as a historian, I'm actually still interested, not from a biblical theologian perspective, but I'm still interested in trying to get back to the historical Jesus. And I do believe there was really a historical Jesus who really did walk the earth. And we can talk more about him. So that's the question that remains. So, on your YouTube channel, you bring up texts like this, but then I think you leave the question hanging as to like whether this is true or not.
Yeah, because I'm only there to present evidence to the court. Let the viewer figure out whether or not they think it's true.
Okay.
When I'm a pure classicist, I only want the philology. That's all I want.
Classicists are also interested in what really happened.
Yeah.
Are we?
We are, but the actual surgery, like a surgeon, sure, the surgeon has morals to him. What matters is that surgery, that technique. It's an art. And you have to do it right. And that's all I'm saying. When you go to the Bible and you see terms that are related and you see episodes that are related, and Paul's saying throughout your book, your magic books, and in Jude, he's saying, don't do this, aselgeia, this stuff, this idolatry that involves the pharmakeia, don't do it. That's sexual stuff. Paul's like, stop fucking your family members, right? And in
Stepmother,
Alexandria, what are they persecuting Christians for? Incest, right? They go to their ceremonies, they put out the lights, everybody disrobes, and they screw. Why? Because these fluids are life. They're life. This is the salvation, right? This is what Epiphanius is trying to say. Hey, this is within Christianity. It's this is a movement, and just like Jude said, don't do this stuff.
Okay, so yeah, in 1 Corinthians, which is a very early letter, everyone agrees, Paul wrote it in the 50s probably. It's one of our earliest Christian documents because it's earlier than the Gospels. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Paul has to call out some of the people in the Christian community at Corinth. One of them is sleeping with his stepmother. And he says, don't do that. Like, what are you sleeping with your stepmom for, bro? That's my translation.
Which the Romans hated. Incest to the Romans was like, no, God.
So
that's not technically incest.
Don't be doing this.
There were people in the Christian community that there was actually, and this actually goes to show the crazy diversity within the very early Christian community. Some Christians were at opposite ends of the spectrum as far as their attitudes towards sex. So some Christians heard Paul's message of a resurrection and that we're going to get new bodies. Okay, that's one of Paul's central messages, it seems like, that we can reconstruct from his letters. He's going around telling people Jesus is coming back soon and we're going to have our bodies transformed. He says this in 1 Corinthians 15. And so some Christians, like apparently some of them at Corinth, took this to mean that we can do whatever we want with our bodies because we're getting new ones anyway, so who cares? That seems to have been their attitude. And so some of those Christians, this is not people outside the church, but some of those Christians were sleeping with their stepmother. They were sleeping with prostitutes. They were doing whatever they wanted. sexually, right? Because they actually internalized Paul's message in a way that he didn't necessarily intend. And the way we know that he didn't intend it that way is because then he wrote the letter of 1 Corinthians to tell them not to do that, among other things. Like in 1 Corinthians, it's a fascinating piece of literature from the mid-1st century BC that offers a pretty important window into early Christian thinking, at least from Paul. Now, again, we always have to remember there's diversity, and that's one of the things I'm trying to hammer home with this text,
right?
Is that just because we have one Christian text that says some Christians were doing it this way doesn't mean that anyone else was necessarily.
Right.
So we have to be careful with methodological slippage.
Yes.
Which means we can't just wave at a text and say, oh yeah, that proves everything. It doesn't necessarily prove much at all. Okay, back to Paul. So he's writing specifically to this one community, these Christians at Corinth that he had just recently converted from paganism. The recent converts from paganism to the Jesus movement. And as
paganism, explain what paganism is.
Yeah, so I'm using this loosely, and of course that's a later term, as Amin probably knows.
Polytheism.
Yeah. So they were worshiping the Greco-Roman god. So paganism comes from a Latin word that means rural. So it comes from a later period when Christians had taken over the cities, ideologically speaking, not militarily, but ideologically speaking. But then there were still people out in the countryside doing things in the conservative way, as is the case today. Oftentimes in places like the United States, cities are what is deemed more "quote unquote" progressive, and rural areas are more likely to be conservative. It's honestly kind of always been that way.
It's derogatory.
It is, yeah.
It's kind of like hillbilly.
It was derogatory because it was used by Christians to refer to hillbillies.
Okay.
Pagan means hillbilly, rural bumpkin or something like that. Bumpkin. Obviously, I'm not using it in a derogatory sense. Polytheism is fine though. So
But just to address this as well, Chatterer, like what actually happened in the time of Jesus is one thing. A complete separate, distinct, different entity is what was written about what happened in terms of that. And then another third separate entity to that is the church itself. Because again, there's different churches across Christianity, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So those are three complete different entities. There's no way of us actually knowing what transpired in terms of back then. We know what they wrote about, but then like for example, there's laws on the books that aren't necessarily enforced. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of stuff that people say they do or say that they represents them, etc., but that's not necessarily the case. So again, like those are three complete different entities. But problem of this is technically this is written and all this kind of stuff, so it's like at any stage they could say, oh well, we found this book or whatever, and like even like Luke said as well, it's like, oh, you can impersonate particular styles and all this kind of stuff and make something look as though it was back from those times when it actually was just written like modern times, and it's just basically trying to backdate and all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like I said, in terms of like that, like you have to be very careful.
Alexandria was never lost. Our lives would have probably been totally different.
But what I'm trying to do is just point out the distinction here is like, yes, like I agree with Ammon, like this is what's actually been said in this piece of paper. But when you look to, let's say, for like the Orthodox Church, they see that as heresy. So it's like you can't use the greater questions of Mary against Orthodox Church because they're saying that's not canon. You know what I mean? So that's why it's like you have to be very careful in terms of how you're actually judging this. But in terms of the actual like who's speaking truth and who's doing all this nefarious tactics and all this kind of shit, Luke's the one that's doing the nefarious Luke's doing the nefarious moves and the straw man and all this kind of shit, obfuscation. Whereas Ammon's like hitting him with the actual like, this is what it means. You know what I mean? Now you can either accept this book or not accept this book. And in the Orthodox Church's case, they do not accept this book. But this is what this book says, kind of thing.
So Paul had just converted a handful.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I have to run, Drew. I got work in like 5 hours.
Yeah, no worries.
It's 1 a.m. here, so I gotta head to bed.
Cool,
so thank you for the stream. It was fun.
My pleasure, bro.
Good job, and see y'all later.
Take it easy, dogs.
Have a good one, dogs.
100, not that many people in the Greek bustling metropolis of Corinth to the Jesus movement. He rolled into town, told them the message of Jesus as he saw it, and then converted this handful of people. And then he left because he had to go to the next city and make more converts. That was his whole career, going from city to city, trying to make converts.
Right.
And he felt the urgency that Jesus was coming back soon.
And getting thrown in jail a lot.
He
gets thrown in jail.
Gets
what did he
up.
do to the Pythia? Oh my God, that whole city was mad.
Yeah, well, the time that he cast the demon, according to Acts, cast a demon out
she
of.
kept saying you're doing the Christos thing.
So we'll get there, I'm sure. I assume.
Okay.
So Paul writes to this community of Corinth, and he says, so you guys need to not be sleeping with your stepmother.
Right.
Just because I said you're getting new bodies doesn't mean it doesn't matter what you do in this body.
Right.
Now, there were Christians on the other end of the spectrum who apparently thought that you should never have sex with anyone ever, even your own spouse. And Paul, never. And there was a monastic movement. It wasn't called that yet, but there was a
That's what creates those sicko priests.
There was a strain of self-control already within Greek philosophy that Amin probably knows about, where Greek philosophers were already saying maybe you should control yourself and like focus on higher spiritual realities, meditate. Maybe sex isn't the best way to use your finite earthly existence.
Right.
So Christians didn't make this up. Jews didn't make this up. This is Greek philosophers were already saying this. They weren't always living it, but they were saying it a lot of times. And so Paul also disagrees with them. So he also thinks sex has a time and place. You should never have sex. And that's basically, that's the middle ground that Paul is trying to drive in the letter of 1 Corinthians. And that's where this stuff comes up essentially. So again,
why do you think he didn't suffer the ill effects of being bitten by a poisonous viper when he got shipwrecked and all the locals were like, oh God, that dude's going to die. Watch him.
That's an interpretive question. So we have the story in Acts 27 or Acts 28, where he has a shipwreck. He's being taken to Rome to stand trial before the emperor. And so they put him on a ship, load him from the Eastern Mediterranean, sail him all the way to Rome. They have a shipwreck on Malta, which is an island in the Mediterranean to the south of Italy. You know, he's not supposed to be there, but the locals kind of take him and the other shipwreck victims in. And then they're sitting around a fire. It's winter apparently. And this snake comes out of the fire and latches onto his hand. And all the locals look at him like he's going to die because he just got bit by this viper. And apparently,
talking about Paul, right?
Paul, yeah. It's apparently a poisonous one. And he like just looks and like shakes it off into the fire like nothing happened and keeps going on with his preaching. And all the natives just look at him, stare at him, wait for him to die. He doesn't die. It's like nothing happened. And then they start worshiping him as a god. And then he has to be like,
now here's a problem for the Christians. Like I said, I've been defending in terms of making sure that this is trying to be unbiased as possible. But here's where you run into the issue, because the greater questions of Mary is not something that's accepted, but St. Paul is clearly accepted and he's a saint as well. But real quick, just want to remind us all, folks, we did decide on a chat name, so my chat's the little leprechauns. We even done the membership and the Discord as well. I had to redo the whole like not screenshots, the thumbnails and all this kind of stuff. So, like I said, top left corner, notice a little Pepe, little Irish leprechauns. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you. But like I said, getting back into this, like St. Paul clearly is accepted, and this thing that was written about, it's well documented, and it's seen as a miracle in the church, has a rational explanation to it, but you guys are not going to like the explanation to it.
No, guys, I'm not God. I'm just God's representative. And so the text, and again, this is an interpretive question, right? As we were just saying, we have the text. That's what the text says. The text doesn't give us an explicit explanation for why Paul doesn't die, except that I think that, you know, the author of the text, which is probably Luke, wants us to believe that God is protecting him, right? That doesn't mean that you can't come along like Amin, I think, and say he's got some kind of concoction of anti-venom in his body or something.
If we have other contemporary texts like Philuminus, who we're talking about, hey, this is the theriac that is used. You can counter the viper with this and that, but you have to Christ it. It has to be Christed. Those texts are additional evidence that there's something going on there with Paul's viper bite. I don't have to believe in miracles because I have the reason of the word. And that word clearly is reflecting a real scientific anthropological reality that Paul is walking around with viper venom, which is not atypical, is not atypical.
So you think he's like the guy in The Princess Bride?
So he's using his knowledge of Galen's theriac, which allegedly Galen was using as like a performance enhancing drug to keep himself safe from being poisoned by venoms, by snake venoms, and he's connecting that to.
So Marcus Aurelius, we all know the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, the famous for Stoicism, all this kind of shit. He had a physician, like the medical team, medical staff, to make sure that he's peak health, all this kind of shit. And what they would do, like a typical form of like how you'd be able to assassinate the king, is just poison his drink. You know, throw a bit of hemlock in the drink, and he drinks it, he's dead. I mean, or throw a bit of like catch a snake or poisonous viper, get the venom, throw the venom into the drink, king croaks, and no one knows who killed the king. You know what I mean? Most effective form of how to assassinate a king back in those days. But when we read Marcus, and this is why it's important, because we're talking about the Romans took the ancient Greek and all that stuff. When you look at the medical documents by like all these physicians, all this shit, Galen in particular, he's like probably has the most medical literature that's out there. He's basically has this thing of a concoction called a theriac, which is an antidote to like kind of like a one for all kind of thing. It was like an antidote that you would drink daily to make sure that even if someone was to put that viper poison in your drink, you would still not die. You'd basically be immune. Why is this important? Why are we talking about all this kind of shit? Because essentially, Paul got bitten by one of these vipers that was supposed to kill him, and he didn't die. Which means that because we have the ancient Greek documents from Galen, and we know that there was a concoction that existed that would prevent death from this, just like an antidote, like that we have like an anti-venoms now in modern day and all that shit. They had an anti-venom. Here's the problem. The only way to get that anti-venom back in those days was to use the human body to develop the anti-venom. And the way that they use it is through bodily fluids and all this kind of shit. And it involves eunuchs, and it's very fucked up. It's very messy, all this kind of shit. And then basically the whole thing is that if Paul had antidote on board, it means he was doing like all this nefarious shit to make sure he wasn't killed and all this kind of shit. So that's basically what the actual kind of underlying impact. But again, nobody understands that unless they're able to
This
get the
biblical
explanation.
writing of Paul getting bit by a
All
snake.
of that is written in Galen in a work on the Theriac de Piso.
Okay.
And he talks about the Theriac that Marcus Aurelius is on with its compound drugs.
Yep.
The concept of using antidotes through the viper venom specifically traces in the Bacchic text as well. It's the same. All these priests like Nicander, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about the use of these venoms and toxins in order to induce that open-eyed spiritual experience, vision. It is a process that is biochemical. And as an investigator of the Greek, it looks to me like Paul is on that list, and that's why the Pythia calls him out for it. She knows that he's got to be Christing. She knows what Christing is.
All right, we're going to get into the Christing stuff. I want to make sure we stay on track, though, and not make this thing go all over the place.
Yes.
I want to keep it kind of like segmented. So does that make sense to you, how he's connecting this Theriac, the idea of the Theriac and these... first of all, I'm sure you know about, or are you familiar with Galen's Theriac and Nero's physician talking about this?
Marcus Aurelius, yeah.
And again, I know we're talking about Teriac, so my name is Teriac, but William's saying, give him the griff break. We need 2 donations, Jack. Can we get 2 $5 donations? Let me know.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next.
Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
Shout out to Chop Chop, absolute legends. Absolute legends. And we did reach the donut goal. There's a new goal in chat as well. And let's hit him with a little bit of Joey Diaz.
Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico. The White House, whoever the fuck is going on. But it don't matter. They want to shoot. It's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty. Don't forget who the fuck we are. You understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean. He's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Stay black, folks. Stay black.
Yeah.
Also, Nero's physician talked about the Theriac, right?
Yeah.
A concoction of like 7 different viper venoms, viper flesh, and all kinds of stuff that allegedly Marcus Aurelius was using and drinking daily. It had opium in it as well, to keep himself safe from people who were trying to kill him with poisons.
I have little doubt that there were people doing drugs.
Yeah.
Regardless of what your advisor said.
Well, this wasn't necessarily like a drug to get you high. This was
Sure,
more. This was more of like a
concoction.
like
Sure. That's
Daily.
fine. That's fine. Again, I think Amon and I both agree we want to be faithful to the text and be careful with the texts.
Right.
So Galen is writing quite a bit later. Nero's obviously closer to Paul's time, much closer to Paul's time. So
He's executed under Nero, isn't he?
Yeah, at least traditionally,
Yeah.
right?
It's actually Nero's
our sources aren't great
physician
for that.
who's the
Paul
source.
was executed under Nero.
Yeah,
Okay.
traditionally, like that. Our sources are not great for that. But
Yeah, for sure.
that was the early rumor.
Okay.
Very early rumor. I think that's definitely not a later creation by any stretch. It's not in the Bible. So my perspective on this is that we can hypothesize. I think it's interesting to hypothesize. I don't see any evidence in the Bible for that. I don't see any evidence in the biblical text of Acts where this viper bites Paul that makes me think he's definitely on some kind of concoction.
Sure. I get that.
Yeah,
I get that.
Like it's not in there.
Right.
But it doesn't say he's not.
But do you think it's reasonable how he's making the connection from Galen's Theriac to Paul not dying from being bit by a viper?
I think he could write an article on it.
Is that too much of a stretch?
We can talk about it. I think he
I
could
don't
write
do
an
that
article on
anymore.
it.
I'm done with it.
It'd be fun. It'd be fun because the community can decide if it's too much of a stretch. Now the community is wrong sometimes.
Yes.
Right. I think we can all agree on that.
Yes.
Sometimes the community is too conservative. I don't mean that politically. I mean like they just cling to older ideas. Right.
Sure.
I don't know. I'm not a drug expert, honestly. I haven't read Galen, so I can't really comment. I've read parts of Galen.
See, and that's why I respect you, because he admits that. He hasn't read Galen. He hasn't read.
Shit, boys. It's about to get heavy. It's about to get heavy, folks. Are you ready?
And well, guys, if I could still show you around, here is the biggest, gayest man in the world.
G'day, mate.
Put a shrimp on the barbie.
My man. How's things, Karen?
Well, apart from the fact that Dingo ate my baby, it's all pretty good.
Nice. Good to hear.
Yeah, can't hang around too long. Just wanted to come and show some support. I've got a big debate tomorrow, bro. Big debate. Yeah, Swords of Reason tomorrow, baby. I reckon it's going to be. Yeah, I crossed paths. It was so funny. I got home from work yesterday and opened a can of beer, rolled a smoke, put the tally on YouTube, and it was Emmett's channel, and he had Mo up on panel, and they were discussing my debating style because I'm debating Mo. Like all good fun, But I just happened to tune in right when they were talking about it, so I joined. Me and Mo had a little bit of a pre-debate discussion. We stayed away from the topic. We didn't want to give too much away.
Of course.
So I think it should be a fun debate. Looking forward to it.
And what's the topic again?
The topic is, let me think about it. It is controversial historical monuments should be preserved regardless of offence.
So let me just shout out to Easy, you know what I'm saying, do a bit of promotion and stuff. So, as Kieran was saying, the topic is controversial historical monuments should be preserved regardless of offence. And that is Kieran versus Mo. And you're in the... You're against or are you for?
I'm against.
Okay. So,
I'm going to argue,
giving that in the way. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to argue... I'm going to argue there are times when you could probably take down monuments, you know. There are occasions where that would be okay.
Interesting. Is there any particular monuments you would say, or is that giving too much away?
No, not giving too much away. I just think that well, I don't want to go too much into it, but particular monuments. I think if a culture evolves to a certain point where they're beyond, they no longer believe in the values that the monument represents, they could probably evolve and put something else up.
Makes sense. I definitely can see like a lot of ways you can come at this, particularly in terms of like modern examples.
What do you mean?
Like certain like modern monuments that have been erected and stuff like that as well.
That'll also be a question. Like what is a historical monument? That's going to be a question.
But
No,
back to yeah, go ahead.
No, you go.
Yeah, because back to the thing, because like I said, I can't really kind of, I don't want to kind of give out in the way just in case, you know, there could be anybody, you know, lurking in chat and stuff. What are your thoughts? Have you been watching or have you seen the recent Amon Hillman?
No, I haven't.
Danny Jones podcast?
No. What's it about? Like what's the sort of short version?
Yeah, so basically like Amon Hillman has been like saying that the ancient Greek, that it's being misinterpreted badly, or like it's being like a lot of stuff or interpretations have been suppressed purely because they don't like what's being said. So like for example, the last dude that Amon Hillman had a 1v1 with basically just turned it into like a live exorcism / like trying to convert Danny. Then this dude came along and he's saying that he's being impartial and all this kind of shit. And we've basically already called him on a few things. Like this was I was saying to Halfwood, like, what do you think? Who do you think's winning here? And he was like, no, it seems like Amon's talking shit. But then when we played on the clip and we gave the like we pointed out the actual kind of deception that's being used by the other dude, Luke, that he's not actually, he's saying that he wants to give context. And Amon's basically saying, okay, let's read this paragraph of the greater questions of Mary. And the dude basically gives an analogy and it's not addressing the context. Like things like that have been going on. It seems like Amon like has been pretty spot on in terms of like what he's actually saying or what the what's actually going on with this ancient Greek. At least so far.
I think there's merit in saying that it's a funny thing, like you can get lost in the weeds, but it's kind of true. Like I think to understand ancient Greek, you probably need to learn to speak Greek. Like I'm not like ancient Greek, not even lying. It's but then you kind of sound like you're saying, well, I interpret it and you don't, and I understand it. It sounds that way. But I think, like, for example, Chop Chop is on the, hang on. Yeah, Chop Chop's kind of border. He's around the edges or the fringes of, I think, where we're going to go, without saying too much. I think, like, for example, in ancient Greek, words like beauty didn't mean what they mean to us today. Beauty was like a moral thing. in ancient Greece. So it's really hard to appreciate it unless you really understand the context in which it was used. And I think
100%.
Yeah. But if you try to do that in the modern day, people say, "Oh, you're just fucking going into the weeds. You're just trying to avoid the question." But no, it's like it's a whole philosophy. It's a whole language. It's really hard to pin these things down. I was astounded when I was studying a bit of philosophy in university, just how different these words mean. So, say, for example, I think it was in the 19th century in England, this concept of moral therapy. Moral meant like living a good life, like being healthy, stuff like that. It wasn't like a judgment. It had a whole different meaning. So it's really hard to understand these things unless you really get deep into the context.
Mm-hmm. And like we were saying, in terms of like the context that was provided here, it was pretty clear in terms of the translation. Like there was Ammon was basically saying in the greater questions of Mary, like what's being spoken of in the ancient Greek is that like basically Mary Magdalene gave Jesus a blowjob, right? And as they were translating it, like they were saying, no, this word doesn't mean fellatio, it just means dirty act, right? And then like later on when they translate, and he's like, yeah, and they exchange body. So like Jesus put Mary down to his side and they exchange bodily fluids. So even just given the English there, Kieran, what do you think that means?
I have what does what mean? What's the actual statement?
So if I told you I was with a woman last night and then I put her down to my side and we exchanged bodily fluids, what do you think was going on?
I put her down to my side
and we exchanged bodily fluids.
Oh, bro, the exchanging bodily fluids means some kind of sexual act. I put her down to my side. When I heard that part first, I thought that meant he rejected her. Like I put her down to my side. I said no. But then we exchange. Well, I'll just go exchange bodily fluids. I mean, you can do that by kissing.
Yeah, but I don't put you down to my side to kiss you.
Put you down to my side. Well, what do you think it means?
Fellatio.
How? How'd you get that from?
Because if you're if I put you down to my side, and then we exchange bodily fluids, if I'm putting you down, you're going to be on your knees at some point, and then you're going to exchange bodily fluids.
What about the side? Is your cock on the side?
No.
Well, then how does put her down to my side? That's not. Yeah. That's not that. No, bro. That's retarded.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, if you took, if a man took his wife from behind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, did you think that that's like he's actually like picking her up from behind, or do you think that he's just playing her from a back angle?
No, probably from behind, but side.
But if for example, if I helped her lay some pipe, if I said I helped her lay some pipe, am I a plumber or am I?
No, bro, I'm stuck on the word side. I put her down to my side. Yeah. How does that mean fellatio? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because every single aspect where this word's being used, it's like it's taken as this is a euphemism for fellatio. That's what like the translation, like they literally brought up the translation in the lexicon and basically was like dirty or ugly act and then like semicolon euphemism for fellatio.
Okay. Well, I would just say don't do that. Like that's like if they think that's what it says, well, I'd just say don't do that.
Yeah, no. That's not what we're getting at. Like what we're getting at is to like the first part of this was judging like is Ammon's ancient Greek what he says it is? Is he like actually an expert in ancient Greek? And Luke was there trying to question him on terms of like the actual like specifics of these individual words. But Luke was there saying it's like, well, anytime we're doing translations, like his whole thing was like, it's important. The most important thing is context. We need to have the context. And when Luke was addressing it, he just went off on a tangent, gave an analogy, and didn't actually address the actual paragraph that needed to be translated. You know what I mean? And as they were going down through it, it's clear that they're exchanging bodily fluids, and it's basically like some sort of sexual act is being done in this paragraph. You know what I mean? And when you look at the whole stuff that was being written in thing, because it was basically a Christian dude that was talking about this. He was saying you shouldn't do this because these are all a bunch of like fellatio, cum eaters, all this kind of, this is not what Jesus meant when he says, this is my body, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So this is the document that they were saying. But the reason why this gets brought up is in terms of like the ancient Greek, the mere fact that Luke wouldn't even concede that in the greater questions of Mary, which is not canonical, which is not accepted church doctrine in terms of Orthodox, all this kind of shit. Even then, Luke could not grant Ammon that this was like a sexual act, that this was fellatio. You know what I mean? Irregardless of what like actual Christians believe or the Christian teaching is. Yeah, go ahead.
And these are writings. He said these are writings from a guy from 400 years after Jesus. I think. What did he say? I think he said something like that. Well, the writings that they're going over was like was a couple hundred years after Jesus.
Yeah, this was a bishop at the time who was saying you're not supposed to do this, because like there was like some of the early Christians were saying this is what like Jesus, like they were taking the greater questions of Mary as like actual official documentation or whatever. You know what I mean? And this is why like the bishop is writing this letter to say you should not be doing this. Like what Kieran was saying, it's like don't do that. You know what I mean?
I think this is why I'm kind of like in my I've been called out for this, but when I'm watching people speak about, interpreting Greek and interpreting the Bible, I'm leaning more and more towards like this concept of church authority, where there have been people way more devout than me, people way more intelligent than me, who have spent over 2,000 years debating and theologizing and philosophizing, and I prefer to look to them instead of this guy. That's just that's kind of how I'm leaning. Like I'm looking at him now on screen and thinking, why would I listen to this guy? His interpretation, right? When there's been a whole tradition of, yeah, go on.
That's what I was going to say. That's what I was saying earlier about the guy, that he admitted that he's only a profession and scholar in the works of understanding and Greek culture and language, not the Bible. And then that kind of gives away the fact that, like, why are you critiquing the Bible if it's not your expertise?
No, I gotcha. So he's looking at the Bible in terms of like a literary text, not as a moral text.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of but I think that it does seem to me, how do you separate those two things?
Well, like the reason why he's going in terms of the books, the Bible was written in ancient Greek. Like the New Testament was written in ancient Greek.
Yeah, sure.
So in terms of like the words being used and all this stuff, if you're telling me that, like, and this is the issue that a lot of Bible scholars have, that they only look at the Greek that's in the New Testament and they don't look at any external sources. So like how do you know this is the word, it means what the church fathers are saying it means, when you don't have an expert level of vocabulary in ancient Greek? You're not able to speak the language, but you're telling me this is what it means. Like imagine if a Spanish dude started telling you what an English word meant. You'd be like, bro, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So it's like that's the main thing that like Ammon's like saying here. He's like just in terms of the text, this is what the text is saying. But to go to where we're at now, the reason why this is because again, like I was saying, like are you crazy saying that like I'm on I support Ammon? It's like, no, like I want this dialogue to happen. This is one of these dialogues that needs to happen. I'm not really in favor of like one side or the other. I just want the truth. You know what I mean? And in terms of like the reason why this is important is the greater questions of Mary can be hand waved by the Orthodox Church. Any church authority can hand wave that and say that's not official canon. We don't do that shit. 100% agreed. All this stuff. But what the church cannot hand wave is St. Paul. There's a specific thing that's been documented across multiple sources, and this is taken as like a church miracle, where Paul got bitten by a poisonous viper that would have killed, like it would kill anybody else, but Paul did not die, right? And there's no official explanation other than it's a miracle. You know what I mean? It has to be some sort of divine intervention, because like if you get, I think it was like the North African viper or something like that is the particular snake you got bitten by. If you get bit by that, like you're dead within like half a day, you're dead. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But Paul, an explanation to that, rather than just saying, "Oh, it's a miracle," is that Paul had an antidote. And when you look at the ancient Greek, particularly when you look at the Romans like Marcus Aurelius, his physician, when you look at his medical documents, he's talking about these antidotes that you can create, you can give the emperor like Marcus Aurelius to prevent him from being poisoned. So if someone was to get the poison from that viper and to throw it in his drink, the fact that he's already taken an antidote before he even ingests the poison means he cannot be poisoned. But here's the thing, right? To bring it all the way around, you could say, "Oh, Paul done the same thing. He had antidote on board." The issue is the only way to get that antidote or that antivenom back in those times was to use the human as a way to get the antibodies. So basically what they do is they get someone like a eunuch, cut his balls off, and then they'd make like small kind of cuts in his arm and then dip the wraps in the snake venom, wrap his arm up so it coats the wound, kind of like a plaster. And then basically the venom would slowly go into the bloodstream. And then because it's a slower kind of rate, the body has more time to fight back against it. He would develop the antibodies. And then essentially the eunuch would masturbate or whatever, get the bodily fluids out. And because the reason why you had to cut the balls off and you had to have a eunuch is the testosterone would fuck up the antibodies. So they cut the balls off before puberty. So now this person's a eunuch. So now they can actually be used to develop antidotes and all this kind of shit. That's why this has to remain a miracle and it can't actually be put out to lie. But yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to say, with all due respect, that sounds like a whole lot of cope to try to explain why miracles are real.
No, we're not explaining that miracles are real. We're not saying that was divine intervention. We're saying that there's a rationale. There's an actual way to do
that's
this.
what I said. That's what I said. That's cope. That's cope.
How's it cope?
We could just say miracles are real, and like simple as that. Trying to come up with rational explanations for supernatural experiences. Like we have to explain everything. We have to be able to justify scientifically and rationally every experience. Mm-hmm. Maybe some things are just supernatural. Maybe miracles happen. Maybe life is bigger than our understanding.
Maybe the part with the eunuch might be a little bit difficult to necessarily put in perspective. I can see that, but think about it like you ever heard the story about like Rasputin, where like the guy would drink and take small doses of poison on the daily to try and become immune to it, and this guy literally got he got poisoned multiple
assassinated
times,
5 times. Yeah, I think he technically got assassinated 5 times or something ridiculous like that, and he was still alive.
Well, one of the days, the day that he died in his autopsy from the it was the Russian government that did the autopsy, but how he had died is what he got like stabbed a few times, shot 3 times, and he was even poisoned. And his death during the autopsy was because he stumbled and fell over face first into a puddle of water and drowned.
What can I say about it?
But
life.
I could be wrong about that, but that's what I read. But another thing about Hammond that does throw me off a little bit is I'm not saying he's wrong in his linguistics of what his professionalism is, but ancient Greek, it's like, there's a lot of descendants of Greece nowadays, and you could study it, but to have someone who truly knows and understands ancient Greece, all those people are, dead and gone. Like, to be able to thoroughly explain it, word from word would be almost nearly impossible. We could still get brief things out of it, like Hammond's doing, like this is what it means because this is what we have on it, and get to that specific indication. But I don't 100% believe we have all the information about a lot of lost things from languages we don't use today.
Like that's the whole thing, and like this is what it devolves into, where basically Luke just says, "Oh well, all of it got destroyed," and I can't say one way or the other, but like I'm saying, well, I have the sources here in Greek, that can actually align this up. So like in terms of the Kieran, where it's like, oh, that's all cope. It's like, no, it's not. Like this is the actual words of the physician of Marcus Aurelius or physician of Nero. It's like this was like standard practice. This was well known in terms of the physicians for the emperor. They were able to do this shit, and there's a reason why they called it the magic book, because this shit seemed like magical. Like what ordinarily like the snake bite would kill a motherfucker, this dude is still alive and breathing. This shit is magic. Like this is a miracle. I mean, but when you go into the I think Chatter says the pharmacological sorcery. You know what I mean? It's just basically what we call nowadays an anti-venom. Paul had an anti-venom. He was already doing the Teriac shit. So he was already taking the anti-venom.
No, I think he's doing something different. I think he's. I could be wrong. He can correct me, but I think he's saying something different to that.
What do you mean?
Pharmacological surgery. Pharmacological sorcery. The word sorcery. I think he's onto something different.
What do you think he's talking about?
Well, it's like I was saying before. I think we can try to find rational explanations for everything, including pharmacology and science and all these things. But I think there's another element that's beyond us, and there's a certain sense of freedom to accept that there's something we will never know. We'll never have a completely rational explanation for everything.
Is that a rational explanation?
I think it is, yeah.
So you're saying that like rationality isn't everything, but you're using rationality to prove that that's true.
Well, do you think rationality can allow for things beyond rationality?
Yeah, like you're appealing to rationality to say that rationality shouldn't be appealed to.
No, I just said, do you think rationality can allow space for things that aren't rational?
No, what like your whole thing here is like that, like there's just certain things, there's something beyond it where like even rationality must bow down to. Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're appealing to rationality, you're trying to make a rational argument, say to not appeal to rationality.
Is it rational to acknowledge there could be things beyond reason?
No.
There we disagree.
Like what makes you say that? Because like fundamentally what you're saying is that like rationality, there's something above rationality that makes more sense.
Didn't say make more sense, because making more sense would be rational. What I'm saying is rationality has limits, and rationality can be rational in acknowledging it has limits. There may be things beyond rationality that we say we can't understand. That's consistent.
Yeah, but you do see like what you're doing here though, right?
Yeah, go on.
You're doing the God works in mysterious ways and all this kind of shit. Yeah. Whereas like I'm giving you a rational explanation of what could have went on. And you're saying, no, that's just cope.
Yeah. I think it is. I think it is. I think, look, do you think, let's say we have, as humans, we have reason, rationality, all these things. Do we also have imagination and like a spirit that goes beyond that?
Well, again, like you're using very loaded terms. Like you're saying imagination and then you're saying spirit and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, there's stuff that we don't fully comprehend, but
correct. That's exactly it.
The underlying understanding is why rationality is so important is that rationality can explain the unexplainable.
Say that again.
That rationality can explain the unexplainable.
No, I can't. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so like before like anyone seen a nuclear bomb, before the Japanese even realized what a nuclear bomb was, Hiroshima happened. And if you were to go back, if you were to have done that, let's say Japan society was back in terms like the ancient Greek and where people are superstitious, all this kind of shit, they would literally treat that as though the gods are like that was Zeus, like fucking doing a thunderbolt down onto the Hiroshima.
Just want to go back to what you said before. You claimed.
No, one sec, because we're getting onto the rationality to explain the unexplainable. Like to say, oh, well, that must have been Zeus. That must have been some sort of higher power that's after striking us or whatever.
Never
like,
said
that's
that.
Basically. But what I'm saying is that's what the entailment of your position is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. All I said was that reason has limits. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, and if you were to take that position, the intent would be if something like that was to happen, you're to say, well, that was God or that was the heavens.
Never said that.
That's the entailment.
So this happened years ago, and basically in comparison to your Hiroshima thing you just said, that it was a giant rock in the desert that was like completely filled with uranium. So pretty much within like miles, hundreds of miles of radius, it's irradiated. And if you dig in that area or live in that area for a long period of time, you would die from radiation. So they thought it was a fucking cursed place back in biblical times because they didn't know what the fuck radiation was.
Yeah, but we eventually learned what it was. We had like Madame Curie and all this kind of shit. And that like through investigation, empirical testing, all this kind of shit, we found out what it was. And now we don't say, oh, like this is, we don't do the superstitious thing and say this is just the cursed land. We say, no, it's a radiated land. You know what I mean? And we were able to explain all this kind of shit. But we do need to go back to the video, guys. I do apologize because we're getting kind of like, we're talking about like nuclear shit and all that stuff. But like I said, this main point about St. Paul, this is something that the Christians can't hand wave. So far, like up until this podcast, the Christians could hand wave. But yeah, go ahead.
Can I say one thing before we start? I was about to say, what happens if like in that time, maybe I'm overthinking it. I do need to read up a little bit more about it because it has got me a little interested. But what happens if fellatio in their meaning doesn't necessarily mean what we think it does today? Like,
you know, like fellatio,
not necessarily like, yeah, I know the English word, but I mean, like in a certain context. I'm saying
we're trying to justify fellatio. God, hey Teriak.
Well, I'm not necessarily trying to justify it, but it's just sometimes I feel like in an older, like, you know, like Latins, they didn't have a fucking word for yes. They had a word for I agree and correct. They didn't have a word for yes. So it's like, when I think about,
despite the Greek translation, do you think fellatio, yes or no?
It's
Wait, you're asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Do you think fellatio, yes or no?
I mean, yeah, based off the English language, it goes right to sex to me.
Hey, fellas, I've got to go. Teriak, it's been great speaking to you.
You too, bro.
Always good to see you. I've got a big debate tomorrow. I've got to go and get my sleep, so I'm ready to fucking.
Oh yeah, I'll be there to watch it.
100%. Take it easy, Kieran. Have a good one.
Thanks, guys. Have a great night.
Have a good one.
I say good day, sir. I say good day.
A good day to you. All right, Fez. I said kiss my ass.
Good day, sir. Say good day.
Yeah, as we were talking about earlier, I'm here to call balls and strikes, and most of what we talked about has been within my area of expertise. I have no problem saying you've read more Galen than me.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm interested. Maybe like you send me these sources and I'll take a look at them, and then we can do this thing with them.
You know, a good connection is your wine too.
Yeah.
He wrote about wine and the
I know a lot more about wine than any other drugs. Yeah.
It's connected because Dioscorides and others physicians write about the use of wine as a base for the drugs, man.
A lot of times they put drugs in the wine.
All sorts of wines that are drug
This is like
wine.
the Eleusinian Mysteries, right?
This is not anything to do with cult. This is just people enjoying drugged wines.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's for health.
Really?
Yes, it's for health purposes. They're all, oh God, the descriptions of them are lengthy, and the amount of ingredients they're putting in. Oh, it's fantastic. And there's always a medical connection. It's always like, oh, this one cures your dropsy, right? Or your inflammation will be reduced with this wine, which has these 3 herbs that are attic herbs from so and so.
Okay.
Fantastic.
That's
but you did wine. You did history of wine.
And of course, wine was the most common drug in antiquity.
Yeah.
Like everybody drank it, even kids.
Really?
Although we do have to understand that the Greeks specifically mixed wine quite heavily with water. So their traditional concoction of wine was 2 parts water to 1 part wine. In other words, it was only 1/3 wine and it was 2/3 water that they were drinking. What this did, and of course we know this now, they didn't know this, is that it killed the bacteria, or at least a lot of the bacteria in the water. They had very dirty water sources. The wine did by mixing the water in the wine.
Wow.
And
so they just realized
getting plagued, just be drunk all the time.
Well, they didn't want to do that either, though. So they realized with trial and error that if you mixed 1/3 part wine with 2/3 part water, you were healthier.
Oh, really?
You were healthier because it would kill a lot of the bacteria in the water, where if you just drank straight water, you get sick all the time.
Right.
Because their water sources were terrible.
Wow.
But when you drank this water mixed with wine, you wouldn't get sick near as much, but you also wouldn't get drunk unless you drank a lot. Because if it's 2 parts water to 1 part wine, it's going to take quite a bit for you to even
Right.
get buzzed, right? Which is why they would give to kids. So it was a health drink for everybody of any age.
And opium. They gave a shit ton of opium to kids. And earaches, toothaches, his recommendation is always opium.
Really?
I don't know about
opium.
that. Okay. I have nothing to say about
Diarrhea opium. Yeah, it's way, way overprescribed, way, way overused. It's like common, very common.
Okay, before we get into the Christing stuff, I want to talk about the idea that Amen brings forward about the Septuagint. And Amen believes the Septuagint was originally written in Greek and then translated into Hebrew. And he's the only person with a pulse
in the cosmos,
in the cosmos that believes this to be truth. And other people I've had on here, experts, I've asked the same thing, and they all say that the Greek in the Septuagint was, one guy, Gad Barnea, said it was Jewish Greek. Some people say it's Koine Greek.
It is Jewish, yeah.
It's Jewish.
It's wait. Are you going to say it's Jewish Greek?
Why don't you make your case and then I'll make
Amen, make your case. Make your case. Lay it out for folks who aren't familiar with this, the people that may not even know what the Septuagint is.
Sure. So I'm not actually the first person to say this, nor am I the only person. There was a Jewish scholar, Yehuda, Dr. Yehuda, who wrote a book called Hebrew is Greek. And in it, he takes the triliteral roots that you find in the Hebrew, and then he shows you the Greek from which that term was derived. So, and he shows you through the use of colloquialisms, euphemisms, that the Hebrew is actually being constructed around the Greek. And he wrote his book, Hebrew is Greek, in the 80s, I think it was, 70s, 80s, something like that. And of course, you can imagine it did a dive, because if that's the case, everything that we know about biblical scholarship is wrong, completely wrong. There is a rabbi who came forward. Do you have, oh, there it is. Do you have, and there he's talking about the Spartans in the Greek, that the Jews are actually from Sparta and Crete. Anyway, can you, Steve, did you get the video clip, the short clip that I sent you last night?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, this is Rabbi, right? Tovia, right? Let's see here what he says. I'll be quiet.
The key is that Christians are appealing to a Septuagint, a Greek translation. A translation can never be superior to the original. It's, in any Western court, the law of best evidence states that an original document in its original language is always superior to any translation. So this is a specious argument. But
he is exactly right. A translation cannot be superior.
To be clear, he is saying the Septuagint is a translation.
Right, he's saying the Septuagint is a translation. Right,
so
the Septuagint should be a step down from the Hebrew original, because in the translation process, you lose information. You never gain information. You never get a more technical document from a translation, because the translation is not adding.
You can always add stuff anytime you translate anything.
Well, you can, but you're not translating. You're then
a lot of the Septuagint is an embellishment of the original Hebrew.
So there was 3 languages in the Dead Sea Scrolls, Greek, Aramaic, and Hebrew. But what Amen's pointing to is saying that that the original document was not, that the Septuagint is translating from Greek into Hebrew, not Hebrew into Greek. You know what I mean? And this is where this discussion gets in terms of the technical. So if I say something, this is why we said, like, in terms of why the Roman elites were speaking Greek and why the Egyptian elites were speaking Greek, because they did not have those words in their language, so they had to do the Greek to understand what the meaning was, etc., etc. You know what I mean? And when you look at the Septuagint and compare the Hebrew to the Greek is far superior. It's far more technical.
You're embellishing.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is exactly what you're saying does happen with the Septuagint. Okay, go on.
So his premise is the superior form is the original.
Who decides superior form?
I'll show you right now. Let's look at an actual text. Hit it, Steve, with the Greek text. This is from Genesis 1:2. This is from Genesis 1:2.
This one?
The one with the, yep, there you go. The whole verse is in the middle, and the earth was oratos and akataskewastos. The earth was King Jamesy, without form and void. Kai skotos, and the darkness was upon the deep, they'll say, the abyss. And the Spirit of God hovered there over the waters. Now look at the 2 words that the earth is in the beginning. The earth was oratos in Greek and akataskewastos. If you look up those words, just because you want to know what they are, next slide, Steve. If you look them up, you're going to see, right? Here we go. Look at just tell me really quick. Akataskewastos, not properly prepared. And after that, they give a reference to a pharmacon. right? This word is used for synthetic drugs, right? These are unworked principles. Akataskeostos. Look at kataskeostos below it. That's without the alpha privative on the front. So the alpha privative just negativizes the word. So what is something that is kataskeostos? It's artificial. It's created or artificial. Okay. So the earth is akataskeostos, not prepared, not created, not yet synthesized. Look at the bottom, aoratos. What else is the earth? It's unseen or invisible. I want you to drop down to the second line and look at to aoraton. What is it when you take the substantive of this adjective? It's an unseen world. And right after that, you get ex uranu. Do you understand me? This is a part of Greek physics that you're looking at, this word aoratos. Gaia and Uranos are part of it. Are you ready? Give me the next one. Wait, let me finish. Give me the next, after that. Here's the verb, because everything comes from the verb. What does the Hebrew version, okay, let's see, is this superior or inferior? Look at the Hebrew version, an empty place. This is tohu for aoratos. Was the translator on dope? If this went from Hebrew and this means an emptiness, how did it get to aoratos? You couldn't have. Somebody's on dope or Hebrew is less sophisticated. Clearly, look at the next word for akataskeostos. Bohu. Are you kidding? They just took tohu
and just added a bohu onto it. But William's saying, let's take a grip break. Can we get to 120? Let me know, chat. Let me know.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of madness. spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
Shout out to Jack.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why he's the MVP. That's why he's the GOAT. The GOAT.
Jack Saint just came in. There's the dono. Start the show, baby. Or continue the show, I should say as well. We're into the last third. But again, just to kind of reframe us, Okay, so it's like what Amon's trying to point to is like just look at the Greek words being used, like was that Gaetos, Kaskeotos, or something like that, like very technical terms in terms of like the stems being used. And I think the chatter is saying is like ancient Greek is similar to the English language in that it can be changed and expanded upon by design, but also a key thing to it as well is like with the stems. So like hypothesis comes from ancient Greek. Hypothesis, like philosophy, phil, which is love, and then Sophia, which is like wisdom. You know what I mean? It's like Greek already had like these predefined terms, and then they can build the words. They can combine the words or combine stems with the words, and then they can do the negative and positive. Like, so for example, like if something is important versus unimportant, like things like that's going on. Whereas when you look at the Hebrew here for these words, it's just tohu wa bohu. So tohu means empty, wa means and bohu means void, apparently. You know what I mean? But even when you look at like what is void, what does void mean? It's a complex term. It's a technical term in terms of like, even in terms of like English as well. You know what I mean? So,
and made it into a bow. And what do they got here? Again, emptiness. This Hebrew is not original. It is being constructed.
Because like, for example, in English, we have empty and then emptiness, or we have nothing and nothingness. These are two different things. But in terms of the bohu, how would you differentiate with bohu? You can't, but you can in Greek.
Also, where he says Greek is similar to English, like the reason why is because English is made up of multiple different languages, including Latin, Greek, and just Spanish. It's all like the English language came to be because of other languages. Greek, you have to go back to Greek, like what made up Greek, which would be like what a lot of Mediterranean languages made up Greek, I would believe. But I could be wrong there. I'd have to relook at that. But like what made up Greek compared to the English language is a little different to me.
It would have come from the likes of Persian, like the ideas or kind of concepts like from the Persian language, and would have migrated across. But like this is what I'm saying in terms of like this is what like Amon's saying in terms of like looking at the language and saying like this one is a lot more technical than this one. And then when you're like, that's why they played the previous clip of someone else, a completely different dude, who's saying like, no, like in terms of translations and in terms of like even legal, in terms of the courts, whichever document is more technical is the original. And if we're to take that logic, we're to say that the Septuagint was originally written in Greek, not Hebrew, which again puts a whole spin on it. And like, even when you look at like Plato and like the ideas that Plato's expressing in the Republic, and when he's talking about religion specifically, he's there saying you need a religion to bind the state together. Otherwise it doesn't work. And this is why all of a sudden Judaism, Christianity starts popping up, and these are basically seen as like the brainchild of Plato, or Plato's Republic. You know what I mean? Same idea with America, like the whole like 50 states and having states and then a federal dynamic to it. Like that's from Plato's Republic as well. So there's a lot of stuff that like comes from this. And then if you're to say it's like bohu, okay, what's the negative of bohu, or how do we start adding like different stems onto bohu? You can't. It means it's not as technical as the likes of the Greek. So you're telling me that ancient Rome is pulling from ancient Greek, ancient Egypt is pulling from ancient Greek. Now all these ancient Greeks are going to pull from a Hebrew language that's less superior than theirs. It makes no fucking sense. But what does make sense is, he's gone. He was backstage briefly. As soon as he hops back on, I'll introduce him. But let's get back to the video.
Constructed from the Greek. It is a terrible, terrible attempt to make a native translation out of a language that is so far sophisticated. Greek has 1.5 million word forms. Hebrew has 7,000 unique words. It can't compete. Okay, I'll stop there. You respond now.
Okay, thank you. So again, let's examine our priors here. In other words, what are we sort of assuming? You're assuming as you go through this, number one, that you can make a judgment as to which language is more superior, which is very debatable. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that you're right, that somehow Greek is more superior than Hebrew, which no linguist would.
Technically superior, that it's more advanced, that it's more descriptive, has a bigger vocabulary.
Greek has the philosophical tradition by this point, right? And so the translator, who must be fluent in both Hebrew and Greek to do this translation, is probably a Jewish person who knows Greek, because nothing else really makes sense. And this is a person probably in Alexandria, which is a center of Greek philosophical learning, right?
yep.
And this Jewish guy who knows Greek, and maybe Greek is even his native language.
Of course it is.
Because he's in a Jewish colonial context, just like a Jew in the United States today would have English as their native language. Doesn't make.
And just real quick, Ari Gray saying, no, you need to share the common goal within your social group or society. Yes, a religion. Like a shared value structure would be a religion, for example. But we have the guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jacob Blades, welcome to the show.
Hey.
Mama.
What's up, Jack?
Hey.
Have you got any thoughts so far, Jack, or you just chilling?
I just came in, so I just thought I'd chill up here and hear things out.
Yeah, 100%. Let's hear more from the podcast.
Them any less Jewish doesn't mean that they haven't been to synagogue and learned Hebrew.
100%.
Okay.
I get it.
So this guy is familiar with the Greek philosophical tradition, and so when he's translating these words, he is embellishing them. He's absolutely embellishing them. He's taking the Hebrew, and by the way, tohu wabohu, we don't even know to this day exactly what this means. Okay, like there have been so many books written on just these few words, and it's unclear. Okay,
outside of the Torah,
yeah,
how much Hebrew literature from the 3rd century uses this word bohu or tohu and bohu?
Very rare.
Yeah, because there's no Hebrew literature outside.
Of course there is.
The
of course
Old
there is.
Testament,
Yes,
is there?
Of course there is. Yeah. So, okay.
What Hebrew literature is there outside?
Let's say that your theory is right, that the Greeks or Jewish, Greek-speaking Jews or whatever in Alexandria, which is probably where this is being written, the Septuagint, are inventing this language. Do you think they're inventing it in Alexandria in the 3rd, 2nd century BC?
Definitely.
Okay. So if that were true, there should be no Hebrew before that.
There should be no literature at all. There should be
you have
nothing.
you have a problem because there is Hebrew before that.
What is the Hebrew?
The archaeological evidence. We have a lot of archaeological
Some
evidence.
scribblings.
No, it's not. It's, okay.
You have no...
Boom! And this one, like, I think was like what many people call the death blow to Ammon Hillman. Where he's like, Ammon saying, it's like, where's the literature? Where's all this Hebrew literature? Where's the Hebrew authors, etc., before this point? And Luke says, oh, we don't have it, but then he's like, later on he's going to say, well, all of it got destroyed. But now he's going to point to it and say, oh, we have tons of evidence that Hebrew existed before this. Okay, let's get into the evidence.
You have no. You go to and look at. They talk about the amulets. And you go and look at these things. It looks like it could be an aleph. It must be. It must be Hebrew, or no, it's Proto-Hebrew. You have no works. Like Danny just said, you have no works in Hebrew.
Let's hear what he has to say about it.
We have the priestly blessing, which is in the Book of Numbers, attested from an archaeological dig dated to the 7th century BC. Amen.
Yeah, you have
that's 500 years before the Septuagint.
You have the text.
That Hebrew radically predates.
You have the text.
You can go look it up.
You have the text in Numbers on a.
Is an archaeological dig
written on the entire book of Numbers.
No, I said 3 verses. The priestly blessing in Numbers.
Let's look this up.
Yeah, look this up. Look up Ketef.
That's fantastic.
Ketef Ketef Hinnom. 2 words. Space.
2 words.
Ketef space HI. Yeah, it is. Ketef Hinnom scrolls.
Yeah.
Okay, go to all.
This is the silver. It's written on silver.
Oh,
and it's written in Paleo Hebrew. There it is. Priestly blessing from number 6.
Do they think it's in Paleo Hebrew?
It is Paleo Hebrew.
2 tiny.
Well, I mean, it's a theory because it's true.
No. What is Paleo Hebrew? Explain to the people what Paleo Hebrew is. And what are your documents that are in Paleo Hebrew?
Right here. Here's one of them.
No. This is 3 lines from a silver plate.
One of thousands.
Okay.
So there is Paleo Hebrew. Everyone agrees that Paleo Hebrew is an alphabet that was used in pre-exilic time. So leading up to the destruction of Jerusalem by the Babylonians in 586 BC. Mm-hmm. They used a different alphabet than they used later. And this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. That's Paleo Hebrew.
Now, I don't know about you, gentlemen, but what are your thoughts about this?
I can't even tell what I'm really looking at, really.
Interesting. Half-hood.
It looks like fucking hieroglyphics.
Exactly. Like there's a lot of shit where it's like, how can you tell me that this is fucking like this could be Chinese for all I fucking know? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, apparently this is evidence that Hebrew existed. Let's see what Luke's going to say about it.
That's silver?
That's silver.
And written. Yeah. So can you zoom in a little bit more, Steve?
Yeah.
So tohu wabohu is in there?
No, of course not. That's not the verse.
Text, or the text of,
so that scribbling is Hebrew.
That's Hebrew. Yeah. And it's something that's in the Bible. It's something in the Hebrew Bible that already is found in an archaeological dig from earlier than 600 BC. So it predates the Septuagint by hundreds of years. They're already writing Hebrew. They're already writing stuff that's in the Bible. They're already inscribing it and on scrolls, maybe keeping it with them, maybe as an amulet.
What is Paleo Hebrew?
Paleo Hebrew is this alphabet we're looking at.
This is an alphabet.
That's an alphabet.
Okay, and it's Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Hey,
That's
Vav?
the it's an abjad.
It's the exact alphabet of the.
It's an abjad.
What we
it's
call
a different
classical
script.
Hebrew.
It's a different script, but it's the
Hebrew.
exact same alphabet. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're sure it's completely been identified as Hebrew.
It's very clear.
Right, I see a Hebrew rendition. I see a Hebrew rendition, but they are certain. Wait, and they base that on what? It's just from this one?
There's thousands of these.
This
is just the most famous one.
But there's no. Is there a translation of this from antiquity? I mean, how do we?
It's an archaeological.
What I'm saying is,
they didn't put English translations
in
the
archaeological. What I'm saying is, how do we know that that's the line from the text that we have?
Because it's the exact same word from
somebody
years
put
later.
that. Somebody put that.
You think it was planted?
But no.
Is this like an alien theory?
I'm talking. They do the same thing with Phoenician.
Yep.
Right, they do the exact same thing about guessing what the letters are, and that's why when they find an inscription, they guess that it's either Hebrew or Proto-Hebrew. At the time that this is being written, what's the date on the silver?
Yeah,
700s.
So 7th century BC. It was found
600s BC. 600s BC.
Yeah,
how many?
That's the consensus.
How much literature is there being generated that is from this Proto-Hebrew? What other cultures are referring to Proto-Hebrew? It's none.
There's several cultures around them that refer to Israel and refer to specific kings of Israel that are in the Bible.
They think they found the name Israel in an inscription.
They found it multiple times.
I read
don't
that.
think anybody debates that except you, apparently.
What is the Israel? Where does it come from? You're a linguist.
It's a Semitic. Yeah.
Where does the word Israel come from?
Well, it's a Semitic word. It looks like a verb, but it's a name, of course. So Semitic names are often compounds of a verb and a noun. And the L at the end is God.
L at the end is God, right?
The Yisser part looks like a third singular masculine Semitic verb. There's debate about which verb it would come from, but it might mean God rules, or he struggles with God, or God struggles with somebody.
Okay.
That's the traditional etymology. Yeah.
Okay. What literature do we have in it that you just gained that insight from? Where is the evidence?
So here's I think the methodological problem.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, when did you put it?
When you were over at the Westgate.
Oh, wait. Yep, sorry. My bad.
You're saying that if a culture got destroyed and the pre-exilic Israelite and Judean kingdom got destroyed. Well, no, the kingdoms got destroyed by the Assyrians in 721 BC and then the Babylonians in 586 BC. They had an apocalypse, essentially. Those nations, those ethnicities had an apocalypse where these foreign empires rolled in and destroyed them. They just leveled their cities to the ground. Jerusalem was leveled to the ground in 586 BC. They burned Jerusalem to the ground in 586 BC. And so what happened when Jerusalem specifically was burned to the ground in 586 BC, guess where all the text went? burned. Gone. They got burned.
In the
that's why we had the silver is what we had.
The silver survived, and this was, I think, it was buried, and it was outside of Jerusalem, so it wouldn't have been caught in the fire.
It was in a library.
They would have had libraries that got burned, just like the library of Alexandria. They almost certainly did.
Full of Hebrew libraries.
Almost certainly. Almost certainly.
Almost certainly, or they did. That's a big difference.
Yeah. Okay, let's back up and talk about methodology again, because I want to make sure.
I just want to know if they have Hebrew library.
No, bear in mind, this started with, we have tons of examples of Hebrew before the thing. And the oldest one was this silver, which was chicken scratch, at best. You know what I mean? And when you look into it, the reason why Ammon mentions Phoenician is like the it would like be like, for example, like English is from like a Germanic part of like the linguistic tree of like the Indo-European family tree of languages, right? Like to say that like this is Hebrew is to say what you're pointing to the Phoenician alphabet, which Greek comes from as well. So again, like in terms of this dynamic, you're saying this is definitely Hebrew, but you don't have any evidence that this is Hebrew. You're just saying this is our best guess that this is Hebrew.
I want to keep our eye
where this language was preserved.
I want to keep our eye on the ball.
Yeah,
we've already said 2 hours ago at this point that we don't know much about the ancient world. So what we're dealing with usually is probabilities. I like to think.
And if you don't know much, you cannot make the claim. Like you cannot use this as evidence. You're claiming that this is Hebrew before the Septuagint and all this kind of shit. But now you're saying we don't know, meaning I can't make that claim. But he's going to make the claim anyway.
This from like the perspective of a Vegas gambler. We don't know, if you're gambling on something in Vegas, you don't know for sure what's going to happen or whatever, but you have probabilities, okay? You can say, well, it's most likely or it's less likely, and so I'm going to put money on things that are more likely. And so we have probability. So you're asking me for 100% probability of something that happened 3,000 years ago.
Evidence.
And
I'm
we really,
for evidence.
It's right up on the screen now. I mean,
it's not.
This is evidence.
That's somebody's interpretation of what that is. That is not the evidence.
No, you don't know.
What I'm telling you is if this is
hold on.
If this language is being used at the time, if this language is being used at the time, what other surrounding peoples and cultures record it?
I just told you there's multiple ones. But the problem is that those same empires that rolled in and destroyed Jerusalem destroyed those other cultures too.
Right. Why isn't there a Greek record?
So, Amin, are you saying
the Greeks weren't doing anything over there?
Hold on. Are you saying that the Hebrew writing on the right,
correct,
is not accurate to what's on the silver?
How do we know that it's accurate?
You don't
I'm
know
questioning the evidence of the people who made this translation or interpretation of what it is, because what other documents are they using? Do they have? That's why I asked, do they have libraries? You can't do this with Greek. There's no guesswork about what it is.
There's no guesswork. It's pretty clear.
Proto-Hebrew versus no.
Greeks had different alphabets.
No, at this time that you say this day is existing, there's Greek works all over the place. Society is run
guess what?
by that Greek work.
You know what the Greeks avoided? Getting burned to the ground by the Persians, which almost happened in 480. Okay?
Yeah.
So if the Greeks had not managed to fight off those two Persian invasions, we'd probably be in the same position with Greek literature, where it would have all got burned to the ground, and then we'd be in this position where all the Greek we would have is digging up stuff in archaeological digs.
I hate to guess.
We'd be in a difficult position.
I
We
hate
always
to
have to
guess,
guess.
but when the Christians
anything we do is guessing for the ancient world. We don't know anything for sure.
I hate to guess, but when Greek began to lose its glory, as the oracle shut down and as the 4th century lurched over its loss of its pagan origin, the language was affected, and you see that. But in the influence of the Byzantine Greek, the problem is throughout the use of the Greek, we've got Greek grammarians, we've got Greek scientists who are working on the language, right? What I am saying here is, at the time that the Greeks are doing that and noting these other histories and these other societies around them and forming anthropologies and explanations of history of the cultures around them, nobody ever encounters anything like this. The only reference that we have to anything Semitic is the Phoenician. And we know the connection to the Phoenician. The Greeks even argued themselves that the Phoenician was not responsible for Greek. There's Greeks who say it was and Greeks who say it wasn't for the alphabet. Right? So this is theoretical. There's no contemporary documentation of any of this. This could be somebody sitting in the desert copying out BS.
And then planting it in the ground for an archaeological dig to be dated to 600 BC. Do you realize how you're getting into like alien
I'm not
theories here?
saying it's planted. That's why I hate ideas. If we stick with the text, what I'm saying is this thing that you've got here just showed up in a vacuum.
It showed up out of the ground.
Where does this Paleo Hebrew come from? Did they build buildings? If they got to this level of writing, they must have structures. They must have history and archaeology. Where is it for this?
This is the archaeology.
It's not. This
coming out of the ground.
This thing is not the archaeology.
It's coming from the archaeologists who found it in the ground when they were doing an archaeological
Everything has
dig.
to start somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Right. But when you find, let me tell you what I'm talking about. When you're doing a Greek site, for example, and you find Greek writing, the Greek writing builds for you exactly what's going on. You see those columns, you see this type of architecture, you see what they're using, the mathematics, they're in these Greek texts. This is in isolation. It's got no relatives.
That's how archaeology works.
It's just sitting there by itself. They didn't find anything with this. They didn't find anything with this that was a building dedicated to some guy with using this in his name, using this alphabet.
Why do they have
so
to?
much stuff in this alphabet.
And here's the mistake that Ammon makes. He keeps trying to like drill down as if because this dude is technically like giving him all he's needed to say. It's like, okay, if you're to say, because like Luke has said this at the stage, that like we don't actually know, it's all guesswork essentially. That's basically like the claim that Luke said. So then, okay, Luke, then you cannot use this as evidence. Show me something else that's Hebrew before the Septuagint. That's where this conversation should have went. And this is why I say, like, in terms of like Ammon, he needs he needs to come at this from like a debate bro kind of an angle. You know what I mean? Because he's trying to do. But I suppose there's probably like he had his whole plan. Like he had like basically 100 different things that he wanted to bring up on this podcast. And at the end of this, they're saying, yeah, we need to do a second one because they need to get into the Gospel of Mark and all the things in terms of that. You know what I mean? But in terms of like this aspect here, like what Luke's trying to do is trying to say, on the one hand, well, I can't really say anything for certain. It's all really probability and all this kind of stuff. But then also here is 100% fact that this is Hebrew that was written before Septuagint. And it's like, you can't have it both ways, Luke.
Just
it's
found that.
widespread. It's widespread. This alphabet is very common.
Right, but it wasn't in a building with a dude's name on it that was using the same.
There's a lot of
alphabet.
stuff with dudes' names on them in this alphabet that has been found in archaeological digs
So
from the
there's
6th to the
cities.
10th century
There are
BC.
cities that use this Proto-Hebrew.
Yeah, it's widespread.
As they're like,
in
they're
Israel.
cities.
In Israel.
And they have
They
libraries.
had cities. Yeah, Jerusalem
And
was
they
a
have
city.
and there's libraries in Jerusalem.
They were burned to the ground.
There's libraries
by the Babylonians.
Okay, so was Herculaneum.
Okay.
We still have a shit
Well,
ton.
and then they built a bunch of stuff on top of it. I don't know if you know about Jerusalem.
That's no
It's filled
evidence.
with-
You're not giving me any evidence.
I just don't think you're
This
willing to
is
look at the
in
evidence.
isolation.
You
This
don't-
is in complete isolation.
You don't like the evidence, and so you're discounting it. That's
No,
all that's happening here.
It's not the thing that really bothers.
No, what's happening here, Luke, is that you're trying to present something as 100% factual evidence, but then also trying to say, like, anytime you're pushed, you're saying, well, it's all probability, it's all guesswork. See what's going on?
Bothers me is that there is no Hebrew literature. When you talk outside the Torah, there is no Hebrew documentation. There are no Hebrew doctors. There's no Hebrew architecture. There's no Hebrew geometry. There's no Hebrew anything.
Because it got burned to the ground.
Everything.
So you're saying they should have just done a
you're
better
saying
job of not getting burned to the
everything got
ground.
lost. You're saying everything got lost of any Hebrew writing at any time.
The only remnants were there was a small group of captives after the city got burned to the ground, and lots of people got slaughtered and taken into slavery by the Babylonians.
No, that's not how
There's
life
a small,
works. No,
of course,
I'm
that's
sorry.
how life works.
I'm
That's
sorry,
how all
that's
ancient
not
warfare.
how life- If they went in-
There's a small group of people who were taken into captivity by the Babylonians to Babylon, and they could only carry anything they could carry. They carried their most sacred text, and that's all that survived that conflagration. That civilizational conflagration. That's all they kept. That doesn't mean they didn't have more. In fact, they almost certainly had more. It's gone.
And they're the only culture that happened to.
Of course, they're not the only
you
culture that
have
happened to.
language. The language will survive.
It did
The
survive.
language
You just
will
don't want to see
survive.
it. It survived in the Torah.
In
It survived
this,
in the Hebrew
that's all
Bible,
you've got.
and it survived in the grounds.
That's all you've got.
Okay, you just made a statement that is false, and that is this is the only culture that's happened to. Of course, it's not the only culture that's happened to. Let's talk about the Persians.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Persians. The Persian Empire was far mightier, far more scientifically advanced than the Hebrews.
Do we have classical Persian?
We have inscriptions. We have the Behistun inscription, and then we have a few things from Herodotus where he's transliterating words from Persian.
So we
But
have
almost
contemporaries.
No,
we have
no.
contemporaries
We have-
talking about
we
the
have-
language.
We have Herodotus talking about
That's
them.
exactly what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. We have no
Yeah.
Herodotus who can say there is Paleo-Hebrew. Yes, we've got the
Well,
Persian.
he's after
We've
that
got the
period. He's
Phoenician.
after-
We've
he's
got
200 years after that.
all of these. Well,
200
I'm saying, and a dude like Herodotus.
Yes.
We've
Actually,
got
you're wrong.
nobody for this.
You're wrong about that too.
Nobody's.
You're wrong about that too.
Okay.
The Nebuchadnezzar Chronicle has been discovered in Babylon. So Nebuchadnezzar was the most powerful king of Babylon. He from 605 to 562 BC. He was the guy who came over and burned Jerusalem to the ground with his armies. This is historians generally accept this. We have found his chronicle. So most kings would write a chronicle of the things that were ongoing during their reign that they thought was important enough to be kept for future generations. We found his chronicle from 605 to 594 BC. Unfortunately, it cuts off in 594 because we just haven't found the rest, or maybe it got shattered or lost or something. In his chronicle, he talks about Jerusalem and the Jews. In his chronicle, that has been found from that time period. So when Amin says there's no other records, he's wrong about that because King Nebuchadnezzar, the most powerful king in the world at that time, talks about them.
Okay.
It's in the chronicle. And he says, I'm going over there to talk about them. There it is, right there. Confirming biblical accounts of his conquest of Jerusalem in 597 BC, the deposition of King Jehoiakim, and the installation of Zedekiah. It's all there. Contemporary. That is a contemporary document.
It
Amin.
justifies the text perfectly.
So the people your belief is that the people who were writing Septuagint were Jewish Greek speakers who were
living in Alexandria in a Greek milieu.
And they were taking the Hebrew, translating it into Greek, and embellishing and adding
Sometimes.
stuff to it.
Yeah, so there's a whole, there's not just one translator who does all of this work.
So, like, bear in mind, apparently, these Jewish people went out of their way to learn Greek, right? Because again, we already talked about that with the Romans and the Egyptians, all this kind of stuff. So, and then they're going to start translating from Hebrew into Greek. But when we look at sophistication, when we look at technology, a very easy way to break it down is just look at the technology. What technology do they have? Again, the Greeks are able to, create antidotes and like all this like powerful pharmacology in ancient times, although questionably in terms of morals and all this kind of shit. But they have that level of sophistication. It's like basically as the Jews that like you can't tell me shit. I already have all this technical knowledge. So then why am I going to bother like going from Hebrew into Greek when we have a better understanding than you? You know what I mean? It like I said, it's like a Spanish speaker who can barely speak English is going to start translating from Spanish into English, and then you're going to get a more technical understanding from that translation of them rather than speaking their native language, speaking a different language. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Sure.
It's different Jews translating different books at different times.
Right.
And I can say this because I've worked with this stuff. I've gotten my hands dirty with this stuff. It's incredible stuff. I've written articles on it. You can look them up. I did my master's thesis on the Septuagint.
Oh, fantastic!
So it's very linguistic.
This is perfect. That's why I said you're perfect.
It's wonderful.
Hit me with the evidence.
So there's different translators who are translating different books at different times. What seems to have happened is
what year was it translated?
We don't know for sure, but probably third to 1st century BC. Probably the earliest stuff is third.
The only way you can really date something is by people who quote it. What's the earliest we get people reading this text, right? That's really what you can quote. You can look at the letter of Aristeas, which people in antiquity said was a forgery, that talks about the translation. People said that was a forgery. That doesn't matter. Who's quoting it? And when are they quoting it? Jesus is quoting it, right? The New Testament is quoting the Septuagint, so in Greek.
In Greek.
It never quotes it in Hebrew, which has always bothered me. If the Hebrew is the superior original, and that's what the people, the rabbis are promoting, why the hell doesn't Jesus quote
Why don't you think Jesus was quoting in Hebrew?
Well, Jesus was probably quoting in Aramaic. All right.
Probably. No, that's linguistically.
Let's go back to methodology.
Probably. Is it probably in Greek? No, it either is in Greek or it isn't.
You're trying to pull a fast one here. No. All we have is probably.
Right.
So when I say probably, I'm being responsible.
Okay.
When Amin doesn't say probably, he's being irresponsible with the data. I want to be clear about that. So I'm a responsible scholar. I hope you are too. Let's try to work toward that. So
obviously not.
Hey, look, I'm dealing with you and we're talking about stuff.
Right.
I'm not calling you names.
I just want to know how many times Jesus quotes Hebrew.
Well, here's the thing. As you know, Jesus didn't write anything down. Right. So all the stories we have about Jesus are somebody talking about him at a later date.
Right.
But when they're writing about him in Greek because that was the colonial cosmopolitan language and they want their message to get out.
Okay.
All right. So Jesus was not a Greek guy. He's a Jewish guy. You agree with that, right? I guess you already said you don't know who
Greek
Jesus was.
Greek is not an ethnicity. It's a language. Jesus was a dude
It's a colonial language.
Greek fluently, and he was in Egypt, so he probably studied in Alexandria, and he would have been studying Greek, not Hebrew. The question is, why does Jesus or anybody in the New Testament never quote Hebrew?
Quotes Aramaic. Several times. In fact, the only times in the New Testament, in the Gospels, of course, when Jesus is directly quoted, at least a handful, right? Because they only quote
at least a handful, and a couple of those are ones that we think, right? That we think may be Aramaic.
No, they are. It's pretty clear if you know Aramaic that it's Aramaic.
It's pretty clear. Yeah. It is.
And we're going to keep going back to
no,
this
it's
every
science.
time.
It's science. Look, it's science. It either is clearly Aramaic or it's not.
Okay, you want me to say it this way? It is clearly Aramaic.
It's clearly Aramaic. Lama sabachthon.
Okay.
That's when they say.
Let's talk about that.
That's when they say.
Yeah, Mark 27. Mark 15, I believe, is when Jesus gets quoted saying, "Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani."
Right.
Can we put that up?
And everybody says, "Oh, it's Aramaic."
I believe that's Mark 15.
Aramaic. Right?
Yeah, because it is. So let's talk about it. All right.
I love this.
Yeah. So I have not studied Aramaic, but it's closely related to Hebrew. So just because I've studied Hebrew, I can understand the Aramaic.
Okay.
Because they're like Spanish and Portuguese. They're not that different. And so if you study one, you can make heads and tails of the other.
Okay.
So I can tell you what this Aramaic is, and I will break it down for you linguistically. Okay. Scroll down. We don't. Yeah. This is the Greek, but can we get it in English? I think it's gonna be more helpful if we get a translation.
Actually,
Mark,
Greek,
one chapter.
If you look at the sabachthon in the Greek, you have to see the Greek.
Hold on, let's focus on this.
Scroll down. It's toward it's when he's on the cross and he cries out his final word. Yeah, a little more. There it is. They even put it in italics. Okay, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. Okay, they put it in italics. So Jesus is being directly quoted as saying this, and then they have to translate it because that's not Greek.
My God, my God.
Why have you forsaken me? So Mark is writing in Greek, but he's quoting Jesus saying something.
So he's writing in Greek and he's interrupting his Greek to
say something Aramaic.
To say something Aramaic.
Jesus is saying his final words in Aramaic because that was his native language. So let's break down this Aramaic linguistically. El is God, just like Hebrew. All right, El, Eloi, Eloi. The E at the end in both Hebrew and Aramaic is a first person possessive pronoun that means my.
Okay.
So Eloi is my God, which you can see it's translated correctly there. My God, my God. That's the Eloi part.
In Hebrew, right?
In Hebrew and Aramaic.
He's
speaking Aramaic and not Hebrew. He's speaking Aramaic.
Okay, so in Aramaic and lema.
Yeah. Lama is actually two words that are usually written as one, whether in Hebrew or Aramaic.
Like lama in Hebrew, right? Why?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Yeah. So la means for and ma means what.
Yes.
So when you say for what, you're asking why. Does that make sense? So lama is why, but it means literally for what.
Got it.
Ma. Sabachthani, I think this is the most important word here. Clearly, this is your verb. As you can see from the translation, they're translating this, have you forsaken me? Those are the words that we have left in the English there. And that's being translated from the Greek. I mean, the Greek says, my God, why have you forsaken me? In the translation, which is in parentheses there, right? Okay, so Aramaic has this verb. Now there's triliteral consonantal roots in the Semitic languages, not just Hebrew, not just Aramaic, the Babylonian languages, Phoenician, all the Semitic languages operate on what we call triliteral consonantal roots, which means it's 3 consonants. And you put vowels in the middle of the consonants to sort of inflect the term, okay? So there's 3 consonants here, S, B, and K. The CH is a chi there in Greek, because in the original Semitic, this is actually a guttural sound, K, that we don't even have in English, and they didn't have in Greek either. So they're doing the best they can to transliterate this, because Greek has this K that is a chi. It's the letter chi in Greek. So they're doing the best they can to write this Aramaic sound in Greek.
What's the Aramaic letter for the he?
It's a k. It's a kof.
Okay, what does it look like?
Yeah, it looks like it kind of looks like it looks like a P thing.
Okay,
but it's the source of our Q.
Yeah, it's the kof.
It's the source of our Latin Q, actually.
Okay, good.
Yeah, because the alphabet wandered from Phoenicia to Greece to the Etruscans and ultimately to Rome, and that's where we get it from. So you have this k sound that the Greeks don't know what to do with, but they write the next closest thing, which is k, which is we transliterate with ch there into English. But that's a chi. That's the letter chi in Greek, right? We can go look at it.
Yeah.
So yeah, however you want to pronounce it.
Right. Who cares? Modern Greeks.
Yeah, modern Greeks, chi, whatever. It's k in ancient Greek. That's what's going on there. The Semitic languages have the sound sh, and Greek, as you know, does not have the sound sh. So Greeks could not pronounce the sound sh. They did have the sound s, like a regular s. And so anytime there is a word in any Semitic language that has a sh sound, and there's lots of them, and they want to try to pronounce that in Greek, they write s instead of sh because it's the next closest thing. Okay. So this is shabach in the original Aramaic, which means it's this triliteral root. You put vowels in the middle, shabaka, that means to forsake. All right. You inflect it by putting a second singular masculine ending on it, which is the ta, the THA there.
Right.
That's the second singular masculine ending because Jesus is talking to God, and second singular is you. Okay, so he's talking to you, God, singular. And then the ni, Semitic languages have this really cool thing where they actually just attach object pronouns right to the word. So in English, if you say have forsaken me is a separate word from forsaken. You don't say forsaken me, all as one word, right?
Right.
But in Semitic languages, you say that all as one word, forsaken me. And you write it all as one word. So that ni is the first person singular object pronoun. So when Jesus says sabachthani, that's why it takes 4 English words, which by the way shows that Semitic languages are very elegant. They can actually express a lot of ideas that take us multiple words in English, which is another reason I push back against your idea that somehow Hebrew is not as superior as Greek, because it's pretty cool. It's a very elegant language, and this is Aramaic, which is similar to Hebrew, right? So the author of Mark is going out of his way. He doesn't have to do this. He's writing in Greek, but he goes out of his way to say, actually, Jesus said this in Aramaic. And then he quotes the exact Aramaic here.
Well, he doesn't say he says it in Aramaic.
That's Aramaic.
That's Aramaic,
no, but
right?
he doesn't say it's in Aramaic.
Elsewhere, there's another quote where he says, in Hebrew, Jesus said.
Okay, but here, he's not saying this is an Aramaic.
Why does it matter if he did, why would it matter if he says it? If it's written if it's in Aramaic, why does he have to say it's Aramaic?
Because it's written in Aramaic is your conclusion.
Okay, go ahead. Argue against
it's me. Not. It's
That's
go
not
back
Aramaic.
to the Greek.
So
go back to the Greek. Go back to the Greek text. Let's see. Maybe it's not Aramaic. Is it possible?
Well, it's written in Greek letters.
Is it possible it's not in
I'm all ears.
Aramaic?
I am
Bring
all
me the
ears.
text. Right. Scholars entertain discussion. Right. It's a museum. Blow it up, Steve, on the verse. What verse was that?
A little further down.
What verse is it? Do you remember?
In the 30s.
There it is. It's right above 35.
Yeah, right in the upper middle, right side, right margin.
No, go right.
There it is.
There, stop.
Right up,
Blow
right
that up,
there.
that last
Right
word.
there.
That last word before the semicolon. And remember, there's your semicolon. Wait, just show me.
That's not a semicolon, that's a question mark.
Right.
In Greek, you write question marks to semicolons.
Right? And who put that in? So Byzantine nerd. The Greeks didn't put that in.
That's true. I mean, all the punctuation is later.
Right.
All the capitalization is later.
Right. And the word spacing.
Sometimes there's no spaces in the original.
There's no spaces. Okay, Steve. Steve, blow it up.
You just got to know.
Just blow up
that's
that one
as
word.
blown up as I can get.
Is that as blown up?
Yeah.
Okay, just this one word, because this is the verb. And to be honest, this is the most interesting of the words. Verb is always awesome.
Oh, sure.
So if this is Aramaic, as you say, this should have really no Greek essence to it.
Why?
It should.
What do you mean by Greek essence?
Because there's no influence. There's no Aramaic influence on Greek.
There are people who are bilingual with each other.
We have no authors, though, who are saying, I'm going to use this Aramaism and I'm going to write it out.
Okay,
we don't have
Mark
that.
is just doing this.
Okay. Well, no, not if it's a quote.
He's quoting him. Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
it's
so
just a direct quote. It's just a direct quote. You're saying, Sabachthon. Is there anything in that looks Greek? If I have read the Greek magical papyrus, my anus twitches because you can.
Because here's the thing. If I was to quote Hitler, like quote the actual German that Hitler's saying, it would appear as German, not English. But here, when we go to the original Greek, they aren't doing like in separate quotations and like doing the actual phonetics for the for the thing. Like this is like the Greek that's written in.
See both the roots for Saba, that worship, and the Chthonian divinity that is the Christing head, the Ion, who is the person inside the synagogues that is pictured on the walls of the synagogues, the god Ion. That is Saba of the Chthon. This is used in magic. Jesus is from the cross using magic Greek. And he's talking about that God that induces that transfer from death to resurrection. And if you look up, if you know the Saba root, right, that I'm talking about, and you know the Chthonian.
Seb root, not the Sab root. Are you talking about Sebomai? To
yes,
worship?
Sebomai is the verb.
So that's a different
But here
word.
the Saba, no, this is the same.
Spelled differently, too.
Sabaoth, the God,
That's
your
different
Sabbath.
altogether.
He's going to say it's
That's
Hebrew.
also Hebrew.
It's
Of course it's
see?
Hebrew.
I told you.
Yeah, 'cause I'm
it's
right.
the same thing. Where is the literature that backs you up?
What do you mean the literature that
Where's
backs me
the
up?
literature outside the Bible that backs you up? Because I can give you literature outside of this that backs this
We've already
up.
been over this
It
methodological
doesn't
territory.
So Luke's saying that this word here it has no or should have no meaning in Greek whatsoever. Because remember, I'm quoting German here, like to use the Adolf example. A German word should not have any meaning in English. I mean, it's a German word. But what Ammon's saying is, I can point to ancient Greek writers that are using that word. So when you're saying it's a direct quote, or when you read the English version of the Bible and this is saying this is the direct quote, the Greeks aren't quoting them. They're using Greek.
We're just beating a dead horse.
It doesn't exist.
Because it got
though.
burned to the ground.
No, it doesn't exist. You
it got burned
don't
to the
have
ground.
evidence that it exists. You don't have any Hebrew literature that's going to use the term Sabbath. What you have is Greek, and you have Greek in the magical. You have Greek that is telling us. Even the pharmacology does this.
His reasoning for that is because he thinks it all got hit. Well, he says we know it all got burned down, burned to
Magically
the ground.
got
All the
disappeared.
libraries are gone.
There was nothing
Magically got
magic. It was
disappeared.
imperialism.
If your evidence got magically disappeared, it's easy to make whatever argument you want. The
Sure,
fact
you can
is,
say that.
We have Greek evidence that where these roots are coming from.
What are you talking about?
Okay, Sabachthon. When you look in the PGM, we're just talking about the PGM. You've worked with professors who helped translate it, right?
Sure.
And so did I.
Yeah. Go on.
So fantastic. In the PGM, do we refer to the God of the Sabbath?
Sabaoth appears in the PGM.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Is that a Hebrew concept?
Absolutely.
Where's the Hebrew to back it up?
It's behind the PGM. So we talked
It's
about the
behind
PGM
it, so
earlier.
it doesn't exist.
Behind
It's
it. So
behind
explain
it.
what you mean. It's behind the PGM.
Yes.
What do you mean by
So
that?
we talked about the PGM earlier, actually right near the start of this, and I mentioned that the PGM is a collection of diverse cultural sources. Okay? They reference Egyptian gods like Thoth. Okay, so according to Ammon's argument here, if we see the Greek letters THOTH, that proves it's Greek and not Egyptian. Which is not true, of course. We know that's because
he's saying that's because there's
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the cult, because I'm not talking ethnicities. I'm talking language.
I'm talking
and
language too.
conveys
Yeah.
the practice of a cult, and the cult terminology is the Sabachthon, the god of Sabbath.
Okay, so
that is
we're
not
actually-
Hebrew. That
hold
is
on,
Greek.
time out. We're dealing with three different things here that you're conflating, and none of them have anything to do with each other. There's the Greek word sebomai, which means to revere, to worship. Theosebes means God worshiping. Theosebes. Okay,
correct.
That's an Indo-European root. That goes back to the Indo-European root tiegu, which is found as far afield as India. Okay,
And
so
you will put an
in the
asterisk.
ancient-
You will put an asterisk on that term because that is a back formation. You are guessing.
That's-
Indo-European is guesswork.
For the thousandth time,
Guessing.
we're guessing about everything.
guessing.
about
Well, I'm
everything.
not. These
Yes,
are
you
texts,
are.
and I don't want to guess.
No, no, no.
I have seen
Okay.
that expression in magical text. That is
Alvin.
not Hebrew or Aramaic. There's no
he's
guesswork
quoting
here.
him in Aramaic.
This is pure philology. There is no text
pure
that
BS,
you
Evan.
have to back that up. There is no Hebrew doctrine. There's no Hebrew epics. There's no Hebrew plays. There's nothing outside of the Hebrew Bible. Nothing.
I think we've already disproven that point several times, so I
Yes.
think we should move on. So here's the deal.
And again, no, the
Sebomai.
only way you can disprove is when you have empirical 100% evidence. And this is what this dude does. It's like, on the one hand, he's saying, I've made 100% factual evidence that is undisputable. But then also, all my evidence has been burnt down to the ground, and trust me, bro, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, that's basically what it's coming down to.
He's not really giving much to his side now, because like the other guy's like wanting him to give evidence, and he's literally just saying, "Well, I know this because of this said so thing," without any evidence to back it up. Like anyone can say that there was evidence of something and it got burned, taken away, or destroyed. That's completely meaningless.
See what I'm saying? But like I said, vast majority of people think that Ammon lost this. That this dude Luke was the one that's spitting the truth, and Ammon's the liar.
I think mainly because people might be seeing it that way is because of their I feel like a lot of people are emotionally touched by the things Hammond is saying, other than trying to look at it in a logical standpoint of literature instead of, you know, your moral standpoints, because that's the way he's trying to look at it. He's not trying to look at it through the lens of his beliefs or ideologies. He's trying to look at it in the lens of what literature and linguistics shows you based on what he's learned. So I'm kind of getting the gist of what you're describing about his point versus Luke's.
100%, and like that's why I'm saying in terms of like I want to see, you know, like the actual kind of counter back and forth. Like for example, like I would want to see Andrew Wilson or Jay Dyer against Ammon. You know what I mean? Because like I'd want to get to the core, because like fundamentally like the reason why is because like Andrew or Jay like would be able to like say, yeah, that's irrelevant. Yeah, like I can grant you the greater questions to Mary says that, but tying it back into Christianity, and like that's how the conversation would go, and then Ammon would be put back in terms, and then you'd have to have the advancement, like the back and forth kind of thing. You know what I mean? And that's why I'm hoping that they actually do a second round of this, because there's more stuff that Ammon's trying to get into, where it's like I said, with the greater questions of Mary, the Christians can hand wave that. But in terms of the St. Paul, you can't hand wave that. In terms of the Gospel of Mark, you can't hand wave that. You know what I mean? And the reason why Ammon didn't just like start with that shit, you want to do like the greater questions of Mary, that's basically a test to see, okay, is this dude actually going to be unbiased? I'm going to give you a text that the Christians don't even accept. And as we've seen, like Luke done his little shenanigans kind of thing. Jack, any thoughts?
I guess from this is kind of a weaker area for me. But I will say from kind of the conversation as you two just addressed there is that Luke seems to imply that like Hebrew is Hebrew because it's Hebrew, you know. It is the pretty much the gist of it, you know. Doesn't, you know, when pretty much asked about evidence, doesn't, you know, kind of you know, here's things that look like evidence, but they aren't necessarily concrete evidence, you know. So, like I said, kind of weaker with this kind of area of things. But just seeing the exchange so far, that's just how I would interpret it.
100%. And let's see more.
All right, is a Greek word, goes back to an Indo-European root that is found, and you're right, back formed, because the Indo-European language, Proto-Indo-European, that was spoken by very early Greeks.
Tell people what back formation is.
Yeah, what it means, and I did my...
Is it paused? Something happened?
Yeah, I don't know. It just
you good,
freezed up. There's no audio. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Oh no, Teriyak's gone.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess his must have messed up on his side.
Yeah, it like the video froze for me and there was no audio, but I was like, I could still see the timer going.
Yeah, that's why I was like, there's something. As I say, I see my voice moving, and I can hear Jack, but Teriyak went missing.
Yeah, I was just.
He's gonna do this because we left him solo on Wheel of Madness.
Yeah, all those song lyrics. It's revenge.
Yeah, I got to go back and clip that because I was messing with him today about that.
Yeah, I think it was at the rate that we were doing it. I mean, I did mine. I knew you were gonna do yours, but then William did his as well right before yours, and then I was like, I got one later, and I feel bad because the next day I was gonna hit with another 2, and I just was like, oh, like is this too much? Like.
Yeah, I got another one I want him to do, but I'm gonna wait till a day where he's not doing so many of them.
Yeah.
But to be honest, that's kind of what we've been going on is about this little debate thing. Last was it his last Wheel of Madness Friday? I meant to get on, but and I was going to get on Verbal Combat, and I ended up getting drunk and I fell asleep.
Yeah, so I always work through usually a lot of the streams that goes on, unless it's Teriax. So usually a lot of the time, if I was up, I'd get on, the Wheel of Madness or kind of anything I could at this point. But specifically for the Wheel of Madness, because I really like it. I've only been on Verbal Combat once, but I felt like that that was fun as well. But I feel like you just really got to know, obviously, your argument, the target, the topic,
Yeah, if you pick a topic to debate, it's got to be something you've at least studied or know something about. If you pick a topic you don't know anything about, you got to at least try and know a few things about it to try and weed around the fact that you may not know anything about it.
Yeah, and I believe there's probably an open area where you can think about things logically. Hey.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah, my internet cut out. I do apologize, but this is the reason why I use StreamYard instead of Streamlabs for any streamers out there. If I was streaming from the Streamlabs, the whole stream just would have went down there. Whereas at least StreamYard keeps the stream going and we can get back in. Thankfully.
Yeah. Is a well understood Indo-European root that goes back thousands of years in the Greek language that means to worship the native.
So back formation is the creation of a word that you don't have a text to back it up.
That's because there were no texts 6,000 years ago.
Right.
Yes, we've already said that.
Right. So the back formation is a creation. It's not a reality. In language and philology, it's not a reality. That's why they have to put an asterisk next to it in linguistics to show you this is not a real word.
Do you think those are all made up?
There is no evidence.
Why would they
are all speculation, just like you were saying.
Everything is.
We are speculating.
The question is, when we go to Vegas, what odds are we going to get on that speculation?
I don't want to speculate.
Then you can't do this work.
About
all you can do is
historical
speculation.
Linguistics.
Everything's speculation.
When you talk about historical linguistics, the Greeks themselves, the grammarians, I don't know if you read many grammarians, but I do. And the grammarians will talk about the influence of languages like Pelasgian with the double sigma. And they'll talk about how that arrives. And the influence as far west as the Etruscans. Okay. That's the type of historical development you don't have to put an asterisk next to. The Grimm brothers with all of their stories. Oh God.
Okay, I'm still gonna say I kind of like his voice. The way he said that was just great.
Oh God.
Ham's voice is very unique.
100%. And shout out to Chop Chop for the $5. Let me get an Ave Maria.
Go, my nigga. Go get money.
Many grazie planes to you, sir. And we only have 4 left to go if you want to get another premium meme, folks. But yeah, gentlemen, go ahead. Well, I'll just play the
I don't want speculation.
Yeah, cool beans.
For this text. If I see other Greek texts that use this word and it's a magical text, that makes me think this is probably a magical term.
Okay, so you keep harking on this thing, just speculation. But then in your work, we've already noticed that a lot of what you do is speculation.
No, give me an example.
Yes, we've already talked about this.
What?
Okay,
give me an example.
Like the earlier thing.
The fellatio?
The fellatio, pure speculation.
No, it said it was a euphemism. It said it's a euphemism. I didn't say that.
Okay, when you speculate that that's what that word means in that context, it's pure speculation. Now, we can go to Vegas and put odds on it.
It's not speculation. He's pulling sources from other dudes from 1,000 years ago who are saying, yeah, it's a euphemism for fellatio. When we went to that part of the thing, Luke ran from the context, even though he's like, context matters, context is the most important thing. He ran from the context. And now he's saying, oh, we already talked about that, so I'm not talking about it again. That's what they do.
But you don't know that. We've already covered that ground. You don't know that.
When it says the thumb is in his hand,
you don't know that.
You don't think.
Okay. Another thing.
Something's wrong. There's
something
a
is
wall
wrong,
here.
Amin.
There's a
something
wall
is wrong,
here.
Amin. So it seems
like
you think that texts are divine. Like you think that it's in the texts. That's all we got. Texts are divine.
No, I'm a classical philologist. That's all I do is text.
That's a problem because you have to have context for the text. There's more to just what we're doing than just what the text is. We have to analyze it. We have to say, is this text wrong? Is it right? Who wrote it? What's the propaganda angle?
What was everyone else saying in different professions surrounding that?
Yeah.
Like doctors or lawyers or physicians or whatever, philosophers.
Yeah. Can we return to Sabachthani because there's several more
My
points.
speculations. I want to hear more.
Let's wrap up. Let's wrap this. I want to move on after this.
Yeah. So Amin, what did you say about the Chthon? You said it's connected to Chthon.
Chthonian divinities. Correct.
Okay, all right. So let me point out the methodological problem with the way that you're approaching this word. It seems that you're saying, hey, look, there's this word that doesn't appear to be in Greek because it's nonsense in Greek. Sabachthani doesn't mean anything in Greek, but there's a part of it that looks like a word that is Greek.
It's not nonsense.
There's a part of it.
No, it's not. No, you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
That's not what I'm saying.
Aramaic.
It's not nonsense. Sabachthani is attested in the PGM. You can go and look at a goddamn ion wall.
Are you mixing up Sabaoth and Sabachthani?
Do you know who the god Ion is?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Let's go.
What does Ion give the Jew or the Christian? Ionic life. It's why he's sitting in the
eternity,
synagogues.
Ion.
Yes, and Idios. Why does that also mean eternity?
What does this have to do with Sabachthani?
What is no.
Okay,
because
let's focus.
Listen, I'm telling you, read so much Greek. I can
so
show
you can mystically see things that nobody else, even me, cannot see.
No, I'm showing you what experience does.
Oh, so 20 years is not enough. Am I going to learn this in year 30, 32? When am I going to get to this?
I'm going to bring you, when I bring you an apocryphal text that uses Ionic right next to eternal, Idios. And you will see the difference, but you haven't because you are trusting in Jesus.
What are you talking about?
You are trusting in that text. You are the one who's making this
I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
Yes,
do you, Danny?
You don't have listen, have you...
And this is guys, I have no idea what you're talking about, all this kind of shit. And it's like you're saying, like, listen, like there are texts out there, I can provide them. And then he's like saying, oh, no, I don't know, I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Read Philomenus.
And instead of disputing his argument, he wants to try and prove... It seems instead of disputing his argument, he's trying to prove more to the moderator his point instead of trying to prove to the viewers.
Yeah, no, 100%. That's what's going on here. It's like that's the typical gaslight thing where I have no idea what he's talking about, and then he's like looking over at Danny, like giving him the nod or the wink or whatever. I have no idea what you're talking about. But again, like it's simple and clear. Like once you're able to kind of like stop the tape and like do the side by side analysis, it's like the watching game footage. You know what I mean? Like this is no different than us reviewing, let's say, the Andrew Wilson and the Pikachu debate. You know what I mean? This is dialogue. This is all stuff that we can point out, and like when you're doing shit, so I've no idea what that, and then doing this whole appeal to the moderator shit. That to me is like telltale signs where I was looking at this kind of going, you lying bastard. You know what I mean? Because remember, he gave us this whole speech saying, I'm going to be the unbiased one. I'm just going to call strikes and fouls and all this kind of shit. But now he's like trying to die on the hill of, no, this is ancient Hebrew. But bro, it looks like chicken scratch. At best. You know?
You read Philomenus.
Does it matter? Why does it matter?
I'm asking
you. Have to prove
have
me
you
why
read
it matters.
Philomenus?
Not most of it. Why does it
so
matter?
You have no idea what's in Philomenus, correct?
Hey, we're reading Mark, not Philomenus right now.
If I told you Philomenus...
Yeah, let's try to stay on topic.
It's
becoming more confusing, trying to bring in all this other stuff that like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay, so I want to get back to what we're talking about with Chthon here, because Amin interrupted me when I was trying to talk about this. So Amin's methodology seems to be, hey, there's a Greek word Chthon, which we both agree is a real Greek word that means earth, okay? And it's in various compounds like, different Erichthonius, mythical early king of Athens, etc.
Right.
Okay, it's not the same word. There's a vowel different, Chthon versus Chthon, but at least it sounds like it. It's not the same word, but it sounds like. By the way, vowels are very important in Greek. You can't just substitute them in and out.
Vowels
are very important. So you can't say that Chthon and Chthon are the same thing. But let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Say, they're mispronouncing it. Okay, whatever. Let me.
I'm not going to say that. Stop putting arguments in my mouth. That's disingenuous.
You are mispronouncing.
You don't do that at CAMWIS, do you?
You
when
are
you go to
mispronouncing
CAMWIS, do you talk about? Do you talk about?
I know you want to talk about this because
no, come on,
honestly,
that's not
no one's going to take you seriously.
I was once a professor.
So okay. So here's the deal. So we got Chthon, which is a valid Greek word. We all agree with this. Okay. Amin says he sees the word Chthon in this Aramaic word, or what everyone else except Amin thinks is an Aramaic word.
Yes.
Sabachthani. Okay. So here's the problem with this kind of methodology, and I actually talk about this in my book on wine, which came out in my dissertation. I have a whole chapter on linguistics and linguistic methodology in that book, okay? And in that chapter, literally the very first part of the chapter when you open it up is a quote from an ancient grammarian, because we were talking about this. I love the grammarians, okay? Good. And they they try to make connections like this. So
wait. Say that again.
Before we get into that, Jack saying he needs to have a bite to eat. No worries, Jack. Thank you very kindly for the $2. And we have the chatterer saying, Domine serva nos ab hoc retardatione. Something got to do with retards, I guess.
Hold on. Say that again.
Let me explain. They try to make connections like this. Let me explain. Okay. Yeah. So I deal with the wine word, oinos, winum, this word that's floating around the ancient Mediterranean, right? And what I'm doing when I do this is I'm first of all, I'm going all the way back to the original sources. What did the grammarians say about it? Like, what did the Greek grammarians say about this word? What did Romans say about this word? And their speculation usually relies on what I call in the book the sounds like principle. Okay, so they'll say the word oinos or oinos in Greek means
digamma.
wine.
You put the digamma.
Of course, classic, right?
Nice.
I love the digamma. So you got oinos or oinos, winum in Latin, and they're already trying to figure out like where this word comes from, like what other words out there in the universe is it connected to,
right?
And they use what I call the sounds like principle. So and there's multiple layers of speculation where they say, oh, maybe it's connected to this word that sounds like oinos or oinos. Maybe it's connected to this. What one of them says, hey, maybe it's connected to this word onesios, which means benefit, because onesios, oinos kind of sound alike.
Mm-hmm.
They have most of the same consonants, right? And that's the methodology that the ancient grammarians use. All right, modern historical linguistics has moved far past that methodology. All right,
that sounds so arrogant. That sounds so arrogant.
It's just called building on things.
Do you think science has
actually?
Do you think the Greek is musical?
Do you think science has made progress in the past 2,000 years or not?
Science is completely based on what? That great concept of how to create a hypothesis.
Okay, so has science progressed in the past 2,000 years?
Not beyond its roots. No, technologically, yes, but not beyond its basic methodological roots.
Well, what I'm saying is the methodology has progressed. And I told you we would come back to this time and time again.
Right.
The methodology has progressed, all right? We are not doing the sounds like principle anymore because it didn't work. And let me explain. No, of course not. The Greeks were brilliant for their time period. Hey, you're talking to me. I love the Greeks.
I know.
I love Greek. So
don't
put words in my mouth.
Just not great grammarians, right?
We read them, but we don't believe everything they say.
This was in antiquity. They're arguing like this in antiquity too.
Yeah.
The etymology of words is important to the Greeks.
Yeah,
and some people say
is.
You're full of shit.
Absolutely is.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
Here's why the sounds like principle doesn't work. So I'm saying, okay, there's this part that sounds like something else that he has read, which is a legit thing, phone, whatever. How do we know it's connected though? All right. So there's lots of things that sound like other things. Okay. So for instance, let's say that as a linguist, I said that your name, Danny, contains the word knee. The last syllable contains knee, which proves that there's a connection to the knee that's your body part.
Okay.
And then I could make up a story. I could say your ancestors would knee people. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah.
Or maybe a little more fanciful. I could say, you know what? Your ancestors were the knights who said knee.
Okay.
Right. From Monty Python. Okay. Love that movie. Love that reference. And so your ancestors stood in a forest and demanded shrubberies from passing knights because of the knee in your name. Okay. That's where the sounds like principle leads us. I could do it with Sabachthani.
Sure.
I could say, see the first syllable Saab. That proves that it's connected to the Swedish car company that produces Saabs. All right? That's where the sounds like principle can lead us. It can lead us anywhere random. Anything sounds like anything. It's not good enough, right? So we need a more principled way of acting, and that's where the modern discipline of historical linguistics comes in.
Okay.
So the modern discipline, to go back to your name, I assume Danny short for Daniel. Okay, so Daniel is a Hebrew word. I don't know if Amon believes this or not, but everyone else does. Daniel's a Hebrew word, and we can break it down into 3 morphemes.
So I'm Jewish?
Well, your name is.
Okay.
Your name is Hebrew. Yeah.
Okay.
But lots of our names are, mine isn't, but lots of our names are from some Hebrew source in the Hebrew Bible, which was written in Hebrew.
Right.
So Daniel, we can break it down into 3 morphemes. Your ears pricked up because I said morphine, but I didn't. Morpheme, which is a meaning-bearing unit of language. Every language has morphemes. Like if you say the word trees, there's 2 things that have meaning in there. Tree means a thing that grows out of the ground, and this means plural.
Yes.
More than one. Okay.
Right.
That's all a morpheme is. All right.
Okay.
So there are 3 morphemes in the name Daniel. Don, which is the Hebrew word for judge. E, the I in the middle of your name, which means my. It's the same I in Eloi, actually, right there. And El, which means God. El, which means God.
Hold on. This is interesting.
So Daniel means God is my judge. It literally means God my judge. But you throw in the is to make it make sense.
That's you learn that because that's what ancient Hebrew grammarians wrote, right?
Yeah, they got burned to the ground. We talked about that.
Oh, but how do you know that then? That's what it means.
We don't know anything. We talked about that too.
Oh my God.
Do you know what?
We don't know anything. We don't know anything. We talked about that too. He just literally destroyed his own argument
about that.
Oh, but how do you know that then? That's what it means.
We don't know anything. We talked about that too.
Oh my God, am I stoned?
You might be.
And like, I was like, am I fucking stoned? Like, what are we talking about here? Also, shout out to John Baptiste, or I think it's John Baptist. Let me know if it's wrong. The never-ending scramble is resentful and despotic. It's exhausting to nausea as intended. Both bath meme, please. Thank you very kindly, sir. And we do have the bath meme. Thanking you very kindly, sir. So it's like this whole rendition that Luke just gave in terms of the Daniel, and this is what Daniel means and all this kind of shit. Like, that's just all fugazi. He just made it up.
That, he's also trying to like put words with other words. Like it was as simple as it was like that back then. And it's like really? Because we derived the word water from the word aqua. Like, how the fuck did we get there?
You know what I mean? So it's like basically, like Ammon's like I think was sitting through this kind of going, it's like, oh no, like he's talking about something that's actually a thing, but like Luke's just kind of going off on like hypotheticals and all this kind of shit. Which again, if we're to go back, okay, what was Luke's whole introduction? That's why I played the introduction, just didn't skip that part, because it's like this is what Luke was saying at the beginning. That he was just going to focus on the context, and he was going to call the fouls and the balls and all that kind of shit. He was going to be the umpire. But like we see here, Luke's saying, well, we don't know anything, but then we know that this is Hebrew. Make it make sense, folks. And we have Chop, we're coming a new member. Welcome in, sir. Like I said, we got plenty of memes. We got Pepe. We got the WoW meme as well. We got the Gent meme. We got plenty of memes. Plenty of memes to go around, folks. But yeah, like I said, this is the part where like I think Ammon kind of finally clicks. It clicks with him. You go like, oh, okay, I know exactly what you're doing.
Yes, you are.
Oh my god! Wait a minute. All of that was based on not having any evidence, though. That's bad, bro. That's bad.
I think we've gone through this already. I don't know if we need to go through that anymore.
Yeah. We've been through
what time is it? We're already 3 hours in. How long is this?
We're almost 3 hours in. Yeah.
We have a lot of ground to cover. We have to come back. Honestly, we have so much to cover.
Yeah, we will.
Can we come back?
Yeah. Well, we're not going to end it right now. We still want.
Oh, no, I know.
Oh, we can absolutely do
I just think we have another
yes.
5 hours left here. Totally. I mean, we got way more.
I'm wondering if we're keeping the audience.
Yes. Yeah. We really got stuck here on in the weeds here on this this stuff about the Septuagint and this word. But so basically the case Luke is making is Jesus spoke Aramaic. He was Jewish, and you think he was Greek. You think he only spoke Greek.
Textual evidence.
Right.
Which Ammon loves.
Right. The audience can make up their mind. Right. We'll have to definitely do another one on this. So now I want to move on to Ammon's biggest claim is that Christ is a pharmaceutical term.
Correct.
Now, the case Ammon makes, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the first time the word Christ was ever used in Greek was from Homer, and it's been used hundreds of times before Jesus Christ.
Correct.
And Ammon specializes in ancient pharmacology and ancient pharmacy, and he uses that context to corroborate all of this other historical writing we have from Homer and everything else, talking about Christing arrows with poisons and all kinds of Christing.
I'll be right back.
Right, applying something to the skin, to the eye.
Yeah, no worries. All right.
I thought it was going to be the thing, but appreciate you hopping up, Half Hood. Like I said, we only got about an hour left in the show and an hour left in the podcast as well. But William saying we only need one more super chat. Can we get it done? Let me know, chat.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
Absolute gent. Like almost as soon as I clicked the griff break, Chop was on. He's quick, you know what I mean? Suits the name, you know, Chop Teriyaki. So which premium meme are we going to go for, chats? We hit him with a little Andrew Wilson. We'll hit him with a little Andrew Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
You know what I'm saying? And like I said, like there's critiques to both sides here. That's why we do the film room. So we can kind of say, yeah, the defense failed here. It was a blown coverage or whatever. And oh yeah, the offense failed here. There was no blocking going on the left side from the left tackle or whatever. This is why we do it. And like I said, Ammon needs that moment. That like that Mr. Wilson moment where it's just mic drop and like the whole panel's just like stunned into silence kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? And I don't think Ammon had it. And that's why you have the majority of people were saying, nah, like Ammon's full of shit. He got absolutely roasted on shit. But like I said, when you do the play-by-play, Luke wasn't actually given any evidence. And to me, that's the most important thing. Optics don't work on me. Because I will do I'll do the frame by frame or I'll break the play down. You know what I mean? And that's why we do this thing. That's why the film room is a concept. We can't have every day where we're just memeing and chilling with chat and playing games on this kind of shit. We have to have some bit of study, at least. Do you know what I mean?
To an arrow, to something else. And he's taking that and connecting it to Jesus Christ, saying that Jesus was someone who was known and was connected to drugs. Is that about right?
Correct. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have the reference. Bring up Odysseus. It's a gorgeous picture.
So he has tons of references, and he sent us in our group chat a whole list of
I read them all.
Hundreds of references.
Just to make a long story short, you can tell by having read all those references, and you read hundreds. I sent you over 100. If you search for all the compounds of Christing, you're going to find thousands and thousands. This is like not an unusual word. That's why when Bart Ehrman came along and said, I doubt if Christing came before the Septuagint, why he looks so bad, because it's overwhelming, the history of this word. Biblical scholars have no idea what Christing is. They don't know it's an actual drug. They don't know the action of Christing as somebody applying a drug. They don't know that chrio is associated with oestrus, the sting of the gadfly. The Greeks had established in mental changes, frustration, craziness, mania, right? Those are all associated with being Christing. We have it in Aeschylus himself with Io, right? And she says, what about this? I'm being Christed by this powerful mind-altering thing.
So from the arguments I've heard against Ammon, me using my best judgment, is that what most people believe is that Christing was applying something. It could have been drugs. It could have been a roof. It could have been a coating underneath the ship to make ships more buoyant. They would Christ them, painting something. Yes, it was drugs. It was lots of other things, but they don't believe that Christ had anything to do with this word, similar to your Dick Cheney. And
pulling a Dick Nixon.
Dick Nixon, right.
Sure, yeah. Okay.
That seems to be the general pushback to
Yeah. But
Ammon thinks Christing was exclusively drugs.
No.
Okay. It definitely wasn't exclusively.
Plastered. No, see, here's the thing.
Yeah,
I don't come up with
all sorts of things.
I don't come up with ideas. I just read the text. Now, in the overwhelming majority, it's drugs. You can Christ plaster shit. Heraclitus Christed himself with poop, right? Dung. There's all sorts of things. You can Christ a ship with a pitch so that it's not waterproof, right?
Right.
But the overwhelming majority are drugs. And the texts that I read are talking about the use over and over. And even texts like
and how do you know?
Notice's paraphrase of John, he talks about the antidote, that's the Greek word, that was given to Jesus when he was on the cross. So this is not the association of Christing. You can Christ your penis. There's a very well-known satyr's rite where you Christ the penis and you introduce that Christ penis to the vagina. And that process is to kickstart the mystery. It's a Bacchic satanic chorus. You didn't know. Did you know in Greek that you have the expression the Bacchic satanic chorus?
I mean, Satan is a Jewish idea, not a Greek idea. So what are you talking about?
I'm asking you, did you know that there is a Greek text that uses the Greek term Bacchic satanic chorus?
I'd have to see the text, and I think you would agree.
I would love to show it.
This is probably not the time.
All right, here's the point. Here's the point. Here's my question. Are you just saying it's overwhelmingly associated with drugs because you specialize in drugs and read drug texts, or have you looked through everything?
I'm saying performing a TLG search on everything that we've got on Christing, the overwhelming majority are drug associated.
That should be pretty easy to prove or disprove, right? With the TLG.
Okay, so do you think inject is a drug term?
The English term?
Inject, yeah, English inject.
I think it's pharmaceutically associated term.
I agree. Yeah, so it's a term that is often used in drug contexts.
Sure.
It's also used in other contexts, like let me inject myself into this conversation.
Right. Correct.
And so the verb creo in Greek is the same way. Okay. It can be used in various terms because it means to apply something to the surface of something else.
Right.
So if you're applying an ointment, which is a medicine, which could be called a drug, then sure, if you want to call that a drug term, go for it. I'm not going to argue with you on that. And you have all these references where there's some kind of ointment, some applied, medicine, drug, pharmacon.
Right.
That's fine.
There was Euripides. He said, "Was it what was it? Was it a potable or a Christ?"
What kind of drug is it? He says in Hippolytus. Is it a Christ or is it a?
Is it one that's anointed? In other words, smeared on like an unguent,
right?
Or is it one that you drink?
Right. And
those are two main different kinds of drugs. Right?
There's also a big catch. You probably didn't catch this, or you did, and you went past it because you accepted the common modern notion. In Greek, the expression in Christoi, right, is coupled with Jesu, a genitive form of Jesus, in the Christ of Jesus. Every time it occurs in Paul, it's in the Bible in general, it's translated as, but Paul uses it most, it's translated as in Jesus Christ. We have faith in Jesus Christ. We have this in Jesus Christ. The problem is that genitive is just a genitive and nowhere else in Greek are you going to translate that as part of that dative. So it literally should be translated in the Christ of Jesus. Jesus was performing the mystery openly. The fact that he is casting out demons is perfect evidence of that. He knows these terms, or he wouldn't be called the one who was Christed. And there wouldn't be a naked kid with a medicated bandage.
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves here.
With him there.
So do you think Christ spoke Greek or knew Greek
Probably
at all?
not.
No.
Oh my God. No. Oh my God. Right. Who knew Hebrew? If there's that much Hebrew.
He didn't speak Hebrew. He spoke Aramaic.
If there's that much Hebrew, and if there's that much Hebrew, then there would have been documents left. This magical disappearance of all the Hebrew.
It's literally quoted. We're not talking about Hebrew anymore. We're talking about
So
Aramaic.
if you agree with Luke.
But if Jesus didn't speak Hebrew, how could he go to the Pharisees and start quoting the Torah to them? The interpretation of the Torah to them. You know what I'm saying? And like this is why like basically everything that Luke is saying is like in the abstract. And he does not think that like someone like me is going to come along and say, hang on a second, you have no consistency in all your positions here. And then that's when Luke says, well, I don't have a position. Okay, if that's the case, then we're removing your evidence for the Hebrew. And you cannot provide counter evidence to Ammon because we don't know anything, right? And they'd be like, no, because we can tell by this. So we do know something. We do know shit, I guess. You know what I mean? And we have Jack. Jack is back. Welcome back, Jack. Cheers, chat. Shout outs to you.
Cheers.
Oh shit, I forgot to set another. Oh man, okay, so this can be any amount, guys. We're gonna do 5 to finish off. Any amount. And if we hit this, we'll hit him with the premium meme, as they say. But Jack, any thoughts on this so far?
I just think that they're just kind of going back and forth with just a lot of things that are, I guess, presumptuous. I guess I should say, and I just feel like it's there's a lot of things that we don't know, and trying to go back in history and find out what happened. I think it's valuable, but I think sometimes you get caught up with the emotion from it, because if it's something that has just been discovered and you've kind of gone through the whole thing as far as evidence goes, or maybe what you think is evidence is, it's just speculation at the end of the day. None of us can go back in a past machine and rectify these things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. And like I was saying, in terms of the major thing here is that, like, Ammon's basically saying just like, this is what this text says. I'm not saying whether or not this text is of God or this text is this or this text is that or whatever. I'm just saying this is what the text says. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it is this whole thing of like what like Luke is doing is it's like it tells me Luke's not interested in the truth. Luke is here to kind of just like try to I don't know what it is, and like I said, it could. No, but like this is what I was saying earlier in the show as well. Like it could be a thing where like Luke is genuinely just doing like the natural kind of like defense mechanism, where it's like something that he believed or granted to be true, but didn't necessarily have any evidence is now being questioned, and the only kind of defense, the typical defense mechanism, is that you just deny. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it could be hard because I think this could be explored with everything essentially. Like you said, it's a defense mechanism. It's a comfort. You can fall back on it and be like, well, I'm in my comfort zone. And I think everybody kind of does this to a certain extent. Some people way less than others, and some people research every single thing and. And not only that, but like just go in depth with it, think about everything through, because that's how we get, different denominations of Christians, is because they understand differently than this other group, and then that can be further arranged into other religions and all those things tying together. And then this text comes in, and it's like, like you said, we don't know what it could have been, because past then I'm sure back when it was first, we might have discovered this and that, but like we can't go back and find those things out. We could just speculate a lot of times. But the thing is, a lot of things do tie in with text, and if you're not willing to like look at that and be like, okay, that's definitely possible, and I'm willing to see the evidence and kind of at least try to understand it, even if I don't completely grant it. I think that you should at least do that, and I think that something from that time, there could have been lost text that could have happened. It's very possible, but at the same time, usually a lot of the time we've discovered a lot of these things. Now, a lot of those things could have been destroyed. But the thing is, and I know that we probably have lost some certain types of text, but usually they get carried on, just like the Incas and Mayas and stuff. Their whole population was wiped. I mean, it literally just disappeared, like pretty much from what it sounded like overnight. Not a lot of people probably checked in on them, but we found the ruins of those places, and those are like a little bit easier when there's still structures and still things that are very preserved, So, yeah, it's just I think when you have that small of a gap, it just lends to people trying to argue cases where they're just like, we don't know for sure. So if you don't have any evidence to the contrary that just says this is 100% factual, then yeah, we're just I don't know if the words are, like, I just think we're equivocating, like we're just arguing to argue about these things. It's like, we do need to know the history of it, but it's like, if we don't know, like, then you don't know, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
This is the thing for me. Like when it comes to Christians, like I'd ask them the question, like, does it matter whether or not Jesus actually existed? You know what I mean? Like, that's one of those questions that it seems like a minor thing or whatever, but it actually cuts, like, to me, it's like one of those questions that I ask purely to see where they're at. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So in terms of like, if they say no, it's extremely important, or it's probably most important that Jesus existed and all this kind of stuff. But then I would say it's like, but like, then you're saying that the teachings mean nothing. You know what I mean? Like, to me, if you're saying it's if that's like the most important thing to you, it's like you want there to be that like divine miracle. You want to believe in that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Which is where we get to like Kieran earlier on, where he's like, there's some stuff that can't be rationalized. I'm like, if you're in that boat, then you're basically saying you no longer want to investigate.
Yeah, and what I could tie in is kind of what you're saying. You want to believe in that, and I think a lot of people, it's like goes back to comfort. You want to fall back on that. You're not going to be on this planet infinite. There's going to be a time where you pass, and you know, a lot of people want to fall back on that and think that, you know, there is an afterlife and, you know, just something that you can continue going on, you know, and, you know, that's kind of how I looked at it a lot before that, you know, and which is why I'm willing to, I think you got to be willing to do both sides of it, you know. You got to be able to analyze what they're saying, also have your what you think, and that has to match up, you know. And it's just finding about all the information, and I think that's why history is so important. You know, if we know these things, and I can understand where they're coming from with, you know, he had to be an existing person. It makes sense. But I also can see what you're saying as well. So it's, I think that's where it has to come together, and then you kind of find out everything. And then that's why these chats and discussions and debates are so critical to like how we should run as a society. Now, whether that be whatever that might be, or a mixture of that. But I think it's crucial for that to happen. And I think history plays a part in not repeating that cycle, because everything is circular.
We have Armin saying his story is a lie, and like that is the whole thing of like history being written by the victors. But William saying, speaking about history being written by the victors, he's saying, chats, we need $8 more to get to 150. William likes the round numbers. 150 is a nice round number. Can we get there, chats? We'll see with a little cheeky grift break.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
Boom! We got Jack Ablaze with the $2 saying for the grift. We got Chop 85 with the $5. We got Shazzy Bear in chat. 1 second, let me play Shazzy's clip. This is Shazzy's own unique clip.
This black preacher.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
It's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy.
That's right.
It sure ain't your daddy. Appreciate you, Mama Bear. We got Jack coming in with $1, and then Jack he gave himself the alley-oop and slam dunked it down saying, go! Jack, which premium meme would you like, sir?
Which one haven't we played yet?
I think we played them all. We've been absolutely smashing the goals tonight.
Damn.
Today. Yeah, like I said, 160. Like you guys have been amazing tonight.
Damn. I think we just did Andrew, so let's do Joey.
Let's do Joey Diaz. Okay, everybody, stand up straight. This is the national anthem. This is Uncle Joey giving us some motivation.
Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico, the White House, whoever the fuck is going on. But it don't matter. They want to shoot. It's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty. Don't forget who the fuck we are. You understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean. He's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Stay black, folks. Jazz saying he's brilliant. The chat are saying forget about it. And Chop coming in saying yes, sir. Great episode tonight. But that's what I'm saying. Ammon always sparks the conversations. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Jack, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'm just chilling here.
Well, let's get back into, because this is the Krios. This is the whole Wes Huff debunked this and all this kind of stuff. But let's get, because we only have about 30 minutes left as well, so gotta get in.
That Christing was similar to the English word inject. Christ was similar to inject.
I think that
inject is commonly associated today as injecting something into your body, but you can also use other words. I would say it's overwhelmingly associated with a syringe, right? Obviously, but you can use that expression for other things like a conversation or whatever.
And if you could expand it to,
would you agree with him on that?
When you say inject, though, you're not including things like injection. What is the substance? That Christ becomes the substance as opposed to the act of Christing. So inject,
yeah,
okay,
this is important.
Maybe injection.
An injection, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, and then you have like fuel injection engines,
right?
Which doesn't have to do with drugs, but has to do with something else. We're getting into something else, right? Yeah,
sure.
Okay, I think we agree on that mostly.
Okay, so where do we disagree here?
Yeah, so this is an important thing that you just brought up, which there's different parts of speech. There's inject, there's injection, there's past participles, there's present participles. You have this verb krio in Greek, which is a well understood verb. You can make a present participle out of it. In English, our present participle ending is ing. Right, so you are anointing. If we just use the sort of whatever term anointing, like I am anointing my body with some drug or all of what it doesn't matter. And then there's the past participle, which means you have been anointed. Right. Okay, I want to use the word just to kind of make this point here. I want to use the word bite, which is a different word, but the reason I'm using this word is going to become clear. Specifically in English, our past tense, like I anointed my body yesterday, and the past participle, my body has been anointed, are often identical with most verbs, but that's confusing the point because in Greek they're not identical. As
because Greek is sexy.
Yeah, because Ammon thinks Greek is superior, which I love Greek too. So whatever. So I'm using bite because in English, bite is one of the relatively small number of verbs where the past tense is different from the past participle. I bit into a cake yesterday, but I have been bitten. So bitten is the past participle.
Okay.
If you were in a state of having been bitten, then you were already bit and you have been resulted from that action. Like I was bitten by, and I'm going to get into this. I was bitten by a vampire. I was not. That's not a confession, but that's how we would use the term, right? So bite, bit, bitten. Biting is the present participle. Bitten is the past participle. Right. So the first point I want to make is this is I just want to make it clear because I'm here to call balls and strikes, and I think people know this.
Yes,
this is the simplest grammatic thing in the world.
Right.
Christing is not a word in Greek. And let me explain, because I'm not accusing you of anything super. I'm just explaining here, all right? Right. Christos is a past participial form of krio. So the kri in Christos is the verb part. The tos part at the end is a past participle. It means one. Yeah, like bitten. Exactly like bitten is one who has been anointed. A Christos can be one who has been anointed, or a drug, like in the
Jesus the Christ did.
Yeah,
right?
We're gonna get there.
That's
we're gonna
who
get there.
he is.
We're gonna get there. It's somebody who has had an action of anointing that has done to them.
Right.
So I just want to make clear that the ing ending is the present participle, and you can't mix those two. Okay, so when Ammon says Christing, he's actually taking the T of the past participle and then putting a present participle onto it, and you will never find that form in Greek.
No, I'm making an English word.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, you're making a neologism.
Yeah.
And we deal with neologisms all the time. So I just want to make it clear.
Just because I don't want to say anoint, because
Because it sounds like
is-
something else.
The
Who
verb
knows
is
what-
chrio. The verb
Yeah.
is chrio. So just
Yeah.
use the Christ. Just use the root.
Okay,
It's Christ.
But the work that neologism is doing for you is that it's making people who don't know Greek think the connection to Christ is more obvious than it is. Because
I
that's
think
not
it
a
is.
word.
I
That's
think
not
it
a
is
word in
that
Greek.
obvious.
Well,
I think it is that obvious.
but you're making the argument without doing the work. By
If
using
they
that
had
word.
read, though, if this audience that we're talking to, that we're right now, if they had read all these documents in Greek, it's going to hit them like it's hitting
Yeah,
me.
you can say that all day long, but they're never going to do that. So you have to make a case in something we can understand.
Yeah.
Right. So this is me calling balls and strikes.
Sure.
I'm saying that's not a word in Greek. It's based on a true story.
Yeah.
But there's no word Christing in Greek. All right. Because that's a past participle.
Christing.
Christing is
There's
not
no
a word.
Christing.
Crying, which is not a word either. I just made it up with an I.
How about the participle chreomenos?
Well, that's also a participle. That's a present medial passive
That's
participle.
Christing, though. How would you translate that?
Being anointed. That's what that means.
Chreomenos.
Chreomenos. Sure. Yeah. Okay. All right. I just wanted to establish that.
Yes.
Hopefully not controversial.
Like, this is the thing I need to explain. Like, right, in the inner city in Dublin, right, they've got more of like a McGregor kind of style accent. They kind of talk like this. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? And like they'd be saying things like, if I had to go down the street and they were saying something I was doing there, I was doing an action thing, yeah. I'd say I do be doing this, and I do be doing this, and like this whole thing of I do be, right? Which technically is like this is the direct translation from like the Irish mentality of like how we do language and all this kind of shit versus the English. So it's like I do be Christed, or I do be this and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So I do be doing this, I do be doing that, all this kind of shit. The same thing here they're talking about is like, well, there's no direct Christing. And it's like, what did Thingbob say there? His way is like being Christed, which would just be, you know what I mean? Because it's the past participle. Like being anointed is the same as anointing. Do you know what I mean? You're being anointed, you're anointing, or someone's anointing you. You know what I mean? So again, to show Luke's bad faith here, the fact that he says there's no Greek word for Christing, this is when Am hits him with, oh, how would you translate that? And he'd be like, being anointed, which is just anointing.
That's what that means. Chreomenos. Sure. Yeah. Okay. All right. I just wanted to establish that.
Yes.
Hopefully not controversial. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here, so that people understand that Amen has created a neologism, which he's welcome to as long as we know that he's created a neologism. Okay. Let's move on.
So does that mean that the current word is different? Like the current, so it's anointed?
So Christ comes from the Greek word Christos, which is a past participial form, which means the anointed one,
Technically,
the
it comes
person
from
who
the
has
verb.
been anointed,
The person who has been bitten.
Technically,
exactly.
it comes from
the person who has been bitten.
Christos means you're bitten, a bitten one.
You've been anointed.
Anointed, Christed one.
Correct.
Except for not Christed, the anointed one. But
Anointed.
again, it's a neologism as long as we're all clear.
Fine.
You can use
Let's
a neologism as long as
That
we're-
makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay, cool. Onward. So I want to take an analogy here using this word bite that I think will help us understand.
Yes.
And Amon's going to disagree with this. I'm going to say it anyways. It's what 99.99% of us would agree with, except maybe Amon. But let's hear what he
Let's
says.
see. I'm excited.
Yeah. Okay. So as I've already said, Greek was the colonial language of the day.
Yeah.
And in that sense, it's like modern English. All right. Modern English has spread all over the globe. Partially, that's the legacy of British colonialism for the past 300-400 years or whatever. British people sailed everywhere, Australia, New Zealand, obviously North America, South Africa, whatever. They've taken English, and lots of people who didn't used to speak English, their descendants now speak English. Right? Like the Maori in New Zealand were the natives. They didn't speak English. But now, because it's a colonial language, they now speak English, right? Greek was the same way. Greek was a language that was originally just spoken in a relatively small part of the world called Greece, and not even all of it that we would call Greece today, really just the southern part. And then Alexander the Great comes along, and Alexander the Great conquers everything from Greece to India, including Egypt, Palestine, and everywhere in between, right? So he brings the Greek language all over that part of the world. He spreads it all over that part of the world, and it becomes the colonial language of the day, just like English has become the colonial language of our day. And so you have a lot of people speaking Greek post Alexander, and Jesus is living 300 some odd years after Alexander the Great. So he's living in what we call the Hellenistic period, which means the Greek period. The Greeks call themselves the Hellenes. So you have a lot of local colonized ethnicities who are speaking Greek sometimes, okay? But sometimes they're not, okay? So oftentimes what there is there's an upper crust, and this happens in Egypt. We all know this happens in Egypt. There's an upper crust of, say, Egyptians who speak Greek because it is the cosmopolitan colonial language of the day, but the everyday peasants in Egypt are not speaking Greek. They're speaking Coptic, all right? Which is the native Egyptian language. Like, they didn't get it from anywhere. That's just what they've always been speaking there in Egypt. And we have Coptic records from a little bit later, okay? So this is the case in a lot of the Greek-speaking world of the Eastern Mediterranean, okay? And this is similar, and I'm going to extend this analogy. This is similar to English speakers. Let's say the British sailed to the South Pacific, which we know they did, James Cook, whatever. And I'm just going to invent a South Pacific community. It doesn't really matter who for the purpose of the analogy. And there is a local Polynesian group, Polynesianly ethnic, I just made up an adverb, Polynesianly ethnic group in the South Pacific that has their own local customs, but then the British show up and they colonize them. Okay. And there might be some people who learn English, but then most of the, like, to deal with their English colonial overlords or whatever. And of course, at this point, English becomes the elite language. And if you're a Polynesian person from this South Pacific country, island chain or whatever, and you want to leave, you're going to need to know English to go to Australia, New Zealand, Britain, United States, whatever. Okay. So you have this colonial relationship that is going on. Okay. Let's say that there is a tradition in this local Polynesian island chain. Again, it's hypothetical, but I'm making a point because this is actually the history of the era we're dealing with 2,000 years ago. And they have a tradition. I'm going back to this bite word now. They have a tradition, and I made this up specially for you because I know you like this. They have a tradition where if you become the ruler, or maybe in order to become the ruler of this local island, you have to get bitten by a snake. You like this, right? I knew you would like this. You have to get bitten by a snake. They put a snake up to your arm. It's non-venomous. It doesn't kill you. Maybe Amin would say it's going to inject you with some pharmaca or whatever.
That's boring.
Yeah, well, you can't die because you're going to be the ruler.
Why didn't they use the venomous snakes?
You're going to be the ruler. You're going to be the ruler. You can't die. You can't fall over.
Okay.
So in this local Polynesian community, they refer to their kings as the bitten ones. And it's based on a very specific ceremony that they do in their part of the world to create rulers. They get bitten by a snake.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
That's cool.
It is cool. I just made it up just for you. Okay. So
you're making this up?
Yes.
Yes, sorry. That's
oh, God damn it. I thought there was some Maori.
We're going to start a religion.
Well, there might be. I don't know. I'm not a Maori expert.
I was going to say they should have a theriac.
Yeah.
And then when they got bitten, they wouldn't. You know?
Okay. So let's keep going. So they've been colonized by the English. They are hoping for freedom from English colonial overlords. All right. And they are hoping that one of their bitten ones, which is their rulers, will rise up and throw the English out. And so they're looking forward to the day that a bitten one, and of course they're using their own native Polynesian language, which again is hypothetical. It's like Hawaiian, it's like Maori, it's one of those languages. It doesn't matter what the word is. It's not the word bitten because that's an English word, and they're not speaking English because they're a local people, right? They're not speaking English. So they use this word bitten to refer to their kings, and then they are looking forward to a king, a bitten one, as they would call them in their local language, who is going to kick the English out so they can get their freedom back. Okay. Now let's say that there is a wannabe ruler in this local Polynesian society, and some people think he is the bitten one who is to come, and some people don't. And there's arguments about them. And then he dies, and then there are missionaries who go out from those Polynesian islands, and they believe that he came back from the dead, or some religious thing happened. It doesn't really matter, but they think some religious thing happened with this guy, but they decide they're going to leave their native islands and go preach the message of the bitten one to other places in the world. When they do that, they can't use their own language to spread that message anymore because no one except the people on their island chain understands their local language. They have to use English, right? Because English is the global colonial language. So they translate that native term that was referring to a native kind of, unusual custom of getting bitten by a snake to be a ruler, right? They translate that word as bitten into English. And then they go out and preach the message of the bitten one in English. Now, in the English-speaking world, they have to explain what they even mean by a bitten one, right? Because if someone rolled up to you and said, "Have you heard the good news of the bitten one?" You'd be like, "What? What does that even mean?" Right? Nobody knows what that means because we're not Polynesian.
Right.
Okay, we're not from this local culture.
And we're not familiar with the whole snake biting.
We're not familiar with the whole snake biting thing. And honestly, at some point, it gets attenuated to the point that maybe the people preaching it to you don't even remember that original custom. They just call him the bitten one because that's what he's known for, as being the bitten one, right? But now they're using English. They weren't originally using English, but now they're using English.
Oh shit, boys. Ah, shit. You thought we were just going to land nice and slowly and come to a calm ending. No. Thankfully, folks, we do have a bit of spice backstage. Let me introduce him if I can find the fucking clip.
Somalians.
Welcome to the show, Mr. Vanta something. You're muted, by the way, Vanta.
What kind of spice are you looking for? Are you coriander? Like what kind of spice am I?
Maybe a little bit of paprika, something
paprika? Like that, Interesting. I mean, what is this Kokozo talking about, by the way, Leprechaun?
I love the way the Somalian comes in, 20 minutes before the end of a 6-hour stream and says, "Summarize the whole fucking clip that you've been reviewing." You know what I mean?
I didn't even know it was 6 hours. My bad.
My man. But yeah, basically like what's been discussed so far is this whole thing of like ancient Greek translation. And why it's so important is because the New Testament was written in ancient Greek and all this kind of stuff. And Amos basically has made like a lot of arguments to say that it's like what you're being told is in that ancient Greek is not actually the full truth.
Teriak, I was on a panel earlier where, I was trying to explain, how Zoroastrianism went from, the Jade religion to Christianity to Islam. And guess what, Teriak? They laughed at me, bro. They laughed at me the whole time. They're like, haha, very funny, Fanta. I'm like, bro, I understand history of the Middle East. So this is where let's talk about Greek. Guess what? Jesus was called Ioius. I-E-O-S-U-S. Ioius. Yeah. Which means Jesus. And from before him was Yeshua. Was it not Yeshua, Mr. Teriak?
Mm-hmm.
Yeshua. Exactly. But I apologize. Carry on with the video. I'm trying to collect the context of what's happening.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. And so they're preaching the message of the bitten one in the United States, in England, and some people are converting. People who are not Polynesian, who never spoke that Polynesian language, but they hear about this hypothetical, potentially religious divine figure called the bitten one, and they decide to convert to bittenism. Okay. All right. Now, some people.
Bittianity.
That's perfect. I love it. Bittianity. So in the English speaking world, that word bitten, this word is attested in Shakespeare, it's attested in Chaucer. It's a good old English word. All right. So we have a 1,000+ year literary textual history of this word bitten, but those uses of the word bitten from 1,000 years ago don't have anything to do with this new use from Polynesia of the word bitten. That's actually a translation of a local Polynesian term and a translation of a local Polynesian
Do
custom.
we have text about the bitten?
Hold on, let's finish this.
I just made it up.
Polynesian?
I wish we do. I'm making this up.
No, I'm asking you in this hypothetical world.
Oh,
we
in a
have text,
hypothetical.
right? Because the
Well,
Polynesians.
no, they probably didn't write it down.
No, they didn't write anything down either.
They probably didn't. Yeah.
That's strange.
In the hypothetical, it's not strange at
I
all.
think
Most
it's very strange.
cultures that have ever existed never had texts. I mean, you agree with that, right?
Most cultures that have existed have never had text because most cultures that have existed have crap language.
Okay, well, that's your judgment. And that's fine. You're welcome to.
Yeah.
I don't think that's
I'm totally biased.
Pause. So, one of the earliest languages in Africa, that one of the first nations that adopted Christianity was Ethiopia. Ethiopia has a language called Ge'ez, G-E''E''Z. So when these Caucasoids talk about early language, the Ethiopian language about Christianity runs damn near 2,000 years old, literally Christ era. So when I hear this Caucasoids talk about, oh no, nobody understands Christianity and blah blah blah, god damn. Actually, no, 3,000 because it goes back to Solomon. It goes back to Solomon and Queen of Sheba. Are you familiar with that, Teriak?
Yeah. So. So Ethiopians' understanding of Christianity goes back 3,000 years, even though Christianity is only 2,000 years old.
Right, but then the Ethiopians they first adopted Judaism under Solomon and Sheba, the marriage between Solomon and Sheba. That was the covenant, and currently Ethiopia has the covenant of the Ark. Currently, I don't know if it's a legit Ark or it's a fake one. But right now, Ethiopia holds the covenant of the Ark. Do you know about the covenant of the Ark, Mr. Teriak? Are you familiar?
The Ark of the Covenant, not the covenant of the Ark of the Covenant.
Sorry, yeah, Ark of the Covenant. I call it covenant Ark. Yeah. Are you familiar where it came from? The OG storyline.
Yeah, it's in the Bible. Even the measurements are given in the Bible.
Exactly. So when I hear these Caucasoids say, oh yeah, language is not, they start using what's it called? Secularist language. Like it's like oh yeah, we don't believe in history. It's all made up. Blah blah. I'm like, bro, have these people spoken to actual Ethiopians? Have they spoke to Jays? Have they spoke to Arabs? Have they spoke to Iranians? Zoroastrianism. Have they spoke to Hindus that had 5,000 years of Sanskrit, the Vedas, all that stuff. Where Teriak, I'm not being funny. But a lot of these cultures, they have one single story. Every culture has the same story, a flood. Everybody has a flood story.
Except for one.
Who? Tell me who.
The ancient Persians don't say that their homeland flooded. The ancient Persians say that their homeland froze over.
Froze over? Well, that's their name flood, is it not?
No, not technically. It's like while a flood was going on in the earth, there was a polar shift. Like this is the whole, like this is scientific. The prevailing theory in the science community was the impact Dryas or the Younger Dryas event.
Yeah,
Young
like Dryas.
Things
Yeah.
and then polar shift and all this kind of shit. And the there is a landmass beneath Antarctica.
Oh, shit.
So in terms of like this ancient myth saying that our homeland froze over, would say that the people that ended up in Iran or ancient Persia, they're saying that their homeland was Antarctica, which would line up with Plato's rendition of Atlantis. Because yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, can you save that topic for another day? Because that we can go super deep with that shit. That's some deep level topic right there. That's very deep. Because we can talk about young Darius, we can talk about global floods, and every culture have their flood stories and all of that. And like, go ahead, sir.
Because I can do it tomorrow because like Giorgiani has a particular podcast where he specifically talks about this whole thing of like tying in like what Plato's saying about Atlantis and then what the Iranians saying about their ancient civilization and giving you like that big picture to it as well. But I guess like because we're in like the last 5-10 minutes, I guess we could just like do kind of like no, like it's closing thoughts and all this kind of stuff anyway. Because in terms of the there is going apparently there's going to be a second round of that podcast that we were looking at, the Danny Jones with what you call it, Armin Hillman and the
when you say the Giorgiani, are you talking about the Iranian fella? Because I've seen him on YouTube. Is it that Iranian guy?
Yeah, Jason Reza Giorgiani.
Yes, I like him. Yeah. And also, by the way, you're an Irishman. Are you familiar with what's his face? God damn, this other Irish boy.
Uber Boyo.
Uber Boyo. Thank you very much. Yes, I like him too. Following him for years. I love years. I like Uber Boyo. Uber Boyo, he does go into the whole the metaphysical and all that babble. But I saw him speak to the Giorgiani guy, the Iranian fella. And it was a good conversation. I'm like, ooh. So, have you spoke to him? Like, did you have a streak with him? Or
no, I haven't spoke to him or Gnostic Informants, Neil, and all that kind of stuff. But it's something I'd love to kind of sit down and kind of like have that kind of like back and forth with them to kind of like I say, kind of give him my kind of say like, are you sure it's not this or could it be this or whatever? But like I was kind of saying, in terms of the going back into the ancient civilizations, all this kind of shit, to me, like the main reason why should we do this? Like the typically a question thrown out is like, oh, this is boring. Why even bother getting to like the technical knowledge of the language and what they were written and all this kind of shit? Let's talk about the future. Let's not talk about the past. But when you look at like modern day problems, like we have a modern day problem of government. What is the best form of government? It's like everyone's getting very political, all this kind of shit. Well, wouldn't one way to judge whether or not a government is good or not is how long it lasts. So when you look at, let's say, ancient empires like Rome and all that.
You learn from the past to make sure you don't make the same mistakes. So look back and realize, okay, they did X, Y, Z to make sure the society was functioning. We can learn from a lot from the past. Like, I don't know why people hate the past. Learn from the past. Learn. Go back a little bit. Because trust me, all this futurism shit, it's not working out. It's not working out. All this goddamn.
What do you mean futurism shit?
Like, I mean, a lot of the youth they believe in tech, right? The technology is gonna save us. I'm like, not really, because physically maybe, but mentally, spiritually, on a human level. Maybe we should go back and learn from our ancestors. Maybe we should learn from people that had more sense, because I think a lot of these politicians, technocrats, all they want is just to absorb our money, but they don't want the best for our own. Like Tarek, how many people are having kids today? Hardly any. Hardly. Who's having families today? Hardly. Whereas back in the history, like, you know what, family is the future. And by the way, I don't like nuclear family. My angle is extended family. You know, the right wing is like, oh, nuclear family. No. Extended family, because guess what? Mom and dad are working. Who would look after you? Auntie, uncle, cousin, grandmother, grandfather. That's how I grew up, and it was great. But nuclear family, if your mother and father's working, who's gonna look after you, little boy? Nobody. You need the extended. Extended family is the word that we should start using from now on. Like you, Tarek, the Irish people, because I know my neighbors. I had a neighbor who's Irish. I used to see him every single day. His extended family would come. Auntie, cousin, you know, uncle, nephews, nieces, etc., grandkids, etc. That's what you want for your own community. When we say community, it means your extended family. It does not mean neighbors. It means your extended family. Stop using the word nuclear family. Western world. Start saying extended family.
Yeah,
Mother,
so like the
father,
main problem that
uncle.
you had there is like who's going to look after the kids when the mother's working, and because like we're basically in
the
terms of
father,
the
yeah.
economy and household, like you need both parents to work, but
Right. So then that's
the
why I say
counter that
extended.
the counter that the religious would say is like, yeah, but we need to go back where it's like a house can be provided for just on one salary alone.
No. I understand that point. That's all well and good. But okay, right now, today. So two salary. Mom and dad are working, right? See, my mother and father used to work in the Middle East in the UAE, right? My father used to work at Allrig. My mom worked in the airport. Who used to look after me? Either was the housemaid, or sometimes it would be my aunties, my uncle, you know, extended family.
Yeah, but you realize it's not fair, like to use like a personal example, Fanta, because you are
No, I know.
Somalian and they have the whole
It's
daycare center
anecdotal.
thing.
It's anecdotal, but I'm trying to promote. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to promote, because what the conservatives do, right, Teriak, the conservatives, nuclear family. No. You need extended family. What's the old saying? A village. A child is raised
Takes a
by
village to raise a child. Yeah, I get that, but like the whole essence though is that it's like when you're talking about nuclear family, by extension, you are going to talk about the extended family, because if everyone in the family is focused on having their own nuclear family, then you are going to have the aunts and the uncles and all this stuff, and they're going to have their own kids and all this kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? And when it comes to was it like carpooling, like that kind of idea where it's like one person has a car and like you take turns and all this kind of shit, and it's the same thing.
Right.
It's like if you have like one of the aunts, it's okay. This is like, let's say there's 7 sisters, right? Each one of them take a day out of the week, and that's their turn to look after like everyone's kids, essentially. Do you know what I mean? And that's how you're able to get by. You're able to be efficient in terms of the numbers, rather than each individual family having to do their own kind of like daycare thing or whatever, like bringing in a nurse or whatever, you know.
But Teriak, for example, like the other day, my sister had to go to training for 2 days, right, over the weekend. Before the weekend, right? So Thursday, Friday, weekend training. My brother-in-law, he had to do, like they were both kind of constricted, right? They're like, God damn, who? They said, you know, Vanta, can you look after your nephew? I'm like, all right, cool. I had my nephew over the weekend. Guess what? I am the extended Teriak. I'm the extended. I'm not the nuclear. I am the extended. So, your people, Teriak, the Irish. I know the Irish are very, very family focused. I just hate the idea of people saying nuclear this, nuclear that. Stop with the nuclear. Today, the mindset should be extended, because you want outside, because we all have double income, mom, dad, working income. You want sisters, brothers, uncles and aunties, grandmother looking after your kids. If you're too busy, that's how it should work. Am I lying, Teriak, or am I talking crazy? Am I insane?
No, you're you're telling the truth, but like what I'm saying is that like from the essence, like by focusing on nuclear family, by extension, like not only are you like the extended family, but you're also like you need to focus on having your own family too, your own nuclear family.
Yeah, of course. Of course. I agree. I mean, I'm getting the pressure like Vanta, where's your children? I'm like, God damn. I'm like, where's the right heifer? That's the question. Where's the right woman?
It is what it is. You know what I mean? It's one of the greatest questions of life. You know, this is what like women be saying. Oh, there's no good men left, and it's like, okay, what is a good man?
Shit.
And then they're not able to define it. So
where's the right woman? Where's the right woman? By the way, Teriak, most men can cook and clean way better than women today. I've been to many female households. Female friends. I'm like, yeah, like you. No wonder you're single, heifer, because they can't cook and clean, sir. They can't cook and clean. I'm like, God help you, sir. I think most men should just, can we go back to the dowry system? Can we go back to arranged marriages, Teriak? Because that's what helped with Europe back in the day.
It would make things a lot easier, and you wouldn't have this whole problem of like the Disney princess or the Disney prince kind of thing of like what they think love should look like versus like what it actually is in terms of the family. But are you crazy saying rambling is ice? Are you crazy saying you're rambling, Fanta? Because what the hell? Why do they call it?
I am rambling. I can't lie. I am rambling. I'm just throwing out all my thoughts from my head over here. My apologies. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry.
And William as well, referencing the donations in chat. Like I said, we absolutely blew it out of the water today. 160 out of 100. My man, look at that form.
Look at that. Yeah. Look at that form. Look at that. Get it. Now respect it.
Man. But yeah, back to Are You Crazy's question. Like why do they call it nuclear, Fanta?
Nuclear. Because it's the nucleus, so... God damn, give me a second. So every element has a nucleus, right? Electron, proton, nucleus. The nucleus is like mom, dad, and the child is the nucleus. Fine, but then you want to expand the atom. The atom can't be just solo dolo. You want the atom to explode. It's like a big bang. Pow! Pow! Neutron and proton with electron, nucleus. The nucleus is the hub, is the middle. It's the source of all life. It is the source of family, source of everything, Mr. Teriak. Right.
And if that is the founding source, and we have this whole problem with like in modern day where it's like they don't even respect the family, like that's why the conservatives are saying we need to focus on the nucleus family, because that is the core and the essence of it. We'll get to the extended family, don't get me wrong. But in terms of like the main focus has to be the nuclear family, because they're sterilizing kids. They're doing the whole trans thing. They're sterilizing kids. They're killing them before they even exit the womb. They're euthanizing the elderly. They're killing off the wisdom.
But Teriak, you misunderstand. That's mainly a Western Caucasoid issue, because you will never find that in Africa or Asia or South America.
China doesn't have.
We don't
China
believe in.
Have a population crisis?
Well, China did F up early. I think 20 years ago when they had that one child policy, they screwed up, and now they feel the pain. Now they're feeling it. Yeah.
But when you look at I have a video on this as well. Like when you look at the Chinese population, it makes no sense how they could outpopulate India with a one-child policy. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. That's why China's doing too much with their tech work, because they know they effed up, bro. They effed up 20 years ago. Like currently is 7 men to 1 woman. That's diabolical. That's horrible. Oh my god.
And it's literally at that stage it's impossible to reproduce or keep your population going. And that's why everyone's been saying that China's population is 500 million at best. And that's why there's other people who've been whispering rumors that this whole Fauci thing, this Fauci ouchie, that was basically a bioweapon used against the Chinese.
But Teriak, see Teriak, you Westerners are so blindsided. You know what the Chinese are doing? They're sending their incels, quote unquote incels, to Africa, to Europe, to the South Americas to breed with those women on those continents. Like, guess what, Terry? Have you seen how many half Chinese, half African babies are being born in Africa because of Chinese, guys coming over to colonize Africa, bro? China said, you know what, we're gonna send out our surplus men across the globe. Let's see if they can breed with the outsiders. Just to add in some numbers here and there. Just to add in some numbers, Terry. I'm not joking. Listen, if you want me to pull up, I'll pull up the information.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like we know that like half Asian, half Africans, and like you're saying, it's like in terms of the population, that's how desperate it's getting. But this is why, though, in the West, like they're opening the borders and they're saying we need, because like in the only way for our economies to keep growing is if the population keeps growing. You know what I mean? And that's where we find ourselves in this shit show where it's like.
But the thing is, right? The thing is, right? So the Western world is the population is shrinking because not everyone's having children or not everyone is smashing. So that these Chinese bastards, right? They already have communities that you know what we're gonna breed with. Obviously, not everybody likes the. Oh, goddamn. Is YouTube? Can I say it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Blacks, whites, and Africans don't truly like the Chinese because the Chinese are very how do I say it? Smelly, OIQ, uncivilized, and they smell like shit, Terry. I'm sorry. What do you want me to say? God, oh my God.
It is what it is.
Listen, I have a certificate in health and safety, food standard. Like every time I go to a restaurant, I'm like, I look at the kitchen, I'm like, this restaurant should be shut down. The Chinese are the worst of the worst. Like I don't eat Chinese. I stopped eating Chinese food for 15 years, Teriyaki. 15 years. I've never ate Chinese food. I avoid it like the plague. These people are disgusting, Teriyaki. Can I say that on YouTube? Can I say that? I don't know. I'm scared.
Might as well, because we have reached the end of the show, unfortunately, like I was saying, folks. It is what it is. But again, like I want to remind everyone, like William's been saying,
you can do what with the fuck you want to do.
And Jesus on Christ. That message, on that equalization, you can say whatever you want. Gentlemen, any last pieces of nuggets of wisdom, any final things you want to say, any shout outs you want to give before we go?
I'll go first and then I'll head out. Thank you for having me on. I know I'm late. Next time, maybe Friday when I catch you, I'll go full racismo. And
beautiful. I love it.
Yes. I know you Irish people. God damn, you guys are also racismo too. Don't act coy. Low-key leprechaun.
I've no idea what you're talking about.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll see you when I see you, sir. Okay.
Take it easy, bro. Thanks for coming up. And Jack, any final thoughts, nuggets of wisdom, anything you want to give a shout out to?
Not really. I mean, I came up a little bit late, so I don't feel like I have a lot to say, and like I said, with the topic, I don't know, it's kind of I'm not as strong in that, so I'm just happy to be up here. Thanks for having me up, and everybody enjoy the rest of their day.
100%. Appreciate you coming on, Jack. And as William would say, it was a damn good show. It absolutely smashed out the park. We started off with a 50 dono goal, and then we ended up at 160. Absolute legends, every single one of you. Appreciate you all for stopping by. I'll see you tomorrow, probably a bit later than we started today. But I'll see you tomorrow for another episode of The Film Room. This was a damn good show.
That was a damn good show. For more damn good shows, click the video over there or the link in the description box. Oh, you getting pumped up. Don't forget the red pill morons in the comment section below. This is all BS. It's all a bunch of lies for votes. Yeah.